Good morning, everybody. We're going to get started here in just a few minutes. I am ready to roll. We have been waiting for this for 10 days. 10 days. So just give me a second here to get everything set up. And we'll get started. But get on in here, share the link, please hit the like button, slap it now. It helps the algorithm. And also share. If you're on Facebook, make sure you share this video with your friends. There's going to be so much going on today. You are not going to want to miss this show. You are not going to want to miss it. Trust me. And I have a very special guest coming to the program later on. Your favorite, the artist with the should be a Grammy-winning award song, Objection Hearsay. I've got him, and he's going to be here to meet you in a bit. So hang out for a second. I'm just getting stuff set up here. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm coming to you from in front of the LA Children's Hospital today because I wanted to remind everyone that Amber Heard stiffed sick and dying children the $3.5 million that she promised them. She promised the Children's Hospital the LA Children's Hospital $3.5 million. She gave them $100,000, and actually it wasn't her. It came directly from Johnny. $100,000 of that divorce settlement she said she was going to give to the Children's Hospital and charity. Yeah, she never did. So, folks, I got to tell you, if you're looking for some place to donate some money, perhaps you should send it to the LA Children's Hospital because they never got the pledge that Amber Heard said she was going to give them. And that should tell you right there that this person cannot be trusted. And yes, I know that a bunch of you are excited for Objection Hearsay. I have the writer of that song, the performer of that song. He goes by the name Gadfly. He has a YouTube channel that is just amazing. And I got in contact with him. And you guys should all go like and subscribe that channel. In fact, let me pull it up here. Let me pull it up because we'll play it this morning. Let's play it because he's going to be here and I can't wait for that. And I'm also going to drop his link in the chat room so you guys can go over his channel. He only has 6,000 subscribers. This dude needs a lot more. He's got a video that got almost 1 million hits. It is over 1 million. It's over 1 million today. All right, hold on. I'm going to drop the link for you guys, and then you can go over there and like and subscribe to Gadfly, who wrote Objection Hearsay. He's going to be with us sometime today, I think. I mean, maybe it'll be tomorrow, but I invited him to come by anytime, and he did say he would come. So we'll see when he gets here. I've got tons to talk to him about, and but, let's remind everybody, if you are here and you haven't heard, by the way, if you're wondering, I should probably put this on the bottom here. Court starts at 9 a.m. today, 9 a.m. So let me put that up on the bottom of the screen. Court starts at 9 a.m. so that you guys aren't asking me what time. All right. Here we go. Court starts at 9. All right. So let's go over to Gadfly's YouTube page so I can show you guys. And I dropped the link in the description, please, or not the description, the chat. You know what I mean. Let's listen to this morning because we love it.
Respected people took me at my word. Then I became a lawyer representing Amber Heard. Objection hearsay. Oh my God, I don't have a case. Objection hearsay. Now I'm ashamed to show my face. Well, I'm a famous movie star. Yeah, life is always fine. I sit down at my penthouse drinking mega pints of wine. Objection hearsay. I don't know why we ever wed. Objection
Dance
hearsay.
party.
Who the hell poops in someone's bed? I object to everything. I may have an infection. Cause I say I object, the judge says
That was your own question.
Objection, hearsay. Court isn't supposed to be this hard. Objection, hearsay. How did I ever pass the bar? Well, just one final question, sir, and this one has been prepped. What is your name?
My name is Johnny Depp.
Objection, hearsay.
How can you prove that that's your name? Objection, hearsay. Looks like we win and you are lame. Objection, hearsay. Objection, hearsay.
Oh my gosh, he's so talented. So talented. And he has a new one too. This one is unbelievable. This one is great. You want to hear it? Have you heard the new one? It's got 85,000 views already. It's called Johnny Depp's Rap, The Final Trial Bop. And by the way, if you are wondering, court starts at 9 a.m., so stay tuned. We will be covering live the court trial. Amber Heard should still be on direct at the moment, but Cross is going to start. I don't know if it's going to be today, tomorrow, or Wednesday. But there will be Cross happening. But she's going to be still on direct this morning. In the UK, guys, I can't do that math. I don't know what time it starts in the UK, but it starts in, let me just tell you how many minutes. It starts in 20 minutes, okay? At 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you guys do the math on that, because I have no clue what time it is in the UK and Portugal. Oh my goodness. Marie, hello. Marie's here from Portugal. My goodness. Yeah, that's awesome. We had somebody from Brussels in the chat as well. I mean, this is truly international. This show has gone international. I'm excited. I will have guests on. My sister hopefully will be coming by. In fact, I need to send her the link. I didn't do that yet. Let me send her the link. My sister, Stephanie Kimbrell, she is a lawyer, and she comes by to help us with some of the legal stuff that we have questions on, which is always great. My cousin may be stopping by. She is a fashion maven. I'm hoping to get her opinion on Amber Heard's court fashions. Let me see. I'm going to send that to her. Hopefully Sean Comeyer will be able to stop by as well. Sean is another lawyer friend of mine, but who knows if he has to work or not. I don't know. These people do have jobs. Luckily, I can sit here and do this all day because this is kind of my job, right? My name's Megan Fox, by the way, if you've never met me before. I work at pjmedia.com, where I write columns every day. And I write about what interests me. Oh my goodness, Miriam, you're in Dubai. I cannot get over this stream. We just have people from everywhere. So welcome from around the world. Oh, Maria's in the Philippines. Welcome from around the world, everyone. So glad to have you here. Don't forget to check out the merch store, because there's some great stuff in there. Isn't happy hour any hour? I've got the Mega Pint merch. It says Mega Pint Me and Justice for Johnny on the back. There are stickers. There are beer pints. There are t-shirts. And there's all kinds of stuff. And don't forget my Make Americans Friends Again mugs. And those come in beer glasses as well, because I believe that we can be friends even if we vote for people that we don't agree with, right? I'm drinking my mocktail mimosa with this is the greatest cocktail. I've got orange juice and sparkling apple water that's caffeinated. Oh my goodness, this is so good. Have you guys ever made a mocktail before? They're fantastic. And this is my Make Americans Great Again Mega Pint. So I've got two things going. I've got my fake mimosa, my mocktail mimosa, and I also have my coffee. So I'm double caffeinated. Are you double caffeinated? Let's listen to Gadfly's new song. And this one is so good. You're going to love it. So much creativity going on here. So much creativity in this world of YouTube. I just love all the new YouTubers that I've found. Here we go.
Acting was then doing movie scenes. Save your life using Emika cream. What, if anything, is your legal team? Say you had makeup in 2012, that wasn't so till 2017. Come on, why did she pronounce it Aquaman? Say I don't have style, you must be a stranger. Cool, fresh, low. Ranger. Thought I'd be worried, but I'm feeling all calm. Draw a picture for my lawyer while you ramble on. Now you think you're gonna win it when you step to John. Knowing nobody believes you, not even your mom. I'm chilling, I'm fine, I'm dope, I'm a boss. And now you just lost cause you mentioned Kate Moss. And your owner said you were lost in the sauce. Well, give us a week, just wait till we cross. I don't find your testimony convincing. Every witness you have is dead or missing. Look to the jury and cry in fear. Can poop on command, but not a single tear. The news had to Photoshop one on. Disgraceful. Caught you in the elevator being unfaithful. You're hurting your case, for goodness sake. I, for one, am happy to have this break.
That's from Gadfly. He is amazing. He's so talented. So talented, and hopefully he'll be dropping by today to talk to us about that song. I personally think that Objection Hearsay needs a Grammy. I think it should win Best Satire Song of the Year. Nobody can stop singing it, even my kids. It's hilarious. It really gets in your head. It's quite a bop. And yeah, I love it. Every witness, I know, Tammy, every witness you have is dead or missing. Exactly. Okay, so we're going to find out who is Amber Heard calling to the stand this week. And almost all of her witnesses that testified in the UK are not testifying on her behalf this time, which really, why? And where the heck are the people that she said Johnny grabbed their wrists and threatened to break them? She said he did that to 2 women. Where are those women? I need to hear from those women. I need corroboration on those. Everything she said, we have not gotten any corroboration, no corroborating witnesses. It's just her word. Whereas Johnny's story is backed up by many witnesses. There's a laundry list of witnesses that came out to say that he was telling the truth. Yeah. So I'm checking your comments. Now, listen, you guys, this stream is growing, and so the comments are getting like out of control. It's hard for me to keep up with all of them. If you want me to see something, send a super chat, and I will definitely see it, and I will appreciate it because YouTube screws with my channel and they demonetize me all the time, and it helps to support the show. If you're on YouTube, you can also go to the little thanks button and you can send a tip, and I would appreciate it. So if you want me to read something that I'm missing, send it as a super chat. I'll definitely see it. And I will definitely read it. But yeah, geez, the chat is going nuts. My goodness. All right, I'm going to go and look for, so hang tight for a second because I'm going to go and, while we are waiting, Parody Whitney, by the way, if you guys don't know Parody Whitney, I need to drop her link in the chat as well because Parody Whitney is amazing. And she has written 2 new songs, and I want you to go over and subscribe to her because she does not have enough subscribers. She's only at 2,000 subscribers, and this woman is so talented. Hopefully she'll be by this afternoon as well. I sent her an invitation to be here. I'm dropping it in the chat right now. This is her YouTube channel. Please go over and watch her videos when you get a chance and subscribe. Don't forget to subscribe to all the artists that I feature on this program. I definitely want them to get some love from the chat. And if you want some more laughter in your life, this is the place to go. All right, so I'm going to share this Whitney's new song. This one made me tear up. Oh my gosh, you guys, this one is so amazing, and I love Dolly Parton, and this is her rendition of Jolene, which she has called Johnny. This is so good. Just wait for it. So good. And while you guys are watching this, I'm going to go and look for the trial stream.
Johnny, 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 we beg the jury justice for this man. Johnny, 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 she tries to hurt you just because she can. His talent is beyond compare. That is not what matters. He can't turn up night what we've seen. There's not a single thing that proves one of these awful claims. Too much deceit to stomach through. Johnny, the hole that digging's running deep. Her PR team starting to creep, but the truth can't stop, nor can it sleep. Johnny, if this is not like what she planned, the tale of her throughout the land and how her dog stepped on a beat. Johnny, 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 Johnny. We beg the jury justice for this man. Johnny, 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 Johnny. She tries to hurt you just because she can. Impossible to understand the crafting of this evil plan. There's muffins, but no morals here, Johnny. With everything that you've been through, the worst is now in your rearview. Now no one's throwing cans at you, Johnny. Johnny, 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 Johnny. We beg the jury justice for this man. Johnny, 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 Johnny. She tries to hurt you just because she can. Oh, Johnny, Johnny, Johnny.
All right. Parody Whitney, you guys. You've got to get over there. You've got to get over and please like and subscribe on Parody Whitney's channel. She is fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. I love her so much, and hopefully she'll be here this afternoon. And I would just love, love, love to have all of you go over there and subscribe and like her channel and give her some support because she is so talented. My God, she's a star. She should be in Nashville. I told her. She did another one too. She did one with. Should I play it? I'll play it. Well, I want you to go watch it on her channel. I don't want to take the clicks away from her. So let's you guys need to sub to her and watch her new ones because she's got one. I'll play a little bit of it just to give you a taste of it because it's so good. Hold on, let me grab it. It is the new Chris Isaak parody. Can you hear this? Please let me know if you can hear this because sometimes when I switch, the volume doesn't work. Can you hear this? Hold on. Now I got to get it back in the screen. Oh, good. Did you go sub right now? That's awesome. Guys, is the volume working? Okay. Thank you, Charlotte Tilbury, darling. Whitney's so good. This girl, just amazing.
The world was on fire, no one could save me from you. In the crossfire between the hate and the truth. Oh, I never dreamed that I'd meet somebody like you. Oh, I never dreamed I'd lose everything because of you. And nobody should fall in love. And nobody should fall in love with you.
All right, guys. So that's all I'm going to play on that one. I want you to go over there and check out her channel. I want you to subscribe. I want you to like, and I want you to leave her some fantastic messages because she is a superstar. I want to see her with 100,000 subscribers. How does she only have 2,000 subscribers? That makes no sense. So get over there and like her channel, because she is killing it, and she is putting so much work into her parodies, and I just think she has a great heart, and I love her. All right. Support all the musical artists that I put up on this program. I am monitoring the live court stream right now on WGN. It is not, I don't see the live camera in the courtroom yet. And when I do, I will put it up. But I am monitoring it in my ear. I hear it. And so don't worry, we're not going to miss it. So I am just, Nicole says, who has been foaming at the mouth for this day just to see Amber possibly snap on the stand? You know, it's interesting. So I was listening to the body language panel guys. Do you know the behavior panel guys? They're also another one to sub to. They're great. And they were talking actually about psychopaths. They weren't talking about this trial. I was watching something that they were doing about psychopaths and the best of body language with them. And one of them said, when you're doing interrogations of psychopaths, one of the things, they're normally narcissists as well. And when you have a narcissist psychopath, the first thing you need to do is stroke their ego and get them talking, And they were showing footage of the Night Stalker, and the interviewer was saying, now you're in the category of Charlie Manson and Jeffrey Dahmer or whatever. I don't know. That was probably before Jeffrey Dahmer, but he was naming all these big Ted Bundy, and you could see his face just light up, and he started talking. He just started talking. And then they said the next thing you do is to start berating them. Well, you're not that big a deal. And that's how they snap. And I think that would be a really good a scenario for the lawyers to do. For Camille, she is the one who's doing the cross. It'll be interesting to see what tactics she takes with Amber. I don't know if we're going to get to cross today. I somehow doubt it. I think they're going to continue with direct for the rest of the day, but I would expect we would get to cross tomorrow. But yeah, I would love to see. I can't wait to see what the strategy is going to be. And we'll see. Okay. Let's also talk about this. So I've been monitoring Twitter, of course. I've been monitoring the social media. What are people saying? Mostly it's overwhelming support for Johnny. But there are a few domestic violence people who are very, what's the word I'm looking for? They're completely connected to the domestic violence organizations. It's part of their livelihoods. And most of them, they're all for women. And they are very married to Amber Heard being innocent. And I haven't quite figured out why. I haven't figured out why domestic violence experts or women who are dedicated to this cause of standing up for victims haven't seen. All right. Oh, Emma, you said E! News has live court streaming. Here, I'm going to put up the. So does WGN. They're watching the door. Hold on. The only thing is we have this stupid music. Hold on. Stop sharing. Share screen. The reason why I do WGN is because the volume is usually better. So let me do this, and then I will. There we go. It's not huge, but you can see it, right? Who's coming in? Let me try and make it bigger. Hold on. Yeah, I like the volume on WGN. They usually have better volume. I don't know why the judge decided to come back at 9 a.m. instead of 10. And she's going from 9 to 5:30, by the way. Yeah, American Gal, I agree that camera angles matter. And hopefully, yeah, I agree. And Law and Crime has the different camera angles. Like they usually split the screen. And the only reason why, hang on one second. Let me get over there. They don't have theirs up, or they didn't a few minutes ago. Let me check. Maybe they do. Anyway, what I was saying was some of these domestic violence groups are they're determined not to, yeah, okay, Law and Crime's up. Let's share this. I like this one better. I like this one a lot better. We'll watch Law and Crime. Hopefully they fix their volume because last time it was terrible. All right. All right. Here we go. All right. She's got her hair up in a chignon in the back. Oh, it's kind of pretty. Kind of like it. She's also wearing something that looks like a North Korean dictator jacket. I don't think that's the right choice. She looks like a Hillary Clinton, like she's wearing what Hillary Clinton would wear, with the collar, like with the buttons all the way up, like Kim Jong Il or Un wears. I like the hairstyle though. I'm liking her hairstyle. I'm not sure it works that great with the jury though, that every time she's in court, she has a different hairstyle that clearly looks like it cost a lot of money to do. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that plays with middle America. Most people on a jury are just like normal people and who can't afford a hair and makeup person to come to their house and make their hair look perfect every day. But I don't know. You never know what a jury's going to do. You never know. You never know. But I have to believe in my fellow Americans, my fellow Americans and Virginians from the great state of Virginia. I believe that they are not stupid and that they will see what we all see, which is a travesty of justice. Let's just remember, I'm sitting in front of the Children's Hospital in Los Angeles. And the reason I'm doing that is to remind everyone that Amber Heard stiffed the Children's Hospital, sick and dying children. She said she was going to be giving them $3.5 million of her divorce settlement. And Johnny wrote a check for $100,000 and that's all they got. So I'm reminding you today that if anything, we know that she lied about giving money to sick and dying children. If you can lie about that, you will lie about anything. And that's the way I see it. You will lie about anything. Yes, mega pints for all. What's everybody drinking today? What's everybody got? I know it's afternoon and evening in some places around the world because this has truly become an international show. Don't forget to like and subscribe on YouTube and share on Facebook. I forgot to do that, by the way. I'm so dumb. And don't forget to check out the merch store because we've got Isn't Happy Hour Any Hour merchandise for you. There are t-shirts, there are mugs. Oh, she's wearing a skirt today, and it's actually not the long one, it's the shorter one. She's showing off a little leg with the North Korean dictator jacket, the Kim Jong-un look. She kind of looks like Kim Jong-il's or Un's sister. Is it Il or Un? I don't remember. There are two, the father and the son, and I can't remember their names. But you know who I'm talking about. The little fat-faced fella in North Korea that kills people for no reason. That guy, you know. All right, we've got a lot of coffee and a Pepsi Zero. We've got, what else? Cuppa in your new mug. Awesome. American Gal says you think she looks ridiculous. I kind of like her hair, though. I got to tell you, it's better for her to wear her hair up. Did she fake leg bruises for today? I didn't see any. But then again, when it's Amber Heard and she says she has bruises, they're usually invisible to the naked eye. So don't put it past her to claim that she has some there. Who's the lady sitting after Johnny's team with the brown hair? The one that's Camille. What is her last name? It's Gonzalez. Is it Gonzalez? I know it's a Hispanic last name. Hold on. Let me look it up so I don't want to say it wrong. Camille Vasquez. It's Camille Vasquez. She is going to be doing the cross. She's sitting in that seat right there because that's where the lawyer who's like on duty sits when she's going to be objecting. I got to get into you know what I'm going to do while I'm sitting here? I'm going to create a new t-shirt and it's going to say objection hearsay. That'll be fun. And I really appreciate your support for the merch store, you guys. You guys have really been killing it. You're loving the Johnny merchandise, and I'm so excited for that. So don't forget to check it out. The link is in the description of this video, but I will drop it in the chat as well. Isn't happy hour any hour? Also, I have these: keep calm and sue everyone. That's my motto. I have Make Americans Friends Again. We have the Isn't Happy Hour Any Hour t-shirts and mugs and glasses and stickers. There's all kinds of stuff. So check it out because it supports the channel, supports the show, and I'll drop the link in the chat for you. Alrighty, let's see. Is Johnny there? Oh yeah, he's there. He's wearing gray today. No, there's no audio yet. They don't turn on the audio in the stream until usually until the jury comes in. Here they come.
For the Fairfax County is now in session. Young Mayor Parody presiding. Please be seated.
Here we
Good
go.
morning. All right. Do we have any preliminary matters before the jury comes out? Sure.
All right. They kill the microphones when they're huddling with the judge. Just so you know, for some reason, StreamYard kills my camera while I'm sharing the screen. So I may have to turn my camera off because you're going to see that I'm not syncing up to my volume. It's really a pain in the ass. I don't know why they keep doing this. Everybody is reporting the same problems, that sharing the screen is killing the camera. There's nothing I can do about it. Sorry. Why is my motto sue everyone? Oh, well, that is my motto because, you know, when I write about a lot of politics and political stuff. And one of the things that I cover a lot are the gender nonsense that's going on being pushed on children in schools by teachers and people who aren't children's parents, you know, teaching them these things about these beliefs about sexuality and gender that are so crazy. And one of the things that you can do as an American when the government is violating your civil rights, violating your rights to be a parent, violating your rights to free speech, to practice your religion, because, you know, that's like forcing a Muslim kid to eat bacon. You can sue them and you can win. And my motto is keep calm and sue everyone. Because suing is the way that we redress grievances in America. It's your right. This is, you know, I don't know if any of you know this, but in the Constitution, it says that we have a right to redress our grievances. Well, that doesn't mean just going down to the city hall and complaining to the mayor what's wrong. It also means bringing a lawsuit. That is a literal grievance that's written out on paper to sue the government. You have the right to sue the government when they violate your constitutional rights. And that's how we get justice in this country. So I'm a strong believer in the process of suing the government when the government oversteps its bounds. It's the only way to keep them in check for the most part. So I do like her hair today. Also, though, I don't understand why she continues to put that very, very dark bruising kind of contour on those cheek implants. And I have studied her face from when she was young to now, and those are not her cheeks, man. She was not born with those cheekbones like that. She looks like Maleficent, like she has prosthetics, and they are prosthetics. They just put them underneath her skin. She looks strange. Is her buttons are undone. Do you guys see that the buttons, the only one that's done is the one by her neck? Or no, they're all undone. What's going on here? It looks odd to me. No, she totally has cheek implants. She totally has them. Look. Those are not that's not a normal face. No. Not a normal face in any way. And that's not makeup. That is like Maleficent. In fact, I'm going to find a picture of Maleficent so you can see what I'm talking about. This is exactly what she looks like. And I don't know why anybody told her that looked good. It doesn't look good at all. Oh my God, this is so funny. This is exactly what she looks like. Hold on, I gotta upload it so you guys can see. On Angelina, they put prosthetics on her face, but in Amber, they just put them under her skin, and it's just bizarre. I don't know why anyone would do this. It is a very bizarre thing to have. Oops, I hit the wrong button. Here we go. All right. There are 2 pictures here of Angelina. Oh, I've got too many files. Now I have to delete some. But yeah, I don't know how anybody thinks that looks good. It does not look good. Hold on. Here's Angelina. See? See a similarity?
Okay, are we ready for the jury then?
Yes.
Okay, great.
You guys, everybody keeps asking me this. No, I don't think she was snorting cocaine on the stand. I think if anything, it was Vicks trying something to make her cry. I do not think anyone has the balls to do a cocaine bump on the stand. I just don't. I think that it's highly unlikely. I mean, I can't rule it out, but no, I think it was a Vicks stick. Yeah, I definitely think she was inhaling something, American Gal. Yeah, but I think it was like a Vicks, something to make her eyes water. It didn't really work because I never saw a tear. Yeah, she reminds you of a witch. Yes, she does. This one. This is the one she reminds you of. Look at the cheekbones. Oh no, the stream is doing that, not me. Oh God, if this thing goes out, I'm going to be
Thank
so
you. Good morning,
mad.
ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being so punctual this morning. I appreciate it for the early start. All right. Just a reminder, Ms. Hurt, you're still under oath, okay? All right. Next question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If the stream keeps
Amber,
buffering.
when did the first act of physical violence by Mr. Depp occur?
Objection asked and answered.
No, overruled.
It would have been early 2012.
And how did you determine this?
I reviewed my therapist's Objection,
notes.
hearsay.
She hasn't even answered it, Your Honor.
All right, I'll allow the answer.
I reviewed my
good.
therapist's notes. Objection,
All right,
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, but it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's explaining what
We're
she looked
fighting
at.
right
I'll
out of the
sustain the
gate.
objection.
Okay. When did you earlier believe the first act of physical violence occurred?
Well, I had always believed up until recently that it had started later, that the violence started around early 2013, not early 2012.
Now, you testified earlier that the first act of physical violence by Mr. Depp related to the Winona Wino tattoo. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Okay. Does that change your testimony, realizing that this is earlier? Was this in fact still the first act?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What was the first act?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
How do you remember the first act of violence?
Well, you never forget it. That's how I remember it. It changes your life forever. You never forget the first time someone hits you like that. I just had the date wrong.
And how is it that you think you got the date wrong?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I'm embarrassed to say, I think I would have liked to have believed that the period of time in which I had to fall in love with Johnny, in which we fell in love and he was sober and he wasn't violent to me, lasted for a lot longer than it did. I think I would have liked to have believed that I wasn't hit so early in the relationship and still stayed. He was also sober for a period in 2012, which was a peaceful time for us, in which we fell in love. So I had kind of allowed myself, I guess, to forget that the beginning of that period, 2012, before he got sober, was really violent and chaotic as well. I'm embarrassed to say that.
Now, you testified that the police were called multiple times. Other than the May 21, 2016 What other occasions were there where the police were called?
They were called in December of 2011. They were called in 2012. They were called in 2013 in March by the landlord. I had sought advice from Laurel Anderson as to whether I should call the police.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
Okay. When you filed the domestic violence temporary restraining order, how many acts of abuse did you allege at that time?
I gave the last couple, I believe, last two incidents, maybe three.
And why didn't you tell of all the acts of abuse at that time?
I was following advice from my counsel.
Okay. How many instances of abuse were included in the UK trial?
There were 14 acts of physical abuse and violence and 3 acts of sexual abuse.
And why were those 17 included in the UK trial?
Well, I was not a party, a direct party. I was a witness, so it was whatever their counsel, the Sun counsel chose.
Okay. When is the first time you were called upon to provide a detailed accounting of as many times as you could recall of physical and sexual abuse by Mr. Depp?
Objection, hearsay.
That's not hearsay, Your Honor. I'm asking her when she was called upon to do so.
Well, the objection is hearsay.
Right, but it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, and it's just asking for date.
All right, overruled.
Thank you.
A few months ago, February in 2022, this year, was the first time I was asked to do so, other than cold in a deposition.
Okay. And when you were asked to provide those, what did you do to be able to prepare that accounting, that full accounting?
Well, I had the benefit of my therapist.
Objection, hearsay.
So, Your Honor, she's not saying what the therapist said. I'm just asking.
I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I looked at my therapist notes. I had the benefit of those notes, which we had received in February, as well as I reviewed calendars, photos, text messages, my journals, my diaries, of which there were many. I put all of those together. It took a lot of time to be able to, adequately refresh my recollection and fill in the details over the course of the 5 years we were together.
And what did you do when you put that all together?
I kind of filled in and collected all of these various pieces of information and gave a fuller account as best I could for each incidents of violence that I had record of. I think it was called an interrogatory.
In this case?
In this case.
All right.
Excuse
Did
me.
you sign that under oath?
I did.
Okay. And it was provided to counsel for Mr. Depp?
It was.
Okay. And was it a pretty lengthy document?
It was far too long.
And how is it that you didn't just remember all of those events like this?
That's not how your memory or my memory works. We were together for 5 years, almost 4.5. And it was a very violent, chaotic, at times very loving, emotional relationship. So as anyone can imagine, there was a lot going on. And unfortunately, the violence became almost normal, especially towards the end. It was just, it's hard to say that now, but the violence was almost normal. And, your brain does with trauma what it does, puts it away best you can. So frankly, I was shocked to see a lot of the information presented to me through my therapist notes, because she was taking them in real time.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain her objection.
Okay, we'll move past what the therapist said in her notes. Okay. Now, there's one more. You also provided a declaration in this case early on. Do you recall that, trying to move the case to California?
Yes, there was a declaration in 2019.
All right. And did you describe some of the events of violence in that declaration?
Objection, leading.
What, if anything, was said about violent acts in that declaration?
I was taking the advice of my counsel. We had it was to get it moved, I believe.
Okay. And was there, did you include all of them?
No.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Thank you.
No, I did not include all of the incidents of violence. That was not the point of making this declaration. We were making this declaration in effort to move it to California because as hard as it is to go through this sort of trial as it is, it's even harder to do so in a place that neither Johnny nor I are connected to.
Okay. Now, you testified earlier about guitars, and you said you've never played a guitar. Have you ever played a guitar player in a movie?
You could say I posed with a guitar. It turns out I am an unteachable.
Okay. I'm going to take you to the tape recordings. Why did you and Mr. Depp start taping each other?
Well, at first it was meant to be a way to get to the heart of some of our communication issues in order to discover in a therapeutic fashion kind of what was some of our issues in our communication.
Okay. Now, we heard an audio tape earlier during this trial in which you said the word couch repeatedly. Can you please explain to the jury what that meant?
Yes. Couch was a word that we had been given, that we decided upon, rather.
Objection hearsay.
Just tell us what Mr. Depp said about this.
That it was a safe word. It was meant to be a safe word, like a word like truce, where you put down the proverbial guns and you say, truce, we're not fighting anymore. Couch was supposed to be a word that you used, or that we used as a truce. I don't want to fight anymore. You win. Let's stop this. That was the mention of couch, which you heard earlier in a recording.
Now, what, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. Depp about threatening to divorce each other or threatening to leave?
Objection calls for hearsay to the
I'm
extent
asking
it
for-
calls for misheard statements.
I'm asking for discussions with Mr. Depp.
It's still her.
Just tell us what Mr. Depp said. Don't tell us what you said.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. So what did Mr. Depp say in your discussions about the use of the term threatening to divorce or threatening to leave each other?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Well, Johnny would always say the only way out of this was death. But in fights, in particularly heated ones, we had found, we were using divorce in the fight, in some of our heated fights. We tried not to, but that kind of deteriorated after the December incident that I got beat up pretty badly. And after that point, it was used a lot more often.
Okay. Now, March 26, 2015, this is after the first Australia trip and after the staircase incident. I'm going to ask, Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 371A? This is a tape recording, and it's going to be at 1 minute, 1:01 to 2:29.
Could you say that times again?
Yes, it's 1:01 to 2:29. And if we could, I don't know whether you had turned up that volume. I know it's hard to hear these.
Is this in evidence already?
I'm moving it into evidence, Your Honor, but these are the tape recordings between the two, which I think we had agreed.
Is there any objection to 371A?
Your Honor, if you just give me a moment to confirm there's no other voices.
Plaintiffs. Yes, that's right. Based on evidence.
It's not in evidence, Your Honor, so could you please confirm that there are no other voices?
I will confirm that.
Okay, all right.
And it's Depp's exhibit.
Right.
Mr. Depp's exhibit.
Plaintiffs 371A then, any objection?
No objection.
Okay, 371A in evidence. Thank you.
And we may need to, Sammy, if I could just, if you listen, and we may need to turn that volume up. Sometimes your control is a little bit better than what we have, Max.
I see somebody who's changing always into different versions of a person that I recognize for a brief moment, and then he slips away and he disappears. And then I get a different version of him. I get the insecure, scared version of him that lashes out in a different medium every time. So if it's Adderall junkie Johnny, then he's abusive and he's a bully and he's a tyrant and he's mean, he's reactionary and he's incendiary, and anything I do and say is cause for violence or anger. If I speak to him honestly, bluntly from the heart, I'm yelling at him. If I argue back with him, then I'm abusive. If I don't say anything, then I am dismissive or absent or what's wrong or someone else. If I engage with him, I'm part of the problem. I'm yelling, I'm mean. If I don't engage with him, then I'm part of the problem. No matter what I do, I'm fucked. Because if I look at him the wrong way, he's a problem. If I say the wrong thing, God knows what it is. I'm the problem. I'm the problem. Either way. That's the guy who's on a bunch of fucking speed.
What did you mean when you were saying that to Mr. Depp?
That no matter, my perception was that no matter what I did, no matter what I did to de-escalate, walk away from him, to confront him, to try to, nothing I did made a difference. Nothing I did changed his rage at me. Nothing I did changed the violence towards me. Nothing I did calmed him down. And I was constantly doing a juggling act of what kind of version of Johnny I was dealing with. There were different versions of him, and they were drastically different from one another. And even more so than them being different from one another, they didn't even sometimes remember what the other version did or said. They acted almost like independent versions of this person, depending on what combination of drugs and alcohol he was on. That's what I was trying to express to him. It's just the futility of me responding and successfully, and the futility of trying to constantly negotiate with him and the substances he was on at the time.
I'm going to take you to April 15, 2015, the premiere of When I Live My Life Over Again. What, if anything, did you do for that premiere?
I believe that premiere was in New York City. It was a small independent film I shot. I went back to New York to attend the premiere.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 421, please? Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed in this picture?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 421.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 421 in evidence.
May we publish to the jury? Thank you. Amber, could you please describe for the jury what this picture is?
That is a picture of me a few months, I believe this is April of 2015, so it's a few months after the March incident that happened in Australia, early March, in which Johnny held me down on the countertops and my arms were cut on the glass and in that attack.
And if we could draw attention to your arm there, are those scars? What are those? Please describe for the jury what those are.
Those are scars that I obtained while Johnny was strangling me and assaulting me on the countertop in Australia.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 423, please?
This is going to be the scratches on her arm that Ben King, the butler, said he saw on
And
her
does this
and
accurately
believed were
portray the scene
uniform.
shown?
And Dr.
Yes, that's
Hold on a second. I'm going to
What's
move
his
the
name, Dr.
admission of
Kipper?
Defendants 423,
said
please.
he believed were
No objection.
self-inflicted.
423 in evidence.
Thank you.
Publish.
May we publish? All right, and please describe to the jury what this shows.
We've already seen these.
It is a picture of me on a red carpet. You can see
Holding
my
up
scars.
holding up her arm to
even though I
people,
have
to the
makeup on
cameras.
them, they're a bit harder to
Look at
cover
her. Look at her.
because they're
You get
rather
those?
fresh.
Now, after this, in April of 2015, you returned to Australia with Mr. Depp, did you not?
Make sure the
Objection,
cameraman
lady.
gets the cuts.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Yes, we did.
Okay, and tell the jury about that trip.
Well, after Johnny was able to get clean off of the coke and the other drugs enough to get the hand surgery he needed, there commenced a period of time of sobriety for Johnny. His doctor had fired him and then came on when Johnny agreed to get clean.
Objection, hearsay, non-responsive.
Don't say what, I mean, we've already had, Your Honor, we've already had the testimony from Dr. Kipper, but don't say what Dr. Kipper did. Just tell the other part. Just don't say what somebody else said. Okay?
So
Dr.
there
Kipper
was
didn't
this
believe her.
period of sobriety after that, and Johnny was very to being clean and sober, and I thought we had finally done it. We finally did it. We were through it, and we were never going back, meaning he was going to be clean and sober for good this time. And we had a wonderful period of, we fell back in love, or deeper in love than we were before. It seemed things were so good. We were talking about a future again. We were talking about having kids. I mean, when Johnny wasn't using it, was so peaceful.
Thank God they didn't have
good time
kids.
together. We went back to Australia.
Thank
like that,
God,
in
Johnny.
that state, and had a few months. We even had my parents come and visit us in Australia, and we were talking about babies and about buying a farm and, about looking for homes in California. And we were in a really beautiful, peaceful period. It was wonderful. It was wonderful.
Now, did you stay at the same place that you did the earlier time in Australia?
We went back to a very remodeled version of that home. Very cleaned up version of that home. Same walls, same structure, but looked a bit different, as you can imagine.
How did you feel going back to that home, given what had happened in early March?
The home isn't the problem. If you're living in domestic violence, you don't just not go home. You don't just not go into the kitchen just because you were slapped in that kitchen. People living in domestic violence live in their homes. That's almost, the home isn't the problem. That's the normal part of your home. And for me, Johnny was my home. Where we were a couple was my home. And that home was often really violent, but it wasn't the structure itself. It was Johnny. And when we went back to Australia, that home, Johnny, was in a completely different, he had done a complete 180, clean, sober, present, calm. We were peaceful. I mean, any of the gripes and the problems that he seemed to have about me went away when he was sober. And so we managed to go back to that same house, but in a very different way. It felt very different.
June 16, 2015, the Magic Mike tour. Where did you go for that tour?
Magic Mike.
While I was in Australia, I got the call for that press tour and went to Europe for the press tour for that movie. And, I was nervous because problems arise when I'm having to work when I leave.
Objection, non-responsive.
That was still responsive.
Well, sustained objection. Next question.
Michelle, can you please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 447? I'm going to ask you first, does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Your Honor, remove the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 447.
No objection.
447 in evidence. You can publish.
Thank you. And Michelle, if you could zoom in just a little bit closer. Amber, could you tell the jury about this picture?
Yes, that's me on the red carpet promoting the Magic Mike movie I was in. You can see the scars on my body, on my arms.
Okay.
You can't see everything, of course, but.
Okay. And Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 449? And Amber, does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I remove the admission of Defendant's 449.
No
All
objection.
right, 449 in evidence. Published.
And Amber, could you please describe to the jury what this portrays?
This is, you can see the scars on my arm from that attack. Also around this time.
Again, holding her arm up to
John
the
was calling
cameras.
me on the phone before and after, while I was doing these press events, and sometimes I would be on the phone with him, kind of managing accusations about why I didn't pick up sooner, didn't text back sooner, and sometimes I actually on this tour many times had to
very
get out of the
tiny
car or
on the
Objection,
right
unresponsive.
I'll ask that. How did Mr. Depp react to your going on this press tour?
He was very upset with me. I just remember crying on the phone with him a lot and having to hang up to go do press events.
All right, thank you. Now, I'm going to take you to the Southeast Asia train trip. That was your honeymoon trip, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and that was July 25, 2015?
Yes,
Yeah.
it was.
Okay. Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162. It's already into evidence.
Everybody in the chat room, yes, Cross is coming, but you have to wait until Elaine
Now,
is done.
Mr. McGivern testified that
She's
he
not
took
finished.
this picture in July of
She's gonna drag it
2013.
out.
Would you agree with that?
Objection, misstates prior testimony.
That's exactly what he testified to.
It was
It
Malcolm.
wasn't.
I have the transcript.
I don't know. Go ahead and ask your
It's
question.
Mr. McConnelly.
Is that correct?
I believe Malcolm Conley took this on the on the
Sidebar,
Orient
Camille.
Express.
Go
Malcolm
show her.
Connolly, not Travis McGivern?
I believe it was Malcolm on that trip with us. Yes,
Okay, and was it in 2013 or was it 2015?
it was in 2015,
Okay,
July.
and please describe, if you can, what transpired during this trip.
Well, the train trip itself was peaceful up until Johnny wanted to start drinking brown alcohol. He had already started drinking champagne when I returned from the press tour. That's what he was drinking, wine and champagne. When he wrapped on Pirates 5, the plan was for us to do this honeymoon. I was walking a bit on eggshells because I know a pattern, but I was not wanting to accept that we had gone back to a pattern at all. And so we were on this train, and on the last night we were on the train, after this was taken, this photo, Johnny and I got in an argument about him wanting to be allowed, meaning him wanting me to agree to him drinking liquor and being okay with it. And an argument followed that in the
But
in
she
our
can drink
sleeping
2
car.
bottles of wine a day, and that's fine.
Johnny slapped me across the face and held me up by got a hold of my neck and pushed me up against the wall of the cart. It was a small, narrow sleeper cart, and there were 2 beds, one on each side. He had me up against the wall while he was standing on the floor in between the beds, and I was on the bed, kind of half kneeling, half standing, trying to get his arms off my neck. And he was squeezing my neck against the railway car for what felt like a very long time. And every time he kind of would pull me away from the side of the car, he'd slam me up against the wall. And I remember looking down at him and trying to get his arms off of my neck. And I remember thinking that he could he could not even mean to kill me. I remember being scared that he wouldn't even mean to do it, and kind of looking down at him because I was slightly above him as he was standing on the ground, and kind of clawing at him, trying to get him to, his arms away from my neck. I remember I had at one point, he ripped the top of my shirt. I don't really remember what it was, but I remember I had a breast exposed. At some point, I pull at his lapel of his shirt, and he rips the shirt off of him and wraps it around my neck. And that's how I woke up. The next morning, actually, I woke up with it still around my neck and with a giant knot in the back of my head.
Did you keep a diary at that time?
Yes, I did.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 461?
Objection, hearsay.
It is a diary, Your Honor, and I will just ask her some questions about it rather than trying to admit it into evidence at this point.
All right. I'll wait for the question. Go ahead.
She shouldn't allow this.
What if anything do you recall about recording what transpired on that?
She shouldn't be allowed this.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm just asking her whether she did. I'm
Get
not
her,
asking
Camille.
what she recorded.
All right, I'll allow it. Go ahead. Overrule.
Don't allow it. This judge.
I wrote about what happened that night the next morning.
Thank you. Now, did
And there's
Mr.
no way to
Depp
prove
suffer
that.
any injuries on that trip?
If it was an email she sent to herself,
Not that I
you'd
saw.
be
I have
able
a
to
lot of
prove it.
pictures from that trip.
Not a
And
journal.
he's uninjured.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down, Michelle. Thank you. Now,
It should be
I'm going
hearsay.
to keep you in July of 2015, and Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up
She could
Depp
have written that at any
Exhibit
time.
390A.
There is
It's a
no way to
recording.
prove that
And
diary
I'm going to be
entry was
asking
done.
about from 3:30 to 4:12. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor. It's another recording between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. There's nobody else in
It's
You
it.
can
plaintiffs. What
send
number was
yourself
it?
an
It's
email,
plaintiffs,
though.
it's 390A.
If she
Okay.
had sent herself an
Any
email
objection to
and it was
390A?
dated and
Um,
time-stamped, that would have
I'm
worked.
sorry, Your Honor.
Okay.
But she didn't do that. She made a handwritten journal.
May we
There's
approach?
no way to
Okay.
prove that. Okay, here goes Camille. She's approaching them. Oh, we have a couple of seconds here. Stephanie, I know you're in the chat. You want to jump in here, if you want to jump in here and give your opinion. Let me go back to some of your stuff. This judge is driving me crazy, by the way. One of you made a comment earlier that Elaine always argues with the judge. She does it because it works with this judge. If you push back against this judge, she rules with you.
Any objection then?
So
No
Johnny's
objection.
team
All right,
has to do
390A
that
in
every single
evidence.
time. They have to fight with the judge. Drives me nuts. Sean's not going to be with us today, unfortunately. He had the nerve to take a
It's fine.
vacation.
It's secretive. It's deceitful. You already you had trouble with me before when you said to me that you didn't feel like you were told when I was recording you. So please stop.
You didn't.
Please stop.
You did not.
Please stop.
Fucking acknowledge what I'm saying before you keep making demands. You are not a school
Okay.
teacher. Shut
Okay.
the fuck up.
Don't
Listen
shut
to me, and then you can fucking respond. Understand? You ain't nobody's fucking mom. You ain't no school teacher. Don't fucking pretend to be authoritative with me.
Okay, fine.
You don't exist.
Leave it on.
What were you discussing in that call?
We were discussing whether or not it was all right to record each other without the other's permission. And Johnny said it didn't matter anymore, the requirement of that permission from me. I was trying to say, hey, we agreed.
Okay. Let's go to August 2015. Please describe your relationship with Mr. Depp in that time frame.
You said August?
August 2015.
August 2015 was a very difficult time. Following the brief honeymoon we had, Johnny's use continued, well, started again is a better way to describe it. And lo and behold, so did our disagreements, coincidentally, not coincidentally. I got an offer to do a job, which was already a problem or problematic. I was considering working on a TV series that had James Franco in it. I was asked if I would meet with the people who are making the show.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Overruled.
Thank you.
And so I was considering taking that job. And there was a possibility it would require brief nudity, which I knew I would have to negotiate down. But obviously that was a problem for Johnny. Didn't want me to do that. Didn't want me to work. And frankly, I needed to. And there was another film I had coming out that I had previously shot. It's called London Fields. It was a source of a lot of fighting between us because of the sexuality in the role. It was a constant negotiation between myself and the filmmakers. They made a film, and Johnny told me that he had heard about it, was unhappy with some of what he had heard. He was unhappy with me having done a sex scene in it that he claimed I didn't tell him about. I did not actually film the scene he was speaking of. He demanded that we watch a screener of it, which is a version of the film before it's released. We got one sent to where we were at the time, Johnny's Chateau in France. It's in a remote part of France. And once again, we're in this remote place and we're screening this film that I appeared in. And there was a sex scene in that movie that started before Johnny freaked out because it looked like me. They had used a body double. Unbeknownst to me, without my permission, they used a body double to do a sex scene. So I have an incredibly jealous man who already is upset with me for breaking the rule that
Stephanie,
I had a sex
read the
scene.
comment on the screen.
On top of that, I'm telling him it wasn't me. I didn't shoot that scene. And you can imagine how upset he was. He was irate and was calling me a liar, a whore, among other things. And we had that combined with the fact that I had even entertained doing this job that involved James Franco was a pressure cooker. I called it a week of hell later.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Johnny at one point slapped me in the face in our bedroom in the chateau that we were staying in. At another moment, he punched me across the jaw. At one point,
Can we see the pictures of that?
he kind of either pushed or threw. It's hard to describe to you which of those two it is because I can't tell you. I just know I went flying into this old church furniture. I later thought I had a concussion. It was the first time I thought I had sustained a concussion. And I wrote about it later.
Now, did there come a time in this time frame that you found a folder?
I can't hear you,
Mr.
Steph.
Depp's computer?
No medical records.
What was labeled?
Yeah, no medical
It
reports.
was on Johnny's open desktop. It said "No fun for JD" in all caps.
And what was in that folder?
It was a collection of pictures of me from various red carpets, starting on the press tours that I had been on, where I zoomed in pictures of what he thought was, like inappropriate clothing, side boob, cleavage, anytime I moved.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right. I'll sustain as to what she believes it was.
Okay.
But put your boobs away.
What pictures were in that folder that we have seen today?
The ones I saw of the kind of rose gold dress and the red dress were both in that file.
Now, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you or ask you about how you got those cuts on your arms?
Nothing.
What, if anything, has Mr. Depp ever said to you or asked you about any injuries that you've sustained over those years?
Johnny's obviously never asked me
Ma'am, this
how
is
I
a
got any of
Wendy's.
those scars.
Please put your boobs away.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp self-injuring himself?
Often. He did that often.
Please tell the jury about that. What did he do?
I first started, I can't tell you what I told my therapist, but I almost called 911 in New York in 2014, August of 2014, I believe, because I thought he had done himself an injury. He often in fights would cut his arms or hold a knife to his chest or draw blood superficially at first, but later, like in 2016, especially as our relationship was ending. He also put cigarettes out on himself. He'd flick them at me and once or twice tried to put one out on me, but mostly he would do it while screaming at me. He once did it right in front of me, screaming at my face as he put the cigarette out on his cheek.
Who believes that
Now,
someone
I'm going to
put
take
a
you to
cigarette
September
out on his own face?
15,
He's
2015. And Michelle, if we can bring up
No
Depp
one's
exhibit,
gonna
that's
believe
plaintiff's exhibit 345A. This is another audio recording,
I'm
and
so
it's
crazy. I'm gonna put a cigarette out of my own
5:54
face.
to 7:55. I'd like to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Watching this, I just want to come back for the cross.
No objection.
All right, 345A in evidence. Thank you.
I know. It's
Play,
terrible.
Michelle, please.
It's so bad.
I know, but I have
Well, he's gonna
questions.
pour you one.
There are
Alcohol.
questions for you.
Sure.
All right.
I don't have control over how much you drink. But you don't have any control over whether I tell you the truth or not. Have you changed lately? Yeah, you've changed.
Well, your truth is really interesting too.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm the first
Give me a
person
glass
that's
of wine,
noticed.
please, so I can go downstairs.
Okay. Yes. Your escape route. I see.
Not escaping. You got the
Oh, of course. 15 minutes, just like last time.
15.
Just like last time. When I had to pull you out of the bathroom. Well, when you passed out naked in the bathroom in there.
Did you pull me out?
You tried to.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, did you get inside?
It didn't get inside.
Well, I just tried to pull me
By
out.
pounding on the door and waking you up every 15 minutes and then falling asleep next to the door so I could hear you snore in case if you vomited, I could call EMS if you ever stopped snoring.
Because you
Because if
thought
I
I was gonna die.
I thought you would choke on your own vomit, which is very likely with you.
Really?
Yes, very likely.
But I found out a lot.
Yes.
What?
Yes, you do vomit a lot in your sleep.
Really?
Oh, it's news to you? Then this is affecting you a lot more than I thought it was.
You would know if you vomited in your sleep.
I hope so.
What, you don't vomit a lot? Are you telling me that you don't vomit? You're honest with me.
It does seem like she's coached, and she seems like they discussed what she got wrong in the first part of her testimony, which was totally against the rules. They were not supposed to talk to her in the middle of her testimony.
Please
Not supposed to do
explain to the
that.
jury what the issue was in this
But I
particular
figured with the
tape
10-minute
recording.
break, they would.
Well, Johnny at the time was wanting to go and drink downstairs at a bar, and we were talking about 15 minutes because the last several times he had done that, it had been days. He'd disappear on a bender, get really sick, and you know the drill by now, having heard enough from me. So another issue that we were having at the time, or that he was having at the time, that affected me is that he would pass out and vomit, and vomited very, very regularly at this stage. He was obviously drinking again. I'd given up fighting with him on that at that stage. And what I had a habit of doing is turning him over onto his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit. It's very common for people who do that to asphyxiate. At least that's what I understood. So The advice I got was to turn him to his side, put a pillow underneath his back, and turn his head so that he didn't asphyxiate. And one time I was doing that, and he swung at me, and I told medical. And the advice, after I got their advice, I realized I can't say what the advice was, but after I got that advice, I stopped doing that. I tried to, as much as I could, leave him and just be ready to call 911 or help if I heard him choking. And sometimes
Nurse
that happened
Amber
behind
is
bathroom
back
doors.
on the stand. Nurse Amber.
Well,
It's
and that's
Nurse
going to take
Amber.
me to September 27, 2015. Again, Depp, that's plaintiff's exhibit 356A, and the recording is 3107 to 3230. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, 356A in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, thank you.
Lie.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing, and you
figured
in
it
the face, and you said, "No, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about?" And I watched you lie, and then
I
I
didn't punch you,
and
by
then
the way. I'm sorry that I didn't
You
hit
punched
you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of fights been around a long time. No. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a closed
You
fist.
get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you.
You can't
I don't know
deck
what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are your toes?
What am I supposed to do? Do this?
How are your
I'm not
toes?
sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are.
Oh,
That's the difference.
How are your
You're a
toes?
fucking baby.
Because you start physical fights.
You're a baby.
Because
Grow
you-
the fuck up.
Because you start
Joey.
physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had to get the
Because-
fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You're admirable. Every single time. What's your excuse when there's not a physical fight? Then what's the excuse then? You're still being admirable, right? Just by running away.
Amber, please explain to the jury what's transpiring in that audio recording, what that's about.
Well, there's two different situations that we're referencing in this fight, two different altercations between Johnny and I involving the door. The first of which we first start talking about, where I'm talking about hitting him, I am talking about what that conversation is about the disparity. The disparity between Johnny and I in our physical fights, the disparity of how he would proactively punch me and I would have to resort to reactively hitting him. I am talking about the difference between a punch, which Johnny did often, and me having to hit him in my defense. I know the difference between those two, and I'm highlighting the difference between those two. Even if he wasn't twice my size, they're very different, and that's what I'm pointing out to him.
This is crazy.
The situation that involved, the context of that is, it happened in our bedroom up in Penthouse 3. You've heard us talk about that place. And I was trying to shut a door, our bedroom door, actually. I was trying to barricade myself behind this door, and Johnny was trying to get through the door. He was using his body and his limbs to try to bust through the door as I was trying to keep it closed, because I knew what he would do to me when he got to me on the other side. And I was hitting his arms, his body, as he was trying to prevent me from closing the door. And that is a separate incident that we later talk about in the second half of that recording, where we're talking about my toes. That involved a different incident.
I'm lost. So is the jury.
Which was a bathroom door, and it was one of those ones that he was passing out in. And I could hear him passing out, or what it sounded like to me behind a closed door is passing out. I heard a thud. I heard a lot of commotion. I heard a glass break. And I hear what sounds like his body falling against the bathroom door. I open it to check on him, as I was accustomed to doing at that time. Johnny violently reacted to me opening the door, pushed it against me. It ran up over my toes, and he angrily came around the side of the door, swinging at me. I naturally pushed the door off of my feet, responding to the pain and also to the awareness, the knowledge that he was coming for me. Johnny later later he blamed me in his inability to understand what happened, in that he was not in his right mind, and he misunderstood that interaction and tried to blame me for starting a physical fight between us. And he even later went so far as to say, I wasn't even going to hit you. And that was the second door. I only could respond by trying to take accountability for my actions in it, what he understood my actions were, and my interpretation. And what I'm trying to say to him is, look, I can only do my best to respond. I was in pain, I was scared, and I can't promise you that when I'm scared and in pain, I won't react thinking I know very well what our situation is and what's going to happen to me should I not react.
In that conversation.
Thank you. So
what a joke.
I'm going to play another clip from that
This
same
is not believable
discussion.
in any way.
And Your Honor, would be plaintiff's exhibit Depp's 356B, we'll call that, and it would be
Put your
from
questions for
1:29:27
Stephanie in the chat. I will star them, and when there's a break, we will talk
to
about them.
1:30:07. And I'd like to move the admission.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 356.
All right,
without any more coffee.
Go
I'll
get
be
your
back.
coffee.
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. Promise you. I'm not gonna throw around divorce. I will not say divorce unless I really mean it. Unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to. And me too. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it. You know, and I think honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Please explain to the jury what was going on in that part of the discussion.
That's the same conversation where I am, as I was accustomed to doing, I'm taking as much responsibility as I had to in those interactions. I have to, you know, in my relationship with Johnny, and as you have to, and somebody will not and cannot take any accountability for anything they do in a fight, as Johnny couldn't and wouldn't. I took on as much as I could for myself. You know, I had the whole relationship been blamed for everything, for his drinking, for him hitting me, for everything in between, blamed for walking away, blamed for staying. And I blame myself as well. Blame myself for my part in it, blame myself for staying, blame myself for putting up with it. And frankly, at a certain point, it's easier to take the blame, feels easier. It almost feels better to take the blame for something than to accept the senseless nature of the violence you can't change. You know, it's almost more reassuring to take accountability for it than to accept the senseless nature of the violence that you can't change no matter what you do, no matter what I did. No matter what I did, still hit me.
I'm now going to take you to October 5, 2015.
Alex is
and
in
Your Honor, plaintiff's
Alex has
exhibit,
joined the
Depp's
stream.
exhibit 393A.
Welcome,
Another
Alex.
recording 2:40 to 3:43.
It's family day.
Move the admission.
Hi, Steph.
No objection.
All right, 393A, plaintiffs in evidence.
The matter is, Johnny, they don't know. None of your friends, whether they saw a tiny fraction. That was the tip of an iceberg. A tip of an iceberg. That was my reaction to, yet again, this happening. That is the tip of the iceberg. And if you want to use that as some sort of like mental excuse or validation of whatever, of telling your friends or whatever they think, or whatever they think about me or whatever, fine. But they only saw a tip of an iceberg. None of your friends
Let me ask you a
and none
question.
of this team have actually been there for one of our fights. They've never actually seen. Really? Have they been in the hallway? Yeah. Have they seen? Baby, that is absolutely not true. They have not heard everything.
Nathan could fucking quote us.
Great, he can quote a part of it, but he has not been there. No one has actually been there for a fight in its entirety.
No, how could they?
No, exactly. So stop using that as some sort of excuse like this. They know they work for you or they're your friends.
Please explain to the jury what you were discussing in that conversation.
Johnny would often use the fact that his, paid employees, his loyal staff would back him up in fights, and that he would constantly threaten to call them in to validate him. They threatened to call them to come into the room to have them back up him and
His
say
entire
that
staff
it was,
are felons.
that my yelling or that I'm at fault, that I'm in the wrong, that it's all me. And he would do that in almost all of our fights, especially by 2015, that he would call his friends and he'd call his staff in to back him up. So that I knew and would accept that I'm at fault and that I'm wrong. And that was, what I had to agree to over and over again, just to even hope that we could have a conversation at some point in a more therapeutic sense so we could move the conversation along. That was his MO, if you will. He'd call people that work for him to back him up.
I'm going to take you to Thanksgiving 2015. Could you please just tell the jury, and we'll go through this one relatively briefly, but tell the jury about Thanksgiving and any altercations you had with Mr. Depp on that occasion.
Thanksgiving 2015, we had friends over. Johnny had Marilyn Manson over, and I had a few of my friends over. We had a son over, and maybe my father. I'm not entirely sure how long he was there. We had dinner together. Johnny was disappearing with Manson, doing coke.
Objection, calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
How do you know he was disappearing with Mr. Manson with coke?
That's what I knew of their relationship at the time. And he
Objection, calls for
disappearing every
speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right.
So
Please continue with the
he
rest
got up for a longer period of time, not the normal every 5 minutes to go to the bathroom kind, but like he just appeared for a longer period of time. And at this stage, I was really dependent on recognizing the patterns of what he was. I was reliant on trying to figure out what he was on, what combination he was on, so I knew how to deal with him. It was incumbent, on me because it affected my safety. Dealing with somebody who was really high, dealing with Johnny high on coke and speed, meaning Adderall or some version of that, is different from the opiate Johnny, which is different from the booze Johnny, or a different combination. And there was talk of Quaaludes at the time, and Johnny was trying to get it from.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection.
So I was.
Please continue.
So I wanted to know what I was dealing with. It was important to my safety to know
Objection, non-responsive.
I think
that's why I followed him.
All right,
Your Honor.
So what did you do next?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What did you do next?
I went upstairs to the apartment, the main apartment, not the apartment that we were celebrating Thanksgiving in, to try to figure out what was going on. And we had an argument that took place downstairs, and I said something to provoke Johnny. I went up the stairs ahead of him to get back to the party. He grabbed me at the top of the stairs, kind of through the stairs actually, by my shirt. Kind of flung me a little bit, but I just remember I went into the bedroom, kind of retreated into the bedroom. I had a glass of wine in my hand at the time, which spilled everywhere and shattered. And I kind of retreated into the bedroom. Johnny came in after me, and there was this heavy, like vintage style glass decanter. He picked up the decanter
again with the weird small details.
At my head, my face. It missed, thankfully, but smashed into a piece of art behind me in the bedroom wall, above the bed. I got past him. I think there might have been a bit of shoving. I can't really recall and the sequence of when that happened, but I wanted to go back downstairs. And I passed my closet. I had to change my shirt. And I went back downstairs to the party to finish the evening out. And I put on a face, and we finished the evening with the guests, and then more fighting happened afterwards.
Okay, thank you. So we talked about December 15, 2015, last Thursday, and also the Bahamas over the holidays. But I did miss one picture. And Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 518? Amber, does that accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 518.
No objection.
All right, 518, defendants and evidence you can publish.
And this is from December 15, I believe. Could you just please tell the jury what this depicts?
Yes, it's a picture of my bruised temple. And Johnny had his hand on my on part of my face with my face down, and I was punching my head. I'm repeatedly punching my head. That's what caused that bruise in my temple.
Thank you. Now, we went through the Bahamas before, and you
tiny
returned
bruise
from
that
the
no one can
Bahamas
see.
sometime
From
late
a
December,
grown
early
man.
January.
Repeatedly punching her. Repeatedly
Yes.
punching.
I'm going to take you to January, February
Wearing
of
rings.
2016. Can you please describe to the jury what was going on with you and Johnny in this January timeframe after this December 15 and the Bahamas incidents?
After the Bahamas, Johnny's sobriety fell apart. There was just none of it. It was, so he stopped communicating with the medical team that he had hired.
Objection calls for speculation.
How do you know that?
I was there. They fired him.
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Without telling what the medical people did, go ahead and tell what was going on with you and Johnny.
Yeah, his mental health, for lack of what it looked like, his mental health was just falling apart. It's what it looked like.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What did you observe that led you to believe that his mental health was falling apart?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
She can say what she
Leading.
observed.
I'll sustain the objection as to leading. Next question.
What, if anything, did you observe about Mr. Depp's state?
He was hallucinating, auditory.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Please tell the jury exactly what he was doing that led you to believe he was hallucinating.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, was Mr. Depp doing that would have led you to believe he was hallucinating?
Same objection.
Sustained.
Please describe what Mr. Depp was saying in January of 2016.
He was talking to people who weren't there, meaning people who were not in the room. He was communicating with people and sounds and voices that weren't there. I know, because I was sometimes in the room and sometimes on the phone with him.
Out loud.
And he would tell me I had a conversation with him that I did not have. He would say I said something that I didn't have. He would comment on somebody being in the room behind me that wasn't there. It was terrifying. It was terrifying because, once he smashed a board right next to my face, and it was unclear to me whether he was even mad at me or he was convinced that the guy
with the weird facial expression
was in the room. I didn't know if Johnny felt the man was in the room with us or not at that point. But I remember he put his fist through a whiteboard in the kitchen. He hallucinated right in front of me. And
Objection calls for speculation.
Don't use the word hallucinate. Just describe what led you to believe
Your
that.
Honor, objection.
I'll sustain the objection. She can testify to what she observed.
Please, thank you, Your Honor. Please tell the jury what you
Your
observed.
Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
I can't hear you, Meg. All right, sorry. Alex, welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here. Stephanie Kimbrell, also Esquire. Quickly, Alex, give us a rundown on the fashion in the courtroom this morning.
I just can't get over her hair today. I don't understand it. Johnny's pony is killing it. I don't know. I'm so uncomfortable watching this. My skin wants to come off looking at her. I don't know.
What about the Chairman Mao communist jacket? How are we feeling about
I observed behavior from him that was erratic,
Yeah. She looks like she's gonna be
irrational,
spa
and
treatments.
didn't seem connected to the reality that we were in.
Spa treatment.
Now I'm going to take you up to the beginning of February of 2016, February 8, February 9. Please tell the jury what transpired then with respect to Mr. Depp.
Around this time, Johnny was, again, behaving in a way that was very scary. It was terrifying. And sometimes he didn't know.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think she can describe what she's, are you describing what you're observing?
Yes.
Please continue.
In these kind of discussions I would have around this time, early February of 2016, sometimes in the argument, he would accuse me of something, some person in the room with me that had just walked out, or I was hiding, for instance. And sometimes he would hold on to that, even when he seemed to have calmed down or come off of whatever bender he was on. And it was almost as if I had to confront what delusion he had, or what belief he had, or what accusation he made of me, in a new fight altogether. You know, sometimes he didn't make it clear to me whether he was mad at me or he knew he was mad at me. It was terrifying, because I bore the brunt of it. And at around the 8th or 9th, we were in his Sweetser compound, the West Hollywood collection of homes that he has. And I got some cryptic texts from him in the early morning hours that scared me. I won't say what I said, but I came over to his main house. I believe I'd been across the street, and I slept on the couch. We had some interaction in the morning, which made me fearful. He didn't know whether or not I was fearful he was going to believe that he was angry at me, even though we weren't fighting. I wasn't fighting with him. I had done nothing wrong, but I was really worried that the momentum he was on was going to click into a direction of deciding that he was mad at me and I deserved it. And I was terrified that that was going to happen. So I had an interaction with him and got really worried about that on the morning of the 10th.
All right, Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 638. It's already admitted in evidence, Your Honor. And this is from February 10, 2016. And I'm going to ask you to play it, Michelle.
Again with this, asked and answered. We already saw this. All right. Hold on to your hats, everybody. Johnny assaults some cabinets. It's really terrifying. I'm shocked that a man kicked some cabinets.
What happened?
They are dragging this out as long as possible, aren't they, Stephanie? They want her on direct for as long as possible.
Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Those are his cabinets, by the way. You are allowed to break your own stuff.
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning?
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We're not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you a fucking crazy.
Hiding the camera
Oh,
from
you're
him.
crazy. You're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this. You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really? Really?
Alex. Alice is very disappointed in the kitchen.
No, I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Mega pints, everybody. Mega pints, everybody. Cheers.
What does that video show?
Why did you videotape this,
That he
Amber?
assaults cabinets. They're gonna let her.
Because I knew he
They're gonna let her
wouldn't
try to
remember.
explain this.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Her cheek implants are getting
Rather than
tense.
what you knew, you can say what you thought. Just tell us why you.
I was afraid. It's scary. It's scary.
Oh, you were real scared, laughing
Scared
while
they
she was
wouldn't
recording
remember.
that.
Objection, calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. So I'm going to now take you up to April 21, 2016, your 30th birthday party. Will you please tell the jury what happened that night with respect to, in particular, Mr. Depp?
Yes, he was.
He at that time we had a fitting that day or the day before, and he missed it, and he was kind of disappearing at that time, like at night, vaguely saying like meetings. He had meetings, but then he'd be gone for sometimes like 2 days, just not coming home and that sort of thing. Coming home after a bender
Calls for speculation
worse.
as to Bender.
I don't think that calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. He's gone for 2 days.
And I had my birthday was coming up, and or on my birthday I said, well, you know, you gotta make it to my birthday party. We had a dinner planned at our penthouse. I said it would be important for me if you made it.
Objection, hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Thank you.
And
Fight with the judge.
he told
Every
me
time you
at some
fight with
point
her, she
that
goes
day
with
that
you.
he had scheduled a business meeting or a money meeting. I think he said maybe 7, which is around the time my birthday was planned for. It might have been planned for 8 p.m. He, of course, once my party was starting, he wasn't there. Texted me at some point to let me know that he was going to make it, but that he was running late. And that continued throughout my party. We finished dinner, and we were cleaning up, and kind of everyone was still leaving because we were waiting to give him an opportunity to show up before everyone left. And he let me know he was there. You know, I tried to, without saying what I said, I tried to give him the impression that I wasn't going to get on him about drinking or anything. I just wanted him to be there.
What kind of an adult cares about their birthday?
A toast. We did a celebratory toast. And the guests left. And later that evening,
I haven't
we were
cared
in
about a
bed,
birthday in
and
about 20 years.
I had a book, and Johnny effectively said, what's your fucking problem now? And at the time we were getting advice from therapists without saying what they said. It was important for me not to make him feel attacked. So I chose my words carefully. I won't say what I said, but I remember being very careful about how I worded what I was feeling about my birthday and him having missed it.
Yeah, 5-year-olds care about having birthday parties. 5-year-olds.
An argument.
Not
followed
grown-ass
that.
adults.
I got up out of bed. Johnny's side of the bed was closer to the door than
She
mine.
probably counts her presence like Dudley.
I remember him blocking the
from
door,
Harry Potter.
blocking me to get out, and kind of shoving me down, and we had a verbal argument, and then that became a shoving match. I tried to shove him back. I kind of felt myself retreat into the bedroom. At some point, he picked up a large, I guess it's a Magnum size not a normal size, a large size bottle of champagne and hurled it at me.
A mega magnum.
This time I went through a painting, and I loved this painting. I remember it just went like right through the canvas.
It
left
went
a giant
right
hole
through
in
the
it.
canvas? Really? He threw
And,
it right through the canvas.
I remember thinking we shouldn't have art in our bedroom anymore.
How did that happen?
And the fight, the argument, the fight continued into the salon
Where's the
area,
picture
which
of
was
the
outside of our
canvas that's
bedroom at the
torn?
top of the
Yeah, do
stairs.
we have a photograph of the canvas
Johnny
with the
picked up
giant
my
hole
phone.
in
I
it?
don't know why. I don't remember what he was saying when he did it, but he picked up my phone and threw it out of the open window of the salon area, out onto the street, out onto the downtown street that this window overlooked. In that moment, I went, oh no, you don't. I saw his on the countertop and picked it up and threw his immediately, like 2 seconds later. I didn't want to be stranded this time alone, meaning I didn't want to be the only one stranded without a phone, which had happened to me already several times before this from Johnny. So I picked up his phone, threw it as well. And I said that I wanted to go stay somewhere else for the evening. I left that room, went into the office. We were still screaming names at each other and screaming at each other. And I walk around the side of his desk, and the next thing I know, he has me by the hair and he pulls me down. Kind of, I hit the side of the desk. I remember things flying off of the side of the desk that I hit with my body. I remember trying to fight him off of me. At some point, we're back in my main bedroom, and I believe I was getting my toothbrush out of that bathroom. And when I came out, we had another
because after you get beat up,
shoving
you
match.
really
But this
wanna
one,
go
he kind
brush
of like,
your teeth, I guess.
I remember he chest bumped me in this like bro-y way, chest bumped me and fell to the floor. And when I got back up, he kind of held me down by the shoulders down on the side of the bed, kind of
Also, you really want to go to Coachella and party with your friends.
wrestled me down on the bed. I remember I got up once or twice before I ended up on the bed, and he grabbed me, did this thing that he did sometimes, and he taught me, grabbed me by the pubic bone, area, just as best I can describe it. Is he kind of just
I'm sorry.
pushed me down, held me down by it, and kind of pulled me into it. And
I don't think she knows what a pubic bone is.
He was asking me, kind of taunting me, asking me if I thought I was so fucking tough.
I really
You're such
don't.
a fucking tough guy, huh?
Does she
You
mean
so
her
tough now? Look who's so tough. You want to be a man?
Her
Tough like a
tailbone?
man now? That happened for a bit of time. I'm not quite sure. I think at some point he left. I remember at some point shortly after that, I remember he was still in the apartment when this happened, but I remember kind of collapsing on the floor and being exhausted. It's just, I remember feeling exhausted and crying and kind of throwing in the towel, if you will. I remember saying to him, just, can we not fight like this? Like, can we start over? Is there anything that we can do? Like, this is really messed up, but can we just not do this, please? Can we stop doing this? Just don't leave. It's my birthday. Let's just call it couch. Let's call it
There was
truce
a
and not
party that
have it
night.
end
No
like
one,
this.
no
I
one
don't want
witnessed
to
any of this.
have it end like this. I was just so tired and hurt. And I remember crying and feeling ridiculous that after this I would be crying and saying these things. I'm embarrassed saying it now. He responded cruelly. He told me it's what I fucking deserve and that I'd wake up alone. And that no one would ever love me because all of this, pointing to my face or body, all of this was going to go away. No one would ever love me. My tit sag, no one would ever love me.
Is
and
going
I
to go
better
away.
get used to waking up alone.
Yep.
And he
It's gonna happen.
said this was all my fault and what I asked for. And he left. I heard him come back in the downstairs, you can hear the door slam. I remember hearing it open and thinking, oh God, is this going to happen again? What's going on now? And then shortly after, I kind of peeked around to the top of the stairs where you can kind of peer into the lower level. And I just see him briefly, momentarily, and he just screams at me, "Happy fucking birthday," and stormed out. At some point, I walked downstairs and saw that he had also left me a note to that effect.
How did he leave a note for you?
I was written on a piece of paper as best I can recall.
There's the
but
B face right there.
sure.
Piece of paper.
And so then
It was written on a piece
the
of
next
paper.
day, what did you do?
Oh my gosh, guys, the poop testimony is going to
I
happen now.
texted. Actually, I can't say what I texted.
Here
I woke
comes
up
the pooping.
that morning of my 30th birthday, and I woke up to my best friend crawling in bed with me, and putting her arms around me. And I remember wondering how she walked in.
Who is
Because
this?
there's
Who's
like
the best
glass on
friend?
the floor.
Io,
There's lots of
maybe?
glass.
Or Pennington. It's either Io or Pennington.
And she put her arms around me and showed me a birthday video that all of my friends, my childhood friends, all of my loved ones made.
Ugh.
Of course, stupidly, the first thing I asked her is why Johnny wasn't in the video, because it had been recorded before. It had been recorded sometime before it was clear. And she said that she'd been asking for a few months, and Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Objection, Your Honor. Ridiculous.
All over. Go ahead.
And so we eventually got out of my bed and
Okay, it was Rocky Pennington.
grabbed a few things and got the dogs, left for our plans, which our plans had been to go to Coachella, which is a music festival that happens in California. And that had been the plan for a while, that's how we would go and celebrate my birthday. And I remember, as I am accustomed to doing, just trying to move on, and remember in vain trying to put on a brave face and have a good time, even though it was impossible.
Let me stop you for a few things. What, if any, plans were there for Mr. Depp to join you at Coachella?
He was supposed to drive down, have dinner, stay
Major thunder here. I'm going to mute
in
myself.
the room, maybe do some writing or something like that in the room.
At Coachella?
At Coachella, where we were. Coachella happens in a different part of California than we lived in. We lived in Los Angeles, and this happens about 2 to 3 hours away. So I finally got my car back.
Because Coachella's a great idea after you get beat to
and
hell,
I drove
right?
with my best friends in the car.
And I'm going to stop you again because I just have a couple more questions before we go into that part. You said you brought the dogs. Who were the dogs you brought?
Johnny's dog, at the time, Boo. My dog, Pistol. We shared them. They're teacup Yorkies. And I believe Raquel, my best friend's dog, which is a mutt.
Okay. What, if any, issues did Boo have with bathroom problems, if you will?
Objection, leading
We're going to blame the dog.
Yeah, they're going to blame the dog. A 4-pound Yorkie left a turd
She
the
had
size
eaten
of Amber
Johnny's weed when she was a puppy and had bowel control issues for her entire life, among some other issues. She was, we regularly had to take her to the vet to try to figure out, well, what was wrong with this dog? Never met a dog
Call the
that
vet to the stand.
was quite like this. So she had some control issues. Hence,
Like you?
why we would. She liked to burrow in the bed. She liked to be in the, by the foot of the bed underneath the covers, and it was customary that they slept in bed with us. But Boo, having the issues she had, we have to leave her in bed so that she wouldn't be encouraged to go to the bathroom, which would happen almost immediately once you put her down on the floor, and sometimes it
Alex,
happened in bed too. But
you look so confused.
But yeah.
So what, if anything, did you notice about any bathroom issues in your bed before you left for Coachella?
Well, Raquel and I were both in that bed with the dogs, and I didn't notice anything, but we left them in the bed while we packed a bag to go to Coachella, so that they didn't, so that Boo particularly didn't lose control of her or didn't go to the bathroom on the floor. So you leave them in bed until you're ready to take them outside to the patio, which is their designated bathroom break area.
And what, if any, plans were there? How often did you have housekeeping at that time at your house?
The housekeepers were there every morning. Or they came every day, as far as I know.
Now, we'll get you to Coachella, but why did you tell Starling Jenkins that you had been involved in a prank gone wrong?
Objection, hearsay, leading.
I said why, Your Honor. I didn't say what she said.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Did you commit any kind of prank?
Absolutely not. Okay. Absolutely not.
And why would that not be something you would do?
First of all, I don't think that's funny. I don't know what grown woman does. I
don't think she did think
was
it was
not
funny.
Also in a pranking mood. My life was falling apart.
To hurt him.
I was at a crossroads in my life that was really serious, and I had just been attacked on my 30th birthday by my violent husband, with whom I was desperately in love and knew I needed to leave. It was not really a jovial time, and I don't think that's funny, period. That's disgusting.
No, it's psycho.
And what, if any, understanding did you have of Mr. Depp coming back to your bedroom that night or the next morning?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking what her understanding was.
No, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Had you had any conversations with Mr. Depp about him coming back to the house the next day?
No, Johnny didn't come back to that house. That was my, he owned it, but that was my house when we were having any sort of problem. In fact, that was my house just 90% of the time, because he just didn't come back. That was not a place that Johnny was going to be in, that Johnny was in, and he had stormed out on my birthday. And as per what we did, it was, he would go and stay at his West Hollywood home, and I would stay at the downtown places. He wasn't going to come back to the
Objection calls for speculation.
I think she explained her answer on that
Okay.
one. What she
I'll sustain
thought.
just the last part.
Camille, keep
Okay.
objecting.
All right. So
Break up
let's
the
take you
stupid
to
testimony.
Coachella. Who drove?
I drove.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
because
who
she
was
was
in your
perfectly
vehicle?
fine. She was fine to drive after getting
My
beat up.
sister, my friend Savannah, I believe, my best friend Raquel, just my girlfriends. I typically surround myself with my girlfriends. It's my sport.
Was there any occasion in which you were riding in the vehicle that Starling Jenkins was driving?
He picked us up from Coachella in the evening when we, as a group, all were ready to leave. That was the day that we went, which was the day that I took MDMA and mushrooms at the same time. So realized very shortly after what a horrible idea that was, considering the state that
We're supposed
my
to
life
believe
was
she
in.
never did that before.
I highly don't recommend that combination at the time. So I didn't feel like being in a crowd. I didn't feel like being at Coachella. I had intended to try to have a good time despite what was going on in my personal life. And I realized that was just not going to happen. And so I wanted to go home. Meaning to be in a bed. I wanted to be, I just
Not
wanted to
her
be
bed, though.
held by my best friend and watch a movie. And that's what we did. I didn't feel well and wanted to leave.
And when you said you rode back with Starling Jenkins, was it just you, or did you have other people in the vehicle with you?
And when we left Coachella, it was my entire group. I wasn't ever alone with Starling. I certainly wasn't anywhere near him. I didn't have a conversation with him. I sat in the very back seat with my best friend next to me, and it was a whole group of us.
Thank you. Your Honor, I don't know, this might be a good breaking point.
All right, that's fine. Okay, ladies, let's go ahead and take our morning recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody,
Okay,
and don't do any outside research. We'll take 15 minutes,
Okay.
okay?
15 minutes. We have 15 minutes. Hold on. Let me go and mute this so we don't have to listen anymore. All right. There. It is now muted, and you guys are on the stream. All right. There's a huge storm here, so if you hear thunder and raining, it's like it just rolled in, and it is just intense. All right, Stephanie, I want to get to one of the questions that was asked early in the testimony. Elaine argues with the judge at every time that Camille objects. Elaine argues, and the judge, it works with the judge. It feels like this judge, if you push back against the objections, she rules with you. What do you think about that?
Well, not always. I mean, sometimes Elaine argues and the judge says, "I've made my ruling, the objection sustained," and then
so, wait, are you guys hearing it still?
Whose dog is barking?
Oh, it's Alex's dog. Hold on. I'll just mute Alex, and then we'll put her back on when she's talking. Okay, say again. Continue.
Sometimes the judge will do that, but other times when Elaine fights with her, the judge just says, "I've made my ruling, objection sustained."
I do feel though that the judge is. I gotta close this window. Holy crap! The rain is coming in my house. Hold on, Stephanie. Just continue.
Well, so I mean, I think sometimes you do that. You argue with them a little bit and press your point and try to get them to change their mind on the ruling, which I guess sometimes this judge does. But I feel like most of the time when Johnny's team objects and Elaine argues, the judge ends up saying, "Well, I've made my ruling. Move on. Next question." So I don't know. Alex, did you notice that?
I don't know. I just can't stop watching Amber's face, and I just don't know what I'm looking at.
Her facial expressions are so bizarre. I feel like it's so put on. It's so overdone. Although she seems less overdone than she did last time around. So maybe someone coached her and said, tone it down a little bit. Everyone's making merciless fun of you.
But I start to almost listen to her and want to try to understand what she's saying. But then I look at her face and it's completely opposite to what she's saying. It doesn't match and it just doesn't feel authentic at all. I don't know.
I love somebody said, I think it was Nick Rekieta on Rekieta Law. He's so funny. He said, everybody's bugging him to put on a body language expert. And he's like, you don't need a body language expert to tell you what you see with your own eyes.
Yeah.
You see it because you're a human. You are an expert at body language. We're, if you think about us as mammals, right? Because we are mammals, we're a part of this earth. There's a lot of things that go on inside in the brain and everything else where you are taking in information all the time. You're taking it in, everything around you. And because our animal nature allows us to have these instincts and we understand what we're seeing. So we know when someone is being as obviously untruthful with us as this woman is. And that's why everyone feels very uncomfortable with her testimony. It's why it's hard to watch. All right, the jury. Everybody keeps making comments about why is she looking at the jury? Why doesn't she stop doing that? It's annoying me. Stephanie, you know why she's looking at the jury.
Well, she's trying to build a rapport with them. She's trying to get them to believe her. Johnny looked at the jury a fair amount also, which
he did.
I noticed that the expert witnesses looked at the jury the whole time for the most part because they're experts and they do this all the time. They're trying to those are the decision makers, and they're trying to get the decision makers to buy in on their side of it. Although,
yeah, and they're the most important people in the room, the jury.
In Amber's case, she's been the one to testify to the most excruciatingly embarrassing things. I mean, if these things were true, if it were true that he did these things she's claiming he did, like rape her with a bottle. I mean, I don't think a person who's been a victim of an attack like that, I don't think it's really normal to look straight in the face of 12 strangers to tell that story. I think that's a little odd. I think it would be more likely that a person who's the victim of a crime like that would be focused on the person asking the questions and would be sort of like head down, hard to even get it out, and certainly hard to get it out looking straight in the eyes of people you don't know. I mean, I don't know. I just find that a little bit.
Yeah, I have heard. I mean, other victims have said that they weren't able to look at the jury when they had to testify about these terrible things.
Well, yeah. I mean, first of all, they're strangers to you. You don't know these people. Secondly, this is something supposedly the worst thing that's ever happened to you. Although that's not the worst thing that's ever happened to Amber, because she said when she started out her testimony that this trial is the worst thing that's ever happened to her.
That's true. She did say that.
She said that. And my first question
She
on
did.
cross would be, so you said this trial is the worst thing that's ever happened to you, right? Yeah. Is that worse than being raped with a bottle on a bar in your house in Australia? I mean, come on.
Okay, she also started to go into the extreme language where she makes these extreme allegations. She said flying. She went flying again. She continues to describe this alleged abuse like she's in a Marvel movie and she's up against the Hulk, who can swing her around by the hair, can
But miraculously
throw her across the room.
Leaves no visible bruises.
No visible
Or if
bruises.
there is a bruise after he's pounded her several times, it's teeny tiny and you
It's
can
so tiny. Her attorney has to draw a yellow circle around the spot so that we can see what she's talking about. And even then, I can't see it.
She thinks she had a concussion because it was so bad, but she didn't go to the doctor to confirm get any help with, you know. In fact, she went to Coachella to party and do mushrooms and drink lots of wine because that's really smart to do if you have a concussion.
I have a question, Steph.
Yeah.
Could she go to jail if they prove that she was lying about all of this?
But I don't know what the penalties are in Virginia, but under oath. Perjury is technically something they can prosecute for, but whether you actually get a prosecutor to do that is another thing. I don't.
Is that Uncle Jim in the background?
He wants to be on this too. He's answering Stephanie's question.
Bring him on. My
favorite. I'll go get him. Hold on.
Favorite Uncle Jim. Oh my God! I love how she calls him Jim. Jim.
Jim.
Alex is my Aunt Kiki's daughter, and Kiki's the one that owns the boutique I told you guys about. That she's an incredible fashion.
I would like to know what Kiki thinks about this Kim Jong-un outfit.
You should ask Kiki what she thinks. I guarantee you she's not going to like it though. I asked her about her last fashion, and Kiki's response was, "No, try again."
Try again.
Try again.
Which outfit did she say that about?
It was the suit, one of those men's suits.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I actually do. Where do you? Kathleen wants to know, where do you subscribe? On my YouTube channel, Kathleen. Go onto the YouTube channel. I'll drop the link in the chat because you can subscribe there. And also, Facebook, by the way, is going to cut this stream off at 8 hours exactly. You're not allowed to have a stream longer than 8 hours on Facebook. So if you want to see the remainder of the stream, you have to see it on YouTube. Oh, here he comes. Here he comes. This is epic. Uncle Jim.
How do you do this?
You got to put him in your ears. Uncle Jim.
Hi, Uncle Jim.
Oh, look at my little favorite nieces. Look how nice you are.
How have you been?
I'm good. I really am good.
Are you watching this trial?
A little bit, not like your cousin.
Well,
we can't stop, can we, Alex?
No, we cannot stop. What do you think about Amber Heard's testimony? That you must have seen some of the clips.
The ones that I saw, I thought she was kind of compelling, you know, when she was first describing. Well, when she was describing the early stages of the courtship and everything is perfect, and he was normal, you know. But it's oops. Anyway, I don't know, you know.
Well, this is good to get a male perspective on the you know, because if you thought it was compelling, so are you suggesting? Did you hear the part though where she said she was holding onto his lapels and he threw her across the room and she landed on top of a ping pong table, but he came with her and landed on top of her? Is there any scenario you can think of where you could do that to a 110-pound woman?
Well, here's what. No, I can't manage that at all. But here's what I heard some pretty good legal minds say in a serious vein. He goes, "It's to her advantage. It's easy for her to hurl out these accusations, being a woman against a man, and it's difficult for the man to be able to refute them in a believable manner." See, they said her case, her side is easier to prove than his. I thought, yeah.
Except you would think if she had all these severe attacks by him, there would be some photographic evidence. She has
Along the
nothing.
way, in the
She
age
has-
of selfies. Yeah, I know.
She has photos of little teeny tiny marks that you couldn't tell what that is, and she claims she's just been pounded
repeatedly
by Johnny Depp repeatedly.
wearing rings.
Okay, where's the swelling? Where's the bruising? Where's the bleeding? Where is it, Amber? Because we have no photos. You would think there would be some evidence.
How's the relationship with the father-in-law? Or remember, he was trying to be buddy with her father. How they doing?
Right. I don't know. I do know
I
that
actually
he had.
no. I can tell you.
know?
I know.
Tell me.
I know.
Tell me.
His
What?
father voluntarily, I mean, her father voluntarily turned over all his phone records to Johnny's team.
Oh.
That's what I heard. See, that's what I heard. Yeah.
So he thinks his daughter's a liar.
He thinks his
Well, I
daughter's
don't know, but
cuckoo.
he's cooperating with Johnny's team.
That's
and
what
he's, and he's not on the witness list for her.
Yeah. Oh, well.
That's curious.
So anyway, I gotta
love
go,
you.
girls.
You gotta go.
I
Love
you
you,
girls
Uncle
too.
Jim.
I got a carpenter upstairs. We're having fun in the attic.
Oh, good.
I got I have bats in my belfry, and that's a true, that's a true statement. So we got them out. Now I want to close it up to keep them out. You know?
Well, it never ends. Home ownership is a constant struggle. We love you, Uncle Jim.
We love you too, girls. What a treat. Nice to see you.
You too.
Bye.
Steph, you good? Are you good on your side?
I'm good.
Okay. Good
Aw.
deal. All righty.
Kiss
I-
and people for us.
Bye-bye, honey.
Bye. Oh man, Alex, the chat.
I love him.
Alex, the chat is loving you. By the way, they just love having you here.
Oh, I think Jim did better than I just did. I feel like
it's not
I'm
true.
lacking over here. I don't know.
He was great.
It's from
Oh,
him
man.
being the president of the POA. He leads all these things, so he's very charismatic and gets very into it, much better than I can.
I miss you guys.
I know. I
We're
wish
so
we
far
could do
apart.
this more. I know.
We need to have a family reunion.
We do. It would be so fun.
We should do that in Chicago.
Yeah, is Chicago the most central place for everybody, you think?
Yeah,
Probably.
it is.
Yeah, it
Probably.
would be really
All right. American
fun.
Gal says she has a question for Stephanie. Go ahead and drop it in the chat and I will put it up here. I think, Stephanie, a lot of people are asking, how long is this direct going to go on? But it
Oh,
can really
God.
go on as long as they want to, right?
They have a certain amount of time. You heard at the end of the testimony 10 days ago, the judge said, you have taken up this much time. You've taken up this much time. This is how much you have left. So she's obviously given them a cutoff. They know what time they have left and how many more witnesses they want to put on.
Mm-hmm.
So they just have to figure out how much of this are we going to let her eat up. I mean, one thing I do appreciate that, is it Camilla, what's her name?
Camille.
I do
Camille
appreciate that
Vasquez.
Camille is objecting more than the other guys were, which is good to break up that streams of consciousness where she just goes on and on and on. And you notice Camille sometimes will say objection non-responsive and the judge will sustain it because it's true. She just goes on. And sometimes, it's like, this is your direct examination. You ask a direct question, you get an answer. She will go on and on and on. So I appreciate that Camille is breaking that up more. But I do think maybe the reason the other guys were not breaking up other testimony, or maybe they weren't doing it with her before so much, is because she was making herself look terrible, in my opinion.
All right.
So
Let's go over Alex. We're going to go
Yes.
over to the looks in the courtroom. We have 3 minutes, so I just want to get to this real quick.
Perfect.
Run down for me what you think about this look.
I don't understand that look at all. I'm wondering if her stylist is in cahoots with Johnny because that is the same Gucci tie. And I don't know how they could both have that on. So
And it's got a
quickly.
bee on it. Is this some kind of symbolism?
Maybe the bee is going to testify.
The bee is coming to the witness stand at
She
some
wore it
point.
the day after he wore it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, maybe this is just something that she thinks is like overpowering or some kind of signifier that she can wear it better than he can. I don't know.
What do
but
you
it's
think about a
not
woman
great.
in a man's suit, though, Alex? What is the saying? What does this say to people? What is the message that she's sending here?
Maybe she thinks she's saying she's as powerful as he is, or I think she looks stupid, but that's, whatever.
I agree. All right, let's see what else. I think they've got some more. What do you think about, look at this, double-breasted. Oh, I hate this.
it doesn't fit her. It's too big for her.
Too big.
She looks like the chick from Sex and the City, Sarah Jessica Parker, in the stupid jackets.
In that Versace horror.
Maybe that's like, gosh, I'm wearing a t-shirt, so maybe I'm not with it anymore.
They're trying to bring this back, this oversized jacket thing from the 90s. Please, God, no. With the
It's really bad. It's really bad.
It's really bad. Okay, let's see. Let's moving down. Okay, let's look at the hair.
I hate this hair.
She looks like she's going to a recital from like when you're 6 years old, you know, like a ballet recital, and you put some flowers in there.
From One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Oh, Nurse Ratched.
Nurse
Ratched.
Now I'm going to say I liked the one on the right with the swoop and I thought that was one of her better hairstyles, although I do not understand the very dark roots. I just don't understand why she doesn't. And it looks like to me like today, maybe she had her hair done and the roots are a little lighter than they were. But to me, it looks just undone and I don't understand it.
On the right, she looks like in The Handmaid's Tale almost. It's like
and
pulled back.
What's with these very high necked blouses? You know, she's wearing it. She always looks like she's trying to be Amish or something.
I think she's trying to look prim or professional
proper, covered, more respectable, all of that. I don't know. It's terrible. I have to go though, guys. I have to go run my class, but this was really fun.
Well, if you can come back later, you know I'm going to be here till 6:30, or no, not 6:30. Sorry, 5:30 at the very least. So come back if you want.
I'll come pop back out and say hello.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice to see you guys. Love you.
Too.
Bye.
Court should be coming back in here soon. 4 seconds it says. So let's bring this stream back up so we don't miss it. But I don't know. I do think that she is under control more than she has been. And I feel like she's been coached, Stephanie. And we know that she's not supposed to have been coached.
But it does feel that way, doesn't it? And also how they started her testimony today with fixes for what she screwed up last time. How do you do that other than you had a conversation with your lawyer about how you screwed up the dates?
Well, I guess that the lawyers could have just, really, how do you do that? I mean, can they? All right, so another question that was way back in the stream that I noticed and I wrote down was, what can Johnny's lawyers go after her for being coached? Can they get to the bottom of, were you coached?
Yeah, they can ask the question, but it's so dangerous to ask questions on cross-examination that you don't know the answer to. It's dangerous.
Well, what would be dangerous about asking if you were coached?
Because if she comes out with a believable denial, then you just look like you're just trying to dig up dirt and you're not.
I'm sorry, American Girl, I didn't see your question. And the comments are moving so fast, you guys. I didn't see it. If you drop it in again, maybe I'll see it. Oh, here it is. Okay. Does Stephanie think the jury has been watching any social media during this 10-day break? Have they been using their phones?
They are not supposed to. But again, with a 10-day break, I would have been jumping up and down with the jury, a case this big with the news everywhere. I don't know why they agreed to a 10-day break in the trial.
I don't think they had a choice. The judge was going to the conference.
Well, what do you think they were going to do in those 10 days? Do we really believe that all those people stayed off of every device, saw no news, watched nothing on TV, heard nothing at all about the trial? I mean, they'd have to go live in a cabin somewhere with no Wi-Fi for those 10 days, which they didn't do. So, I don't think it's possible for them to have completely avoided any news coverage or TikToks or anything else, because
how could they avoid it? I mean, it's on Saturday Night Live, for crying out loud. If they just tried to watch a comedy show, they would see something about it.
Unless they completely stayed off all social media, just stayed off.
And which one of us can stay off social media for 10 days?
You know what? I need to try because I'm sick of myself. I need to get off. I really do. I need to just take a full-on break, only read books for
a full-on break. Well, that would be good. I like to do that when I'm on vacation, that's why I like camping trips so much, because when I'm camping, there's hardly ever any signal, and that's great. You can just put your phone away and read a book. It's great.
Mention. That's what
I took 17 whole days offline when we were. Why can't I hear you? What happened to your... Oh, we're back in. Okay. I 17 whole days when I went to Yellowstone on a camping trip. I took completely phone free, and it was awesome. It was life-changing. It was amazing. I discovered how to watch the clouds again. And I'll tell you what, if you haven't done that in a while, try it. Try it because it's pretty awesome. The sky is awesome. How come I can't hear this? Where is the sound? Oh, I guess the jury hasn't come back in yet. That's probably what it is. Is she poking herself in the eye now? Is she poking herself so that she'll bring some tears up? Yeah, I think she's definitely much more controlled. She is not being as animated perhaps, but she still did stick with her silly stories about flying across the room. And personally, I don't find those stories to be I don't find the stories to be compelling or sound like they make any sense. Do they make sense to you? Don't forget to like and subscribe if you are on YouTube. And if you are on Facebook, make sure you share this video. We'll get more of us in here. Don't forget to check out the merch store. There is tons of great Johnny merch in there. We've got the Isn't Happy Hour Any Hour merch. Where the heck did it go? Here, I'll show you a picture. Oh yeah, we've got the Isn't Happy Hour Any Hour Mega Pint. There are t-shirts. There are stickers. There are mega pints. There's stickers and t-shirts and all kinds of stuff. And you will enjoy it. I will drop the link again in the comments for you so that you can go check that out and support the show. Because I'll be here every day, 8 hours a day, doing this for you while this trial goes on. I'm here till the bloody end, I swear. Yeah, it is very hard to watch someone who you perceive to be lying. Very difficult. And you know, if you have any essential oils around, you can smell those and calm yourself down if you're feeling like that's better. If you're feeling like you're getting some bad energy, I say get your diffuser going. And we may have to do group therapy on Friday after all of this. We did group therapy last week with some Reiki healing. We did all sorts of stuff. We had some guided meditation. It was fantastic just to purge the negative energy that came from watching Amber on the stand. And I highly recommend that you do that on a Friday after the Monday through Thursday after listening to this, possibly every night after this is over, because it's tough to watch. You do feel like you absorb her energy that's coming from her. And it is pretty negative. I mean, I felt last week after watching her for 2 days on the stand, I felt like I understood why Johnny drinks. I felt like I understood that. Stephanie, did you feel that negativity after watching her for 2 days?
Oh, yeah, completely.
I had to diffuse some essential oils and like do some guided meditation to get me out of that space because, oh yes, Panic Button. Panic Button is a wonderful essential oil blend, by the way.
What are you? Fetch me my smelling salts. What is that?
It is a blend of, I think I got it on Amazon.
Where did you get that? Send me
What
some.
any
Lavender,
contact did you
citrus,
have
lemon,
with Mr. Depp during the period from April
orange,
21 to May
rose,
21,
and
2016?
neroli.
I had no physical contact with him.
Okay. I'm going to take you to May 2nd, 2016, the Met Gala. Can you please just briefly describe to the jury what a Met Gala is, where it is, and what's involved?
It's arguably the biggest fashion kind of celebrity event, red carpet event of the year. It happens every year in New York City.
And were you invited?
I was invited. Typically, designers will invite
Like she doesn't care.
people in the public
that she
eye
gets
to
go
be
this
there.
event.
Guests, and they will typically dress them, and it's a way for designers or fashion to kind of intersect with a celebrity world, and it's a big event held at the museum every year.
And what, if anything, did you and Mr. Depp do to prepare for that Met Gala?
Well, Johnny and I were dressed by Ralph Lauren, guests of Ralph Lauren. And Johnny missed the fitting because it was happening around the date of my birthday party in Los Angeles. but we were planning on going together as Ralph Lauren's guests.
And did you show up?
I did. I didn't have a phone at the time because I couldn't get it reinstated after Johnny threw it out of the window because no one on his team would respond to me. So I had no way to kind of reinstall it. I had, it's no point in getting a burner phone if you don't know anyone's phone number. So I wasn't sure really what was going on or when he would show up or if he would show up.
Why couldn't you?
No
get
one
her
would
own
talk to
phone?
me on his team. No one would tell me. I didn't know. So I ended up going by myself. Frankly, I wasn't sure if he'd show up and, on the carpet or if he'd show up at the hotel shortly before. I had no way of knowing.
And then did you attend the Met Gala?
I did. I got out of the car and walked the red carpet by myself, escorted by somebody from Ralph Lauren's team. And I sat next to an empty place setting for Johnny that they cleared as soon as we realized that he wasn't.
Why would he come to this party with her? She
that
had
he
just pooped in
effectively
his
stood me
bed.
up on the carpet.
Who did you meet at the Met Gala?
I was standing in line right in front of a gentleman. It was Elon. I didn't recognize him until we started talking. And he had reminded me that we had met once before. He was with his mother.
And did you strike up a friendship with Mr. Musk after that?
We did. We, as I mentioned, we spoke on the red carpet, kind of on the waiting,
Inappropriate.
in the waiting line of the carpet. He seemed like a real gentleman. He was really nice, and he sat next to me. Well, not next to me. He sat kind of in a nearby table, and we got to speaking that night, and then eventually became friends.
Okay. I'm going to, Michelle, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 46? It's already in evidence. It's Aaron Filati's notes. And I'm going to ask you to go to page 30.
I've got pictures of her at the Met Gala. I'm trying to.
I'm going to direct your
here.
attention to the entry for 5/11/2016, where it says, if I can see.
I think this is the one she
Let
was
me-
referring
let
to
me
that
see if
she
I
went
can
by
do
herself.
some reasonable highlighting here. Okay, it says client laughed and also reported using illicit drugs, mushrooms and MDMA on 5/9/2016 at home with a high-profile male acquaintance. Client reported that her husband was not aware of the male visitor nor her illicit drug use. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Who was the high-profile male acquaintance that visited your home on 5/9/2016?
I don't recall even being in LA at that time.
Where were you?
I don't recall. I believe I was in London at the time.
Okay. Did you have a male high-profile client at your home?
Client?
In or around 5/9/2016?
Not around that date. It seems like it's a
Client?
wrong date.
Okay. And did you
Client?
use illicit
For
drugs,
what?
mushrooms, and MDMA with any high-profile client?
Client?
No, I did
She
that
said
at
it
the
again.
Coachella Music Festival, and that was the end of that.
Makes her sound
I
like
learned
a
the hard
hooker.
way that was a terrible idea.
All right. Well, while we are on these same notes, I'm going to refer to the Coachella, which is up above, and it says it states she ingested mushrooms and MDMA simultaneously while also consuming alcohol, and states she vomited and was high for at least 24 hours straight. Were you high for at least 24 hours straight?
No, I was not. I felt awful, but I was at home feeling awful. At home, meaning at the hotel, with my best friend in bed.
Okay. Well, while I'm still on these notes, let's go. I know while Aaron Filati was testifying, we recall the 5/21/2016 isn't on here. You'd sent her pictures, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
I did.
Then let's go to 5/26/2016. And it says, client reports having the hardest week of my life. Client states she cannot deal with the negative media publicity she has received. And then if we can jump that up, Michelle, to the next page, surrounding the divorce she requested from her husband, JD. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. When did you go in for the DVTRO?
May 27th.
So that was the day after Aaron Filati's note saying you just had the toughest week of your life?
That's correct.
Okay. While we are still on this one, let's go up to the first page for the client history. When did you provide a client history to Aaron Filati?
Never.
When did you first get assigned Aaron Filati?
I believe September of 2014.
Okay. Now it says here that client reports a history of substance abuse, including an addiction to cocaine and liquor. When did you have a history of substance abuse, including addiction to cocaine and liquor?
I did not. There's a lot of mistakes in here.
Okay. Did you ever use cocaine?
I have. I used cocaine a few times when I was 18, 19 years old, but stopped using any drugs, including cocaine, when I got into a relationship with my ex-partner. She was very against that, and I'm glad for it.
Okay. Then it also says here that where am I? Move up a little. Here we go. Client admits to history of anxiety, eating disorder, attention deficit disorder, bipolar disorder, codependence issues, and occasional insomnia. When have you had an eating disorder?
I've never had an eating disorder.
Okay. When have you been diagnosed with bipolar disorder?
I've never been diagnosed with bipolar disorder.
When have you been diagnosed with codependence issues?
I have never been diagnosed with codependency issues, although arguably at the time, from where I stand now, I can see that the relationship I was in with Johnny was certainly codependent.
Okay.
But I wouldn't have reported that at the time. I didn't know about that.
All right, and then can we move up a little bit more, Michelle? Thank you.
Whose report is this?
Her report from JD, Debbie RN, Dr. Kipper.
Filati, okay.
Client AH has reportedly been experiencing increased anxiety and agitation recently and has had several outbursts of anger and rage. Were you present for
So
this
Dr.
being
Filati just made all
reported
this
to
up?
Ms. Filati?
No, this is the detox.
Okay.
This is Johnny's.
And it also says your mood has been labile. What, if any, outbursts of anger and rage and labile mood did you exhibit during the detox?
None that she would have seen. None. I was there for Johnny's detox. This is what Johnny was going through. This is not me.
Okay. And at the time of the detox, was Aaron
okay.
Filati your nurse yet?
No, I didn't know her, and she wasn't there.
Okay. Thank you very much. You can take this down, Michelle. Now, I'm going to take you to May 21, 2016. And I'd like you to describe for the jury what took place that evening in connection with Mr. Depp.
Johnny and I had not seen each other for the better part of a month, or about a month. I was traveling. I had just shot a campaign in Italy. I spoke to him around that time when I was in Italy. I had gotten a phone. My parents got a hold of me. After I spoke to my parents, I had communicated with Johnny. He, on that phone call, I didn't know what was going on with him for those weeks. With his sobriety, I didn't know where his state was. I didn't know what state he was in. And when I spoke to him, he was saying what I can only just, he was going on about scientists and DNA and feces, that he had some scientific analysis done and DNA analysis done, and that, as soon as I heard about this feces, he thought that was a prank, and he was going on about all the scientists that he had conferred about the DNA results with. Just thought he was out of his mind, and thought clearly the drinking and the drugs are not getting better. Clearly the delusions aren't better. So
Objection calls for speculation.
Your Honor, it's not about the truth of the matter. We're talking about what her.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Please continue.
So I hung up from that phone call, assuming that, and then spoke to him once my parents got a hold of me to tell me about Betty Sue.
He should have had it DNA tested.
We made a plan, Johnny and I, for him to come over. He said he really needed his wife. He had lost his mother and he missed his wife. He really needed his wife. He said it over and over again. I felt torn. I felt conflicted. I didn't think, obviously, the situation hadn't gotten better with Johnny mentally, and I was afraid that all the work and progress and distance I had finally got on the relationship for the first time. I had a month of distance on it, I didn't want that to be undone, but I also wanted to be, I was affected by the fact that his mother had passed. So he said he wanted to come over and talk about that, and he said he needed his wife, and we made a plan. We made a plan for him to come over during the day, thinking that might mitigate the amount that he would be drinking. Night is a little bit more dangerous. And in the early evening hours, I get a text from him that he's almost there, or that he's there. I think it was around 7:15 or so. And he came over, and we sat on the couch, and at first it was relatively peaceful. I mean, I could tell he was inebriated, but makes sense. In my head, it made sense. He wasn't like incoherent. It was peaceful. And then he starts talking about the feces again, and this prank that he said one of my friends had left for him in my bed that he wasn't going to be at. And I tried to point out how that didn't make any sense. I'm just not even going to be there. I wasn't there. And my friends wouldn't do that. That's not something a bunch of 30-year-old women think is funny. What is he talking about? And he just kept going on and on about it. So I text my friend that it's
objection hearsay.
Don't tell the jury what you texted your friend, but go to the next thing. What did you do next?
I called my friend thinking that it would quell this, what I could only see as a delusion. I thought it was just a delusion he was having. And I thought, I'll hopefully, quell this by calling my friend to if he hears my friend say that didn't happen.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not offering to prove the truth of it. Thank you. Please continue.
So I thought if I could get my friend on the phone to prove that this didn't happen, we could move on and talk about the issues that we should be talking about. Our marriage was over and falling apart in front of our eyes. We hadn't seen each other for a month, and his mom had just passed. I couldn't believe he wanted to talk about feces. So I call this friend thinking that we'll take care of it. The friend doesn't answer. I call another friend who is someone else he claimed. I don't know how both people did this, but he was claiming that this person was responsible. So I called that person. And that person is on speakerphone. And I say,
tell us who that person is.
Io.
Io, tell it right?
Io, tell it right.
Okay. And then you put him on speakerphone with Johnny.
Right in front of Johnny.
Okay. And what happened next?
I allowed for an opportunity for Io to say why this is impossible.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter, is asserted, Your Honor. It's explaining the context that leads to the next acts.
Your Honor, it is being offered
We're
to
not
prove
here. We're not here about whether Io.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right.
See, when you fight with the judge,
All right, so
she's more likely to
Io was
rule with
talking.
you.
You can't tell us what he said.
I wish
Okay.
Objection, Your
Camille would
Honor.
do more of that.
May we approach?
Okay.
That was
right.
ridiculous.
That, okay, do you see what I'm
Okay,
saying, though?
listen, I have had enough with Elaine with this. It's not being offered for the truth. Yes, it is, Elaine.
Yes,
That
it
is
is.
that is an objection that works sometimes if you're trying to show, look, the motivation for why someone did what they did. I'm not trying to prove it, offer it for its truth.
Io
But
was talking.
Clearly, she's trying
We can't
to
say
offer
what he said. What is the next thing that happens on your end with Mr. Depp?
It just made Johnny madder. He got more upset, grabbed the phone, and started screaming at Io. He just started screaming at the top of his lungs, said, "You dyke bitch, you don't know what you're talking," just screaming expletives, insulting names, and telling Io that he can have me and, fuck off, and just screaming at him. That's best I can describe it without getting into the details. He tosses the phone, down on the couch and heads upstairs. And I pick up the phone and try to, apologize for the fact that my husband at the time just screamed at my friend on a cold call. I didn't want Io to think that's why I had called Io, to just be screamed at and blamed for something that sounded crazy, for lack of a better explanation. It sounded crazy. Io said something to me on speakerphone, and reminded me I wasn't safe.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Your Honor, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter. It's to show what caused Mr. Depp to be set off and come back. I mean, it's not offered to prove the truth of what he's saying. It's not hearsay.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. Please tell us what Io
See?
said and what then happened with Mr. Depp.
All Elaine has to do is argue and
Io
fight back, and
said,
she gets
"Amber,
it.
get out of the house. Get out of the house now. You're not safe. Get out of that house." Io had been there after the cleanup, or for the cleanup after December 15th, 2015 incident. And had
Objection,
washed
Your Honor,
blood out of my
non-responsive.
pillowcases.
All right.
I think she can provide the context.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay, so please continue.
Johnny hears this when he's on the stairs. He made it up one flight of stairs, heard this, turned around, came bolting down the stairs, grabbed the phone from my hand, and really started screaming this time, lit into Io, called Io every imaginable horrible name that you can say to a LGBTQIA person, for one, and any person, any human being ever. I mean, just screamed at Io some really nasty stuff. And
Now he's a
when he's
homophobe.
done, he says, you want to have my woman now. You want to have my bitch. You can have, you take her, you can have her. And he, with that, picks up, just pulls his arm back with the phone and throws it at my face. Hit me right in it felt like my eye.
In my implants.
In my cheek implants. Hit me
I
right
put
in the
my
implant.
head in my hands and immediately start crying. I said, "You hit me with the phone. Johnny, you hit me." And I'm sitting on the couch. I didn't even have time to react. I didn't even have time to put my hands up. I was still sitting cross-legged in my socks on the couch, and I haven't seen him for a month. And last, several times now that I've seen him, he's hit me, and I didn't even have time to react to this. He comes over to me as I'm crying, and he does that taunting thing to me. He says, "Oh yeah, I hit you, huh? I hit you, yeah?" And he just feels like whacks me on top of my head. Just this heavy ringed hand landed on top of my skull, grabs me by the hair, yanks me up off the couch. I'm struggling to stand up. And I don't know if he was intending to hit me in the face or if he was just trying to grab my face, but he was making this gesture around my face to try to expose my face to him. And he was like, yeah, let me see how bad I hurt you. Let me see it. Let me see how bad I hurt you this time. What if I pull your hair back? What if I pull your hair back? And he yanks my hair back. I'm trying to prevent him from landing the blows to my face. I'm trying to prevent my face from being exposed. And I just remember this mocking taunt he was doing with me as he is yanking me around the room. And then I hear my friend come into the room. I hear her. Johnny hears her too. He lets go of me and turns. And
Just tell the jury who your friend is.
Raquel, my best friend at the time, who lived in the
Another
neighboring
witness
She
who
can be
isn't going to
testifying.
testifying. Nope.
She
Then baloney. I don't believe any of this.
came in, and Johnny moved towards her, and she ran towards me. Johnny looked at her, looked at me. I retreated to the only place I had to go, which is the corner room, where the couch was. I retreated kind of to the couch, and Raquel and Johnny both ran up to me. Raquel got in front of Johnny. She kind of managed to get right in front of him, in between he and I. And I'll never forget it. Just very slowly, calm, in just a very slow but very concentrated, very controlled, slow way. Just put both of her arms, her hands up like this, and like I've seen people do with horses. That's what it reminded me of. She just went, no, Johnny, no. And she just got in
Like
front
he's an
of
animal.
us, in between us, put her,
Like he's
both
a
of her
dog.
palms out.
This is ridiculous.
Johnny kind of squared off to her, ran into her arms, and she just repeated herself very slowly, very calmly, very directly. He hit both of her arms off of his chest like that and barreled towards me. I instinctively curl up on the couch, and I just feel her arms come around me, next to me. She was sitting on my left next to me on the couch. I just feel her arms around me. And I'm just looking down at the carpet, feeling her arms. And that's when Johnny, who I can see partially and hear, is right in front of me, and he's screaming at me to get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. And every single time he said it, he's screaming it louder and louder and louder. I think he screamed it probably about 10 times, so loudly. The next thing I hear is boss. And I realize that his 2 security guards had come into the apartment after Raquel. I see them or hear them, and Johnny turns to them.
So did you see them or
I see
hear
Jerry
them?
say, boss. And I get up off the couch and I say to Jerry,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Oh, shut up,
asserted.
Elaine.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right.
Next one.
So don't tell us what you said to Jerry, just what happened next.
then they tell him something. And he picks up the bottle that I guess he walked in with. It was a
This is
Magnum.
Mr. Depp or Jerry?
I'm sorry, Johnny.
Okay.
And starts smashing things off the nightstand, the coffee table, starts screaming. And they kind of, I feel them kind of corral him. I'm not making direct eye contact, but I can kind of just sense and feel and sound and hear
Corral him
things
like a
smashing
horse.
as he exits the apartment, kind of knocking things off the countertops and breaking things on the way. I realize he's punching something. I assume it was the picture because it broke right after he walked past it. And he leaves that apartment. I hear him in the hallway, still screaming. I hear more doors opening, more racket. Eventually, Josh, Raquel's husband, comes into the room and brings me to safety, brings Raquel and I to safety in their apartment. And that's where I stayed for the next few hours.
So who called the police?
I believe it was
Objection calls for
Io.
speculation.
Your Honor, this is not, we have to have the context here of somebody called the police, because then the police come. So I think we have to put, I mean, it's not offered again to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's just who called the police.
Your Honor, the objection is not hearsay. It's speculation.
Do you know who called the police?
Yes, I do now.
I'll sustain the objection.
All
Next
right.
question.
Did you have were you present when there was a discussion about calling 911?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'm asking if she was
I'll
present.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you call 911?
No.
Okay. Did Rocky call 911?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know whether Rocky called 911?
I do know whether she did.
And did
She did not.
All right.
That's
so
interesting because Rocky
what
may have
happens
called
when
911
did
guys.
you learn
She may
that
have.
the police had been called?
If you watch Just Some Average Guy, was it Average
Roughly an hour.
Guy? He's got some interesting info about that.
At some point shortly after Johnny and his security guards left.
And what did you do as a result of knowing that the police were coming?
I felt panicked. I didn't know what to do because I didn't know what they were going to do when they saw the state of the place. He'd also smashed up the other apartment where I kept all my things. So I didn't know what they were going to do. And I panicked. I called the only lawyer I have, which is my entertainment lawyer. He does like my movie contracts and stuff.
That's not the only
And
lawyer
I
she has.
asked him for advice.
She's got Elaine and
And then
Rothenborn.
without telling what he said, what happened next?
I called a domestic relations attorney after that conversation.
And had you known this domestic relations attorney before then?
No, I did not.
Did you get that name from your entertainment attorney?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you called the domestic relations attorney, without saying what she said, what did you do as a result?
I told the police officers who arrived that I would not
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Again, not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
All right. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
I repeated to the officers, I refuse to cooperate at this time at the advice of my attorney.
Okay. Did
What
you
attorney would tell
call
you
your
not to
publicist
cooperate
that
after you
night?
got beat to hell?
No.
That's absurd.
Now,
Especially
I'm going
a divorce
to
attorney.
ask you to take a look,
A divorce attorney is going to want a
at
police record of this
some
to
pictures.
use in court.
but before I get there, I want
don't
to
believe
just
that.
ask you a couple of questions leading up. What were you doing when the police officers arrived?
When at that time, when after I learned that they were coming, my best friend took pictures of me. We took pictures of the house and my face.
I'm going to, and did your best friend take any pictures while the officers were there?
We took pictures before and while they were there and after.
Okay.
We took pictures throughout.
Okay.
Thank you. It's incredibly
So
average.
I'm going
That's
to
right.
take
YouTuber,
you now,
incredibly
Michelle,
average.
can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 706? I think we can.
Yeah,
do the
and
native
guys,
on this one. Yes,
no
thank
divorce
you.
attorney would tell you not to cooperate with police.
Does this accurately depict
after
the scene
abuse.
portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant 706.
No objection.
That
706
type
in
of evidence would get you
Published?
everything. Oh, look, is she crying or
And
trying
would you
to make
please
herself
describe
cry?
to the
She's
jury
poking herself
what
in
this
the
is
eye
a
again.
picture of?
This is my face after Johnny threw a phone at it.
It's a different
I'm going
photograph.
to now, Michelle, ask you to pull up Defendant's 708. And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed in this picture?
Yes, it does.
All right. And I also see that there is a little, what we call metadata item on there. How do you get that on a picture? How does that happen? Can you just describe briefly?
Objection, Your Honor. That's speculation, lack of foundation.
If you want to approach.
Yeah.
Okay, Stephanie, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. What lawyer?
I didn't hear all of that.
What divorce attorney would suggest that their client not cooperate with police after getting beat to hell by their spouse?
Yeah, no way. Makes absolutely no sense.
You would tell your client to do what?
Oh, of course, call the police, get the photographs, file the request for a protective order, and of course cooperate.
Yeah, I mean, would there be any way that you would say do not cooperate with these police?
No way.
Don't tell them what happened.
The only way I would say that, and I don't see me ever saying that, but the only way I would say that would be if the client told me, I am desperate to keep my marriage together. We're going to work it out. Well, in that case, you might not want a public record that he's beat you up.
All right. What about she doesn't want a public record because they're public figures?
Yeah, that's what the entertainment lawyer would tell her to do. That's not what the domestic lawyer would tell her to do. Sorry.
So her entertainment lawyer would tell her maybe not to cooperate, and they'll work it and because of her reputation. Why would it matter?
Well, because that sort of thing can destroy your reputation, of course, and can destroy his reputation. I could see the entertainment lawyer being like, "Oh, look, we need to put a lid on this. We don't want this out there."
Can you please explain how this particular item on here got onto the pictures?
It's a feature that was on iPhotos, where your pictures are stored on your phone. Typically, you just push info.
And was that pushed in these instances?
I pushed info, and that's what came up.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendants 708.
The objection to 708.
Your Honor, I would just ask the picture be redacted on hearsay grounds.
Your Honor,
for the metadata.
Okay, if you want
alleged
to
metadata.
Okay.
Okay. So in the chat, you guys are saying possibly because they're public figures, they would want to keep a lid on it. But Stephanie, isn't there a way that you could go to a judge and have it sealed, but still preserve the evidence?
I mean, you can make a request for things to be sealed. You can, but I mean, that's a public record. You could make the request.
But if it's under investigation, first of all, if it's still under investigation, those are not public records. They will not release anything while it's still under investigation. And so her team.
If you're talking about a crime, he wasn't.
Well, that is a crime. She said she got beat up.
He wasn't charged with the crime because she's assuming the cops didn't see any evidence to charge him with the crime.
Right. They said they didn't see any evidence. I mean, this whole thing is ridiculous. 4 police officers, LAPD, testified that they saw nothing, no evidence of a fight, no broken anything, nothing on her face, nothing. They did not identify her as a victim of abuse.
I'm going to move the admission of 708 with the redaction, Your Honor.
Okay, and the objection to that?
There still needs to be another redaction at the top, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll get it. Okay.
Thank you.
So she's calling the police officers liars. Everybody who testified on Johnny's behalf, liars. Police officers, liars. Everybody's a liar except her, is what we are supposed to
708 with the
believe.
redactions, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would also like the record to reflect that we're publishing this to the jury.
Yes, no objection, correct?
Okay.
Yes. There we go.
Okay. I would like the record to reflect that this was the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon.
Objection, Your Honor. That is,
Your Honor, we
that is
couldn't put him in
inappropriate, Your Honor.
because we hadn't identified him. Now the jury should be entitled to know which photo
Your Honor,
was
we ask
shown.
that we
as
approach.
that
Okay, we can.
Oh my goodness, what is happening? First of all, that looks like blush. Stephanie, what's happening? Camille just said that's inappropriate.
I'm not sure. I just missed that. I was getting in the car.
They showed this picture, and then
so I don't know
Elaine
what
says,
just happened.
Elaine says, this is the picture that she showed to Officer so-and-so, and Camille just lost her shit. She was like, that's inappropriate. Objection, objection. It's inappropriate.
So for the record, this particular photo was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 24 in both of the depositions that were shown earlier, where the pictures were not allowed to be shown yet because they hadn't been admitted. Amber, will you please describe for the jury what is depicted in this photo?
Yes, that's a picture of my face taken that evening, shortly before 9:30, after Johnny hit me with the phone.
So they showed this picture
Take
to the
this one
police
down and let's go to
officers during
Defendant's
their
Exhibit
deposition.
709.
Not the night of, during the deposition. Who knows when they were taken?
And based on the court's ruling, I'm going
I want
to
the
ask if
metadata
you can
on
redact
all these
that, Michelle,
photos.
please.
Tish says, I look like that when I cry, red face for hours. Yeah, me too. The officers testified that her face looked red from crying. That's correct. That's
Remove
what
the
they
admission
said.
of 709.
All right, any objection?
Not with redactions,
All right,
thank you.
709 with redactions and evidence, you can publish.
If it could be published to the jury, Your Honor, thank
It
you.
is.
And Your Honor, for the record, this is the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and to Officer Haddon as Exhibit 25 for both of their
That
depositions.
photo looks totally normal.
Amber, could you please describe for the jury what's depicted
No
here?
swelling.
That is my face after the phone incident. It's that night.
All right, let's bring Defendant 710, please.
Yeah, if Johnny Depp beat her like she has stated, she'd never
And
be
Your
able
Honor,
to
I'm
work
going to move
again.
the
She
admission
would have
of
had to
Exhibit
have
710. The
plastic
redactions have been
surgery
already
to
placed
cover
on
up
it.
all the stuff
Any
that
objection?
happened, supposedly.
No objection,
All right,
thank you.
710 with redactions, you can publish.
If we could publish, Your Honor. And for the record, this photo was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon. It was Exhibit 26 for both of their depositions. And please describe for the jury what's depicted here, Amber.
That is my face in yet a different light that same evening after Johnny hit me with the phone.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go to Defendant's Exhibit 711.
The phone would have bounced off that cheek implant like hitting a rubber ball. Possible. Are they made out of silicone? What are those things made out of? And just to remind
And I'm going to
you,
move the admission of
here's what I think
711,
it
Your
looks
Honor,
like.
with the redactions.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 711 with redactions and evidence, publish.
And for the record, Your Honor, for the jury's purposes, this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 27 to both of their depositions. And could you describe what's depicted here, Amber?
Yes, that is another angle, another lighting.
It just looks
of my
like she's
face,
wearing blush. I don't see
after the phone.
anything.
And
that
when,
evening.
and when you say angular lighting, what did Rocky do in taking these pictures?
Objection calls for speculation.
I said, what'd she do?
So overrule.
Thank you.
Raquel took pictures of my face in various places around the penthouse. The apartments have really different lighting, really dark in some places. Anyway, so we just took pictures in different lighting so that we had an accurate portrayal and depiction of what had happened.
And why did you take the pictures?
Raquel did it to protect me because the cops were coming, and we knew we knew that the police. I think at this point that they were already here. They were with us, but we weren't. Maybe this was right before. I'm not quite sure without seeing the timestamp, but we weren't sure what was going to happen, what the police were going to say, what they were going to do. We didn't know what Johnny was going to do, what he was going to say. So she wanted to protect me.
Okay. So let's go ahead and bring up 712.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to this question, Tina. Maybe Stephanie does. I don't know. But I don't know what the decision was for the pre-court hearings, the pre-trial hearings on the metadata, on the pictures. But if they had been decided that it wasn't admissible, they wouldn't be showing them. So there must have been some agreement that they could show
712,
them.
Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No, thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, 712 with redactions, you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And please describe what's depicted here.
Yeah, I would like to hear from a medical expert on this as well.
That is
Is this
another
consistent
picture of my face.
with an
taken around
injury
the same time.
that she's describing?
Okay. And then let's go to 713.
I mean, what she described happened that night went way beyond getting hit in the face with a cell phone. She also said that he hit her and that he hit her on the top of the head, that he slapped her
Will
on
the
the
admission of
face, that he
713,
choked
Your
her.
Honor?
Any
Where are
objection?
those injuries?
No objection.
All right, 713 with redactions, you can publish.
And for the record, this one was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as well as Exhibit 29 to both of their depositions. And just describe briefly to the jury what this is.
This is another picture of my face taken at the exact same time and in the same location as the other one, just with one of the lights turned on or an additional light turned on in the previous one.
Okay. Let's go to 714.
I would like to point out that, yes, you can recreate bruises that look like that very, very easily. I did it myself on this channel while we were live streaming a couple weeks ago, and here's what that looked like with just my little makeup
Move the
palette,
admission
some
of
contour,
714,
some
Your Honor.
blush, and some eyeshadow.
No objection.
All right, 714 with redactions, you can publish.
And please tell the jury what this depicts.
This is another angle of my face or another picture of my face taken at a different time. I don't know if this is later or before because I can't see the time on it.
Okay. Take that down. Let's go to 715.
Also, she had a makeup artist with her. There's footage of people in the elevator that night, and it was her, Rocky Pennington, and there was a makeup artist with her that night, and it's on Incredibly Average's
I'm going to
YouTube
move the
channel.
admission
You
of
can see it there.
715, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, 715 with redactions, in evidence, you can publish.
Thank you. And for the record, this one was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 17 for both.
Notice she did not
Please
go to the
describe for the
police
jury what's
station to have the
what's
photographs
depicted
taken
here.
in good lighting
That is a picture of my face.
or examined.
Some point later on in the night, it looks like that was taken in Rocky's apartment or in the apartment that she was staying in.
All taken in her friend's
And
apartment.
let's go to
That's
716.
convenient. Very convenient that you didn't have somebody at a forensics lab taking those photographs under some good lighting with a medical professional to look at it and see what kind of bruising there was and what the injury to your face was, Amber.
Move the admission of 716.
You just had your friends do it? Does that make sense to you if you are a victim of abuse?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. 716 evidence as redacted.
And Amber, could you please tell the jury what this picture depicts?
Yes, it's the business card that one of the police officers left for me in case I changed my mind and wanted to comment.
And were the pictures that we have just seen before this, were they taken before the pictures of the police card, the card that was left after, or do you know?
Objection compound.
It's not.
And calls for speculation.
Your Honor, compound is only.
Overruled.
Thank you.
We took pictures before, during, and after.
And the question I had for you is the pictures you've seen so far, were those taken before, at the time of this, before this card was presented to you and you took the picture, after, or do you know?
Some of them were, but without seeing all the timestamps, I can't tell exactly.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
Franco was
Okay,
her
and then
witness,
I'm going to
not
ask you to
Depp's
take
witness.
this one down and go to 717.
And they are not calling him to the stand because I don't think he wants to testify. Also, Elon Musk is not going to testify, and he was supposed to be one of her witnesses as well.
And I'm going to ask you, I'm going to move the admission of 717, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 717 is redacted in evidence. Published.
Thank you. And please just briefly describe to the jury what this is.
The two officers that first responded left me that card. This is the front of the business card they left.
Can you tell the jury, just explain what the interaction was that you had with the police officers, just describing what you observed?
Cindy, her witnesses are all dead or missing.
I did not want to speak to them. I asked that Raquel's partner or husband ask them to go away without speaking to me.
And just so the jury understands, who was Raquel's fiance at that time?
His name is Josh Drew, and he and Raquel lived in the apartment at Johnny's invitation across the hall from us. Raquel had keys. We kind of shared keys. They were our neighbors, but had keys to our house.
Okay. So why didn't you want to cooperate with the police?
Now this will be interesting.
Because I wanted to protect Johnny. I didn't want him to be arrested.
Oh, baloney.
I didn't want him to be in trouble. I didn't want the world to know.
She threatened him in a letter the next day.
I didn't want him to be in trouble.
Give me $14 million. Or I'm going to tell.
I wanted to protect Johnny.
Bullshit.
Let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1374.
Have you guys seen the extortion letter that her attorney sent him? Give us $14 million and the truck and 3 penthouses, and Amber won't go public with this story. Bullshit, Amber. You wanted to protect him. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Not true. There's literally a letter that says, give me $14 million and then I won't go to the press. But if you don't, I will. And that's exactly what she did.
Thank you. All right, move the admission of 1374A, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
1374.
Yeah, my bruises do look better than hers. Mine look way more real than hers.
And Amber, what is this?
It's another picture of my face after Johnny threw the phone at it.
Okay.
All right,
And then let's go to 1493T.
I think mine look better. Oh yeah, her friends had keys to her apartment because they were living in Johnny's penthouses. They were living on him. They were leeching off of him. They were all living on him in his penthouses. They had keys to everything. Can you imagine living with this woman and all of her friends?
1493T in evidence.
Like he literally had to live with her and all of her friends.
This is a picture of my face after that incident. Perhaps by the lighting, it looks like it might have been taken the next day, but I can't tell for sure.
Okay. And then let's go to 1493S.
She keeps poking herself in that eye. I don't know what she is doing, but she continues to put her finger in her eye. She's done it 3 or 4 times.
No objection.
All right, 1493S in evidence. Published.
Yeah, he sounds like a total monster, letting everyone she loves live in off of him.
This is another picture of my eye and side of my face.
Now, were there also pictures taken of the property that you described, Mr. Depp, destroying or damaging?
This photo is totally different than the last photo
Michelle,
she
can you bring
showed.
up Defendant's Exhibit 700?
The other one, the bruise was more, or the
Based
red
on Your
mark
Honor's
was like
rulings,
here.
we will take off the metadata.
In this new one, now it's here.
Move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 700.
No objection with redaction.
700 with redactions. You can publish.
Oh, you didn't know?
Describe to the jury
million?
what's depicted in this
That
photo.
happened. I have the letter.
Yes, my friend was preparing for a bead show and had displays to show these bead necklaces she made. And she needed some counter space in order to kind of set up the displays that she was going to use the next day. So she asked me earlier in the day if she could use the free counter space in that penthouse 5,
in Johnny's
to kind
penthouse.
of set up those those display racks. They were set up in that room when Johnny went in there to destroy things, as he does.
And this depicts some of that damage?
Yeah, security let him in, even though I had asked
Objection, Your
security
Honor,
not to.
speculation
I don't think that was speculation.
and lack of foundation.
Yeah,
Oh,
these
you-
people
I'll
are not
sustain his foundation
testifying.
if you want
Rocky Pennington is not testifying. Io's not testifying because they
What
can't
what's
back her up.
depicted in, what's the damage
That's
that
what
was
I
done?
think.
Well, because Johnny would always smash up my things and destroy my property when he was mad at me. I had asked that they not let him in so that he could do that. I mean, the only purpose for him to be let into Penthouse 5 in that state, he doesn't have property in there. The only reason for him to go in there would be to destroy it. And they, of course, let him into Penthouse 5.
Objection, Your
so
Honor.
that he could go.
Yes, ma'am.
Lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Just tell the jury what he did here that's depicted in this.
This is just a one corner of the room that shows the destruction. He just went in there with this bottle swinging and smashed a bunch of things.
Objection, Your Honor, this is speculation.
All
She hasn't established
Yeah,
that she was there.
She has no witness. She's not a witness to
I'll
it.
sustain if you want to lay a foundation. It's fine.
Okay. Did anybody else, to your knowledge, go in there and do this?
Objection, Your Honor.
And it is his home.
Calls for speculation.
trying to
He's got
lay
all
the
these
foundation.
freeloaders living
I'll
in
sustain the
his
objection.
home.
Next
Well,
question.
let's do this. Never mind. We'll
Unbelievable.
let somebody else tell who did it, okay?
Sure.
Just all I'm asking here is what is the damage? What has been done that's depicted here?
This is just one of Raquel's bead racks that he
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
I'll sustain the
All right,
objection.
let's go to 701.
Again with the eye. She keeps poking herself in that eye. She is really trying to get that eye
Move
to
the
start
admission of
watering.
701.
With redaction, no objection.
What
All right,
is she
701 with
doing to
redactions
her
and
eye?
evidence.
She's digging inside of it.
Amber, can you please describe what's depicted here?
Can you please stop poking yourself in the eye?
Yeah, it is our bedroom in Penthouse 3, the main penthouse. Looks like he was just throwing things.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for
Sustain
speculation.
the objection.
So just describe what you see here as opposed
God.
to what you say
I can't
he
take
did.
a lady.
I see a bunch of
I
art
cannot take her.
tossed on the bed.
Okay, where was that art before Mr. Depp was at your house on May 21, 2016?
Hanging on the wall where it belongs.
This is the
Let's go
art.
to, Michelle, can you bring up defendant
Again,
702, please?
the only evidence of him being an abuser is abusing things in his house that he tears up. It's just, it's incredible. What is in her eye? Is there something in her eye?
Oh, Your Honor,
Maybe
I
she got
forgot
some of that
on the last
menthol
two.
in it
For
on
defendant's
accident.
exhibit 700, that was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon. It was exhibit 39 to both of theirs. And exhibit 701 was shown to Haddon only, and that was exhibit 30 in his deposition. I move the admission of 702, please.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 702 with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect this was also shown to Officer Haddon as deposition exhibit number 40. And can you please describe for the jury what's depicted here?
Yes, it is broken glass from one of the broken pictures that were hanging on the wall.
All right, I'm going to make the
And
screen bigger.
where is
'cause I
this
can't see
physically?
This is in Penthouse 5 on the stairwell.
Okay.
I can't.
Michelle, can you bring up defendant 703, please?
I mean, photos of broken stuff don't prove anything. I mean, they just don't. It's his stuff. He can break it. Margaret agrees with me.
Move the admission of defendant
If he
703.
did, I'm not sure if he said he did do that. I think he said he didn't.
No objection.
All right,
Did they
703 with
stage
redactions. We
this
can
like
publish.
this? I mean,
Thank
that's
you, Your
possible.
Honor. And let the record reflect that
What
this
is
was
that?
shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as exhibit 41 for both of their depositions.
What am I even looking at?
And Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph of this stairwell. in the same apartment, penthouse 5.
That probably happened when he threw the racks
which
of
is
clothes
the
down the
apartment
stairs.
where I kept my things.
Okay. And is that glass?
He said
on the
he did
stairwell?
that.
Yes, from one of the broken picture frames on the wall. We had a lot of I had a lot of picture frames on the walls, and many, if not most of them, were smashed.
Okay. Let's take this one down and go to 704, please, defendants. Michelle, thank you.
Back in the eyeball. We're back in the eye. I don't think she wears contacts, you guys. I don't think she is a glasses wearer. She had those glasses the other day that I think were just a prop, and
Will the
she
admission of defendant 704?
couldn't see with them very
All right,
well.
704 with redactions, publish.
Thank you, and let the record reflect that this was shown to both Officer Sines and Haddon as Exhibit 34 to both their depositions. And Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
Just another piece of glass. It looks like the base of a wine glass. That is in penthouse 3, the main apartment.
But you're
And when
telling
you
me
say
a wine glass
did you
shattered
see
and there's
this
only
particular
one piece of glass?
glass?
Right
There were glasses
Where's the
in
rest
the
of it?
kitchen, and always. And when Johnny was walking out, I saw myself, swinging the magnum-sized bottle, and I could hear glass breaking and things falling.
Okay.
It's a weird picture to take.
Thank
Where's
you.
the picture of all
Michelle,
the
can you
shattered glass?
Bring up 705, please.
Shouldn't there be a bunch more than that if it was a whole magnum? I mean, I'm just asking the question. Where's the main pile of glass? Like, there's just one piece of glass on a rug?
Move the admission of 705.
No redaction. No, excuse me, no objection.
That was a picture of the dirty carpet. We found the dirty carpet.
Go ahead.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Haddon in Exhibit 36 of his deposition. Amber, can you please describe for the jury what's portrayed here?
All right, what am I looking
Things
at?
knocked over on the kitchen countertop, and I see pieces of broken glass on the countertop as well.
I don't see any broken glass.
Let's go to 707.
I see it like a jar knocked over, but it doesn't look like it's broken. Did you see any broken glass? That went by so fast. I don't even know what I saw. What a crappy, dark picture. I mean, for God's sake, what am I even looking at here? Does anybody know what we saw there? What happened to the sound? Are they conferencing with the judge, or did we? All right, it's not me, it's the stream. So if the sound is out, it's not me, it's the court. I don't
Jury, what's
understand
depicted
this.
This is the hallway leading up to the apartments. So this is the hallway that connects all of the apartments. It's kind of an indoor-outdoor sort of hallway, meaning it's covered, but it's exposed on the far ends of both to the elements. So this is not carpet. It's like a plasticky. I don't know how to describe the material. It's like a plasticky kind of netting, not netting. It's difficult to describe, but it's a kind of an outdoor sort of carpet.
Oh, more
All right,
carpets.
and what's depicted there?
Dirty carpet.
Wine on the floor and a little on the wall, it seems.
Okay. Let's go to 718, please.
Nicole says, I'm about to poke her in the eye myself. I'll quote my mother, I'll give you something to cry about. It's funny. Funny, Nicole. Anyone can
admission of
sprinkle glass
718?
around
No
and
objection.
stage a
All right,
picture.
718 with
That's
redactions
true.
and evidence.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon in Deposition Exhibit 31 for both of them. Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph on the floor, not the wall. This one
What
appears
is
to be remarkably unbroken.
Oh, an unbroken picture on
Let's go
the
to
floor.
719, please.
An unbroken picture. Okay. Holy shit, this is crazy. Megan, the judge, they each have the same amount of time. So it's
With
up
the
to the
admission of
lawyers what they
defendant
spend their time
719.
on. The judge has nothing to say over that.
No objection.
All right, 719
The
with
lawyers are
redactions.
choosing how much time to
Thank
spend
you, Your
on
Honor.
this.
And let the record reflect that this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions Exhibit 35 to both. And Amber, please just describe for the jury what's depicted here.
No, what is
It's
this?
one corner of the kitchen in penthouse.
It looks like
3.
dog bones on
Looks
a
like
rug.
one of the things that was knocked off of the kitchen island when Johnny left.
Okay. Let's go to defendant 720, please.
Pamela says, that's it. Team Amber all the way. That last picture proves it. An unbroken photograph and some dog bones on a rug. I don't even know what I just saw. I don't know what was on that rug. It looked
Move the
like dog
admission of
bones.
defendant 720.
No objection.
All right, 720 with redactions.
And let the record reflect, Your Honor, this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon, deposition exhibit 43 to both.
Yeah, it looked like pig ears, didn't
Amber,
it?
could you please describe
this?
to the jury what's depicted
Knocked
here?
over male.
That's my office. It's a corner of my office.
To be honest,
And
my
that
office looks
is,
just like that right now on the floor.
a box of like
I should take a
sentimental things,
picture.
things from my childhood or
It's
things
so
that are important to me. Keepsake box that has been dumped out, it looks like.
Okay. Let's go to defendant
Wendy,
721.
that's a good question. How do we know she and her friends didn't do all of this? There's no way to know. They absolutely could have. Track says
Move the
my
admission
cat
of
knocks
defendant
more stuff on the
721.
floor than what she's
No
offering
objection,
up.
Your Honor.
721 with redactions, published.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in deposition exhibit 44 for both. Amber, please describe for the jury what this depicts.
It's again, my office, different, same thing, different angle.
Okay. Let's go to 722.
Yeah, she's saying the cops were lying. I mean, gosh, she could have done all this after the police left. I mean, this is diabolical.
Move the admission of
Cops
defendants
get there,
exhibit
they say they don't
722.
see anything, and
No
now
objection,
she
Your Honor.
stages it to make
722
them
with
look like
redactions.
liars.
Thank you.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as deposition exhibit 42 to both. Amber, please describe to the jury
What am I
what's
looking
depicted
at?
here.
Pictures on the
That's
wall?
a picture of my friends and I when we were at that London house that Johnny punched.
You saw him punch this?
I heard it.
Okay. All right, let's go to 723, please.
Is it broken? I didn't, it's not broken. Yeah, this is bored. Deborah, remember, if you're bored, the jury is also bored.
Move the admission of defendant 723.
God, how many of these are we going to have to sit through?
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 723.
No, I'm
redacted
not going to
evidence.
mute myself.
Let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions,
If you
exhibit 38 for both.
If you want no commentary,
Amber, please describe for
go
the jury
find the
what's
stream
reflected.
someplace else.
One of the, it looks like a Magnum bottle of wine
it's
that
not broken.
is empty or spilled on the floor.
Can you tell where that is located?
It looks like it would be penthouse 5.
Okay. Let's go to 724.
Good God. There's going to be like 50 more of these
Move the
photos.
admission of defendant 724.
No objection.
All right, 724 with redactions. Thank you.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon as their deposition exhibits 33.
Thank you,
Amber,
Christy.
please tell the jury what's depicted here.
This is more wine that Johnny was spilling as he was using the bottle he was holding as a bat of sorts.
Let's go to 725.
I don't. That could be the dog peeing on the floor for all we know, or she spilled it.
We're almost done. Just 2 more.
There's no way police would have walked through a house like this that had all this stuff everywhere and said there was no evidence
Move
of
the admission
any
of defendant
fight.
725.
No
That is
objection.
four
725
police
with
officers
redactions.
Let the
said.
record reflect this
No
was shown to
evidence of
Officer
anything.
Sines and Haddon as deposition exhibit 37 to their depositions. Amber, please tell the jury what's depicted here.
More spilled wine on the floor. This looks like penthouse 5.
Okay. And the last but not least, Michelle, please, defendants 726.
Objection. Boring, Your Honor. Objection. They're putting us to sleep, Your Honor. Oh, my camera's doing that thing again where it's way behind, so I just turned it off. It's
Move the
StreamYard.
admission.
No objection.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe the jury needs a tissue.
Oh, okay. Thank you. We will get a tissue.
A member of the jury needs a tissue?
Yes. Thank you,
Is
Melissa.
the jury crying?
All right, no
Is
objection,
someone on the
726 would
jury
be back. Thank you.
crying? What? Oh, maybe crying from boredom.
All right, and let the record reflect that this one was shown to Officer Hines and Haddon as Deposition 32 exhibit to their depositions. And Amber, please just describe to the jury what's depicted here.
More spilled wine on the floor. Penthouse 3 appears.
Okay, thank you. Now, when the police officers were there, did either of them take you aside by yourself
Allison.
and talk with you?
The menthol
Yes.
got into the jury's
Which
eyes.
one, or both?
The male officer I did not have much interaction with. The female officer said she needed to speak to me by myself, pulled me aside. We went into penthouse 3, the main penthouse, to speak there because I had been in penthouse 1, Raquel and Josh's apartment up until that moment.
Okay, and then what, if anything, did she ask you?
She asked me if I would make a statement, if I would cooperate. She kind of indicated to me, I don't remember if it was what word she said, but she kind of gestured to my face and.
Objection, Your Honor.
She
hearsay.
did not.
I think she could, if
She
she just,
testified the
gesturing to her
opposite.
face is not hearsay,
I'll
it's not a statement.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
The
motion.
officer
it's
testified
also
she
not
saw
offered to prove the
nothing on her
truth.
face.
I'll sustain.
Nothing.
Okay, so what happened next?
Oh, that was quite a face.
Let's do this. How long were you with the officer when she took you aside?
A few minutes, if that.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you cooperate?
No, I did not, but it was my understanding that I couldn't stop them from walking through the apartment, which is what they indicated to me.
Okay. And were you with them when they walked through the apartment?
No, Josh, I was with them at the beginning of penthouse 3. Josh, Raquel's partner, took over from there and showed them around the house up through penthouse 3, which connects on the top floor to the neighboring apartment, penthouse 4, and then on to penthouse 5. They all connect on the top level. So Josh walked the officers through the house.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you say about the identity of Mr. Depp?
Nothing.
Were you asked?
Yes.
But you refused to tell them?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay. Why did you refuse to tell the police officers Mr. Depp's identity?
Because I did not want them to arrest Johnny. I did not want this to happen. I did not want any of this to happen. I didn't want to get him in trouble. So I said, well, I just refused to cooperate.
Okay. Now, approximately how long were the police officers there?
I don't recall exactly, maybe I'd say less than half an hour. I really don't know exactly, but they weren't there very long at all.
Okay. Now, after the police officers left, what did you do?
We cleaned up a bit.
I'm going to
because there was
myself a
broken
snack.
glass and we had dogs. So tried to clean up the mess, and especially the glass. And Josh, Rocky, Liz, and I, we kind of just cleaned up and eventually sat on the couch, and they just tried to comfort me.
What, if any, knowledge did you have that there was going to be a second set of officers coming later that night?
I didn't know about that. That surprised me.
When did you learn that a second set of officers were coming to the penthouse that night?
I think I learned about it when they were there, when they arrived.
Okay. And we've seen the body-worn video on that. Is there anything that you recall outside of what was reflected on Officer Gateland's body-worn video?
I couldn't see much of what was on that video. I just, I remember being surprised that they were there, not really knowing why they were there. I assumed it was because I was encouraged to make a statement by the first set of officers.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right,
Just keep going forward. Okay.
And I was sitting on the couch. It was sometime hours, maybe between an hour, 2 hours, maybe more. I don't really recall, but we had cleaned up and we were resting and they were comforting me when they came. And they didn't do it the first set of officers did. They just kind of came into the apartment, confirmed that that I was okay or that we were okay. They didn't really seem to be that concerned. And they didn't demand to do a walkthrough like the first set of officers had. And they left.
Okay. And what, if any, cooperation did you give them?
Well, I didn't need to. I didn't really cooperate with them. I didn't talk to them. I didn't even get up off the couch. I was speaking to them from quite a bit of a distance, like between you and I, and maybe more. And I didn't really say anything. I just kind of acknowledged that they entered and that was it.
Did you provide them with Mr. Depp's name?
No way.
Did they ask?
No.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take you to the next day, May 22. And I'm going to, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 772? What, if any, efforts did Mr. Depp make to reach out to you the day after this happened?
Well, he made several efforts. Immediately, he kind of reached out and lashed out. Again, kind of going on what seems to be slightly delusional, thinking that just because he saw my friend's beads out on the countertop that it had become a workshop or a studio for her. So he seemed angry about, this perception that this bead display that my friend had set up was evidence of her running some sort of workshop. And he also accused us of having invited someone else to live there who wasn't living there, who was just in the apartment when Johnny stormed in. So he just kind of lashed out, and then the tone changed in the days that followed.
And let me stop you there. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 772. And is this a text message from Mr. Depp to you?
But no.
Yes, it is.
And it's on
on my computer upstairs.
5/22
It
at
should be fine.
12:23 a.m. So
Go
it's
potty.
early morning hours after 5:21. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant 772.
No objection.
All right, 772 and evidence with the identifiers redacted and published. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, and I know you started to talk about this, Amber, but it says, I'm an idiot, PH5 is Rocky's studio. You are shameless. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, was that what you were talking about with him thinking that you're?
Yes.
Okay. And then obviously we can read that he says, I tried to make it work. You just turned more and more into a spoiled brat. All you wanted was to make me fucking miserable. Well, I'm finally there. I'll never be able to understand how I fell in love with you. You're not her. I loved you more than anything. I did everything that I could, but you never fucking loved me. I was merely convenient for you. I hope our divorce goes as quickly as possible and that it is as painless as possible. So sorry you were as unhappy with me as you were. Obviously, the purity of whatever was has been gone for a long time. I will miss the moments of beauty and truth. Goodbye, Amber. What the fuck was I thinking? I wish you all merit, the former him. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. Depp about divorce that night?
We did not have a discussion about that that evening. We didn't have time. He was obsessed with dog poop.
Okay.
That's what he wanted to talk about.
All right, let's take this down and let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 773. Now, this is a text exchange between you and Mr. Depp. It starts with Mr. Depp on 5/21 at 6:58 p.m. just saying here. Does that refresh your recollection of when he arrived at your penthouse on May 21?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next series are on 5/22. They start at 5:13. And you're discussing talking. You said, sorry, I'm just leaving Amanda's birthday now. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And then he responds to that, correct?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant 773.
Your Honor, if we could just have a minute to review this exhibit.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it just this page?
No, there's
3 pages.
3 pages.
I'm just reading Michelle's hands.
I thought I'd give you something else to look at besides this woman. Gotta feed Archie Ruckus. He was hungry too. I need a snack. I'm looking for a snack. Cotton candy grapes? Strawberries? Raspberries? I don't know. Tough decision. I think I'll go with the grapes.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 773 in evidence for identifiers redacted.
Thank you. And if we could, okay, we've got it published to the jury. So let's go to the top, Michelle. And so it starts out with him. This is the 5/21, 6:58 p.m. saying he's there, correct?
Yeah, but I think he came in later than that. Took him some time.
Okay. And then if we move up, the next one is you at 5/22 at 5:13 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And then you say, thank you, and then can we still speak in a min? What do you recall of why you sent those texts?
I believe we had spoken on the phone. Or I can't control this, correct? The screen. I don't know.
We can give you control. Yes, maybe we should do that and clear out my purples.
I just don't know what was sent right before this.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Your Honor, can we
can't scroll. She's asking to scroll.
Okay, Michelle, let's have you scroll if you can. Just go ahead and scroll through just slowly so she can read the whole thing.
Is anybody else super bored? Because I'm feeling pretty bored.
Okay, that makes sense.
I haven't been able to see your comments since I've been downstairs, so now I'm back. Cannot get my headphones on.
All right. Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, I believe
Struggling.
I believe he had apologized to me after the phone incident. I had commitments that I had to attend the following day on the 22nd. So the beach show I referenced, I mentioned to you, I had to go to. I also had to bring a cake to a friend's birthday party. So I had things I unfortunately had to do that day. And I remember there was communication with Johnny, both by phone and by text, where he was telling me that he was clean, that he was sober, he was clear mind, it wasn't the monster, and that he was so sorry. But I had already committed to filing for divorce. And eventually I have to let him know that it's not just saying it in the anger, in the fights that like we had done, both he and I did that at times in some of our fights, especially towards the end of our relationship. And so I let him know that I was serious about filing this time, and that I had had enough after the phone.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I had enough.
Okay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
All right, I'm going to draw your attention to the bottom of the page, Defendant's Exhibit 773, and this is at 5:22, so this is 6:19 p.m. Do you see that? 5:22? And he says, just let me know when you have a minute, and I'll give you a call. Nothing I have to say. You should elicit anything but a sense of ease. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he says, all my love and profound apologies. What was he apologizing for?
Objection, calls for speculation.
What was your understanding of what he was apologizing for?
Speculation, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. In his phone call with you, did he tell you what he was apologizing for?
Yes.
What did he say?
He was sorry that he reacted the way he did. He said he didn't mean to hurt me. He didn't mean to hurt me. If he really hurt me that bad, he's sorry. That he didn't mean to.
Okay. Michelle, if we can go to the next page. Up to the green.
It's not unusual for victims of abuse to apologize to their abuser. It's not unusual at all. He was trying to control the outbreaks.
I'm sad, I'm scared, and I'm broken, my sweet Slim. And then he says, I want you happy. I have zero harsh feelings. I am clear and I am me. What did you understand him to mean by I am clear and I am me?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Do you
I
have
know
an
what he
understanding?
meant.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Did
there's
he
a
use that phrase with you?
I'll hold on. I'll sustain that objection.
I'm trying to get to the
Yeah, I
next
know.
one here.
Then you can ask your next question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Did he use those phrases with you during your marriage?
Yes, he did.
What did Mr. Depp mean when he says I'm clear and I am me?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I think I established a foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you.
That he had sobered up. That he had sobered up and he was not the monster again, that he was him. That he was a good guy I loved.
Attempting to
No one I
cry.
trusted.
All right, I'm going to ask Michelle if you can take that one down and bring in 771, which has already been admitted. Now, those text exchanges were in the 6 o'clock to almost 7 o'clock range. And here it's 5:22. It's now 8 o'clock.
I'm
correct?
looking at her on a big screen.
Yes.
I don't see
And
any
he's
wetness.
telling you, sorry if a bit, please know that my hurt towards you is over. My apologies are eternal and belong to you. Solid. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And was it your understanding he was apologizing again?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Was there anything else he would have been apologizing for that he had done?
Objection, calls for
I'll
speculation.
sustain the objection.
That's it. Okay. So tell the jury how you felt in that week, May 22 through May 27, and what you decided to do.
At the time, it felt like the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I had worked so hard to try to make this relationship work. I went to therapy and went to Al-Anon. I got help. I read books. I did everything I could possibly do, and it didn't work. And I was conflicted. To answer your question, I was conflicted. I knew after he threw the phone at my face that after all that month of not seeing each other, not getting better, not getting clean and sober, there wasn't even, I didn't, you know, it was falling apart. I knew I had to leave him. I knew I wouldn't survive it if I didn't. So I made the decision to file for divorce. It was hard because, you know, I loved Johnny so much. I loved him so much.
More crying without tears, without mucus running
and why
down the
did
throat,
you
no
file for
swallowing,
divorce?
no wetness, just fake crying.
Because I knew if I didn't, I'd likely not literally survive. I'd been
Exaggerated sighing, no
I'm
tears.
so scared that it was going to end
She's doing that little
really badly for me. And
See, I can do that too and not be crying.
I really didn't want to leave him. I loved him so much. I would have done anything, but I couldn't do that one thing. I couldn't stay. The promise and the hope that I had become less and less regular and more rare. The monster had been this thing that was now the normal and not the exception. The violence was now normal and not the exception. And it was so hard.
Here we go with the
It
faces.
was so hard.
The chin.
I knew I had to do it.
But I'm looking at the big screen.
I really would have
I'm looking for tears.
taken it too far. I wouldn't be here.
I see highlighter. I do not see tears.
Why did you ask for a domestic violence temporary restraining order?
I wanted to change my locks. I wanted a good night's sleep. Security would always let him into the house no matter what I asked them. No matter when I begged them to let me know when he was coming over, no matter how much I begged them not to let him in when he was mad or drunk or high.
Then why didn't she call the police?
And I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic. I was losing hair. I was losing weight. I got really sick. I had shingles. I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic attack. I had panic attacks all the time. I was falling apart.
Shingles.
Scared.
If she had
And
shingles, she would have a medical
very
record of that.
conflicted because
Can we see that? You have to go and get antiviral for that.
the person I was scared of is also the person I was in love with. Really, really tricky. And I was thinking one step at a time. You know, I was thinking very myopically. I wanted just to get a good night rest, a good night's sleep. I just wanted to change my locks. I thought I'd be healthier if I got some sleep and I could think about what to do or how to handle this. If I just could sleep. And when I did, I realized that that wasn't enough, that he could get in any way, that the building wasn't going to stop him from getting a locksmith and coming in. I knew that he would do what he wanted.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
It's not up for- Thank you.
All right, next.
Okay. So did Mr. Depp show up for the hearing on the DVTRO?
No, he didn't.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
And why did you show up?
because I had to provide testimony for why I needed a restraining order.
What, if any, warning did you give Mr. Depp about obtaining the DVTRO?
We gave him warning.
She's totally
My
back
counsel
to
and his
normal.
counsel
No
were
more.
in communication, and we let them know. We had to. It was mandatory. It's my understanding of it. I'm not a lawyer.
Notice how
Was
her
there
voice
any
is totally normal
confusion
again.
surrounding whether Mr. Depp was going to file suit as well?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation,
I'm asking
lack of
for-
foundation.
All right, I'll sustain as the foundation if you want.
Right. Did you have any confusion as to whether Mr. Depp was going to file as well?
So I filed for divorce
Big
on
sniff.
the
There's nothing there to sniff.
23rd, I believe. And I
She
thought
hasn't swallowed once.
that when I went in that Tuesday, when we filed for it, remarkably, it managed to stay under the radar. You know, these filings are not private. You can't make them private in California. And remarkably, it had flown under the radar. No one picked up on the fact that I had filed. And as limited as it sounds now, I just wanted as much privacy as we could have. You know, one day at a time, I wanted as much privacy as we could possibly get. And the filing had been missed by TMZ and, you know, these paparazzi outlets and stuff. But between the communications between our counsel, I realized that Johnny was going to file in
Objection,
retaliation.
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
More sniffing, no swallowing.
I'm trying to think how to ask this.
More sniffing.
So, without saying what the counsel said, what was your understanding and what was your concern?
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, well, let's move on. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 800, please?
More sniffing, but it doesn't
Move
sound
the
like there's
admission of Defendant's
anything in
Exhibit
there.
800.
Sounds like
Any
my
objection?
sniffing.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 800 in evidence. Publish.
Amber, can you describe for the jury what this picture is?
It's a picture of my face while I'm sitting at the courthouse.
And were you wearing any makeup?
I was wearing nothing, not a stitch of makeup.
Michelle, can you bring up 801, please? Move the admission of 801.
No objection.
801 in evidence. Publish.
Stephanie,
And
there's
Amber,
more
if
than
you
that.
can
There's
tell the jury
thousands.
what this is.
We've seen number 1600 already.
That's me while I was obtaining my restraining order. It's me in the courthouse.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do while you were at the courthouse? Did you testify?
Oh, I provided testimony and sat there and cried.
And did you obtain a domestic violence restraining order? Temporary
I
restraining
did.
order?
The court granted me a restraining order at that time.
When you left the courthouse, what did you experience?
I walked into the courthouse. It was quiet. First thing in the morning. No one knew about my divorce, so I thought it was going to stay that way. And I walked out to a sea of paparazzi and cameras, photographers. It was
Just like
to
you
that
planned.
point. At that point in my life, I had never seen so many photographers, and they just surrounded me
Like
as
her
I walked out of
publicist
that
didn't tell them.
courthouse and
Bull.
screamed at me, screamed horrible things at me.
I'm going to take you just for a moment to makeup, and then that would put
Okay,
after
good
that.
break point. Okay, great.
That'll be
All right,
a
thank
good
you.
breaking point after the makeup. You
Yes.
said that you didn't testify, you didn't wear any makeup that day. We've heard all kinds of things about makeup in this case. Could you please tell the jury what your regular routine was with respect to makeup?
Yes, I get up and wash my face like most of us, and I put on right away a moisturizer that has tinted foundation in it. And then I put another foundation on because it has sunblock in it. I have a skin condition that my skin reacts to the sun in a bad way. So I have to wear sunscreen or sunblock every day. Anyway, so
Does
I
she
put
get red
on both of
marks on her
those. I put on
face
concealer.
when she doesn't wear sunblock? That's interesting.
And I do that before I leave my bathroom in the morning. Okay. That's obviously if I don't have a bruise.
Now, when you had bruises or cuts of any nature, what would you do about those? Would you try to cover them up? Would you try to just leave them showing? What would you do?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled on that. Go ahead.
Well, I'm typically photographed in LA when I leave the house, paparazzi type of photograph. So I'm somewhat aware of that anyway. And no woman wants to walk around with a bruise on her face. So if I do have a bruise on my face or someplace visible, the main thing, you have to ice right away to reduce swelling because no amount of makeup can fix swelling, but it's very manageable if you ice it really soon. Arnica is also a great remedy, arnica cream. And then if you want to cover up a bruise, you obviously put foundation first, concealer, and then on top of that, I used a bruise kit. Not a bruise kit, it's a theater makeup kit, a color correction kit, but I called it my bruise kit.
And let me, I use this, I think, in opening statement in its defendant's exhibit.
If you could by the microphone, please.
Oh.
Just we can't hear you. There you go.
May I approach the witness to?
Well, that's what you just showed counsel.
Now she's going to say she didn't actually mean the Milani Compact during her opening statements.
This is what I was talking about as a color correction kit. This is not obviously the exact one I used to carry, but I used to carry it with me all the time. Sometimes this pink is sometimes a little bit more purple of a hue, and sometimes the kits are 3 colors. You can get them in 3 or 4 colors. Sometimes they have even more. But the idea is that you want to counteract whatever color you're working with on the bruise. So the first day of bruising,
So she is using
the
the
immediate
Milani
is
one.
red. Red is what shows up right away. So you want to go with the opposite on the color wheel by dabbing on a bit of the green or something to counteract the red. After
Let's
a day
make her
or
do
two,
it.
you get more purple in
Make
the
her
bruise.
do it on somebody with a bruise.
So
I want to see this.
you'd obviously have
magic
to go
makeup.
with more of the red tones, the orange tones here. Day 2 for me was always the trickiest because day 2 I feel like, day 1 and day 2 are hardest for me because that's when you get the most blues and purples and you have to deal with the sensitivity. Bruises don't like to be touched. That's the whole point. So that's the trickiest part. But after a few days, that becomes more of that blue becomes more of a brown, yellowish browns, like 5-7 days in becomes more of a yellow green, and then fades into a brown and then into your skin. And whatever color you're working with in the bruise, you want to go opposite color on the color wheel. The opposite. In the first couple of days when you have more of the typical bruise color, the blues and the purples, you want to go more of the orange on the color wheel as opposed to the greens.
We need a demonstration.
And then it progresses from there. I also
want to see her
noticed
cover
that
up a black eye.
Bruising on your face tends to heal a lot faster than, at least for me, it was faster healing than bruises on my body, or at least it seemed like that to me. And a nose is pretty much unrecognizable after a day or 2, depending on how much you ice it. Lips are the hardest because they crack and bleed, of course. But it's easy to hide with lipstick if you're a woman, or if you wear lipstick, I suppose.
We heard some testimony of people in the week of May 21st to 27th saying that you didn't wear a stitch of makeup. Oh, was that true?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
They just don't know what they're talking about. I always wear makeup.
A makeup artist
You always
doesn't know
wear
what she's
makeup?
talking
I
about
mean, it's part
when
of
it
my
comes to
bathroom
makeup.
routine in the morning. You know, wash my face. I put on moisturizer. My moisturizer has tinted foundation in it, and I'm certainly not going to walk around LA with bruises on my face.
I think.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. Again, did not do any outside
Stephanie,
research,
get
did
in
not
here.
discuss the case with anybody, and we'll see you in an hour, okay?
Holy
Thank you.
cow. All right.
Court is still
I
in
think,
session, so please be quiet in the gallery. Thank you.
I think, hold on, let me mute this. I think we need to have her put on the stand as an expert in makeup, and then go down to the lockup under the courthouse and find one of the, in the drunk tank, find somebody with a black eye, bring him up, and have her demonstrate this magical ability of hers to cover up swollen black eyes, and claiming, by the way, claiming that ice takes away all swelling is absolutely insane. Do you have any experience with ice? I do. I've got kids. They bonk themselves. In fact, my son hit his head the other day and he had a goose egg on the back of his head that was the size of a golf ball. I stuck some ice on there and it came down to about the size of what's smaller than a golf ball? A ping pong ball. Okay? That's the reduction of swelling that you get with ice. It does not go back to being totally flat. Stephanie, what is your opinion of this testimony?
It's the same as it has been the whole time she's been testifying, which is I don't believe anything she says. She's totally not believable to me.
Well, have you ever had this miracle ice she's talking about that takes all swelling away?
No, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Also, did you notice the little Freudian slip? I was over here losing it. She said the word bruise kit. So I took my bruise kit. That's for creating bruises, like for Halloween, for, theater. That's what a bruise kit is. It's not a thing you use to cover up bruises. And she tried to correct it. Not bruise kit. I mean, yeah, well, I call it my bruise kit. What I use to cover up my bruises. No, I don't think so, Amber. I think what you actually did was use a bruise kit like everyone uses a bruise kit, which is to create fake bruises. And she didn't even do a good job because the photos we've seen, I mean, that it doesn't make sense. If he beat you that bad, this is not enough. It's not, what we're seeing here is not enough.
Okay, I've had some experience with stage makeup, and as you all know and you've seen, I created bruises on my face during this live stream with just a, I actually didn't even have anything as fancy as what she had. I just had contour and some eyeshadow, and I created better looking bruises than she did. I also noticed that she showed two pictures. You guys remember the picture that she showed where this cheek was very red right here? That it was like a pink. We were all saying it looked like blush. Then in another photo, the bruise was now higher. It was up here. And she's claiming that this was the same day. Or even if it wasn't the same day, how does the area move from here to here? I just don't buy any of this. I don't think her photographic evidence is convincing.
Well, where's
at
the
all.
swelling? She's claiming that arnica cream would take down the swelling that much that you would see no swelling?
Yeah, that's what she's claiming.
Not if a man hit you repeatedly as much as she claims she was hit. I mean, we have no photos of her looking like she was pummeled, like her head was bashed into things, like she had concussions. There's just zero photographic or medical report evidence that corroborates this story.
Well, let's look at some.
Also, where are these witnesses? I'm sorry, but I just don't believe
let's talk about that for a second. The witnesses, all these witnesses that she says she has.
Where's Rocky? Why
Rocky
don't
is not. They're not calling Rocky.
Why
and
not?
I hope that the plaintiff calls Rocky to the stand.
I mean, she's supposedly some sort of eyewitness. She had to protect Amber from him. She had to put her hands up and say, "No, Johnny, no." Where's that witness? Bring that witness in. I mean, come on.
Here are some pictures of black eyes. Do any of these black eyes look like Amber's black eye to you?
No, not even close.
This is how black eyes look when you get hit. And look at this one with the swelling. See the swelling?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but no. It is not
I
believable.
I actually do not see even one that looks anything like hers. Now, we're all human beings. We've seen people get, or we may have experienced a black eye. Have you ever seen a black eye that looks like what she's trying to tell you is a black eye? It to me, it just does not make any sense. Oh, a broken
You
nose.
know what
Yeah,
else
they
made no
want to see
sense?
broken noses. Wait till you see what a broken nose looks like.
Meg, you know what
Yeah.
else made no sense? Did she claim he broke her nose?
Yes, she did. That
Wow.
she said that he headbutted her,
Oh,
and
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
her
no.
nose was
No
broken.
swelling, no medical record.
Yeah.
What also makes no
Oh,
sense
I
is that
can't show
ridiculous.
you know
Wait
what,
a
you
minute.
guys, these
How
photos
about,
are so graphic, I can't show them. I
how
can't.
about the testimony that was it? That was the last straw. I knew I had to file for divorce after he threw the phone at my face. Okay. But there was a rape with a bottle, supposedly.
And that wasn't
There
the
was all
last
that
straw.
tremendous, outrageous violence in Australia. That wasn't enough.
Mm-mm,
But the
dragging
phone,
her across broken glass.
oh yeah, swinging her around by her hair. None of that was enough. But all of a sudden, I get hit in the face with the phone. That's it. I decided
The
that's it. Divorce.
assault with a bottle. That wasn't enough.
This is absolutely not believable. It's not believable.
She is
It's
doing
just,
a better job keeping herself under control today, though. Although the weird mouth movements and facial expressions came back. You know, if you turn the volume off on her, her face looks very aggressive all the time. When she's telling the story, she shows a lot of teeth. She bares
that's so weird.
She bares her teeth a lot.
That
So
is so.
if you weren't watching, if you weren't listening, you would think that she was very angry because she's making angry faces. It's bizarre, right?
It's bizarre. It's animalistic. It's like that video of the deposition is crazy when she's talking about supposedly protecting her sister, and she's like sticking out her teeth, and she just looks crazy when she's talking about what she supposedly did to protect her sister. It does not match. It doesn't make sense. It's bizarre. It is absolutely the most bizarre body language. She's so weird. There's something really weird up here.
Okay,
Really
I
weird.
found this. So there's this new footage that's out there of her from an interview where she appears to be very drunk or high or something during this interview. And I want to play it for you. So let's pull it up because I want you to see this. This is really something. And apparently this was on, I think it was GQ. They ended up not taking this video down. And so, but somebody found it somewhere.
Meg, I'm going to have to jump out in a minute, but
no, don't. You have.
I have to take Lisa to an appointment.
You kidding?
No, I'm not. But let me see what do you have?
Well, hold on. It didn't pull up. So hold on. I gotta find it now. Here, it's right here. So her behavior in this interview is really, really bizarre. Hold on. Let's pull it up. And she's drinking during the interview. You can see her drinking wine. Again, the other thing that really bothers me is that this is a person who claims that only Johnny has a problem. Only Johnny. Let's watch. She's doing word association. The words will appear up in the top corner, and she's doing word association. Now watch this.
Hell yeah. Who? Desire. And repulsion. The best. Goals. A beautiful concept. That one I'd say worth dying for. Who cares? The best exile. Kiwis. So that's when you should ask me about Barnaby Joyce. Kiwi. I mean, really? Why? Chocolate is not available. Yes, please. Jason Momoa. Otherwise known as Mira. She has her own name. Haven't found it yet. At least I hope not. Beauty. Inside and out.
All right, so that interview didn't stay up. GQ did not leave it up because everyone noticed that she was acting, well, I don't know. Did she seem drunk to you?
Seemed a little off, yes. But she is just kind of a strange person, I think. She's odd.
Yeah. I don't know. I thought that was pretty interesting. And especially when the word money came up, Her response was, "Oh, who cares?" This is the same
Yeah,
woman
right. Who
who
cares?
said she wanted $14 million, the car, 3 penthouses, or she would,
Or
and
I'm
she
going
wanted it all
public.
tax-free, or she was gonna go public with her stories about abuse. So
That's
I don't believe
extortion.
for 1 second. And by the way, I'm sitting in front of the LA Children's Hospital just to remind you that there are sick and dying children in that building that she stiffed out of $3.5 million. She was supposed to pay $3.5 million of her divorce settlement. She claimed she gave away, and she didn't. If a person can lie about sick and dying children and giving money to sick and dying children, they can and will lie about anything else. That's how I feel about it. Stephanie, are you gone or are you just muted?
I'm just muted, but I'm trying to get Alicia out the door to the orthodontist appointment.
Well, what do you think about the poor sick and dying children that she stiffed out of 3.5 million?
I think it's horrible, and I agree. If you can lie about that, you can lie about anything. And that
Yeah.
is horrible. It's horrible that she did that. I don't know how she's possibly going to explain that away.
No, me either. Me either. All right. Well, I'll let you go. Call me back when you can. Okay.
Okay, I'll call back when I can.
All right. Love ya. All right. So, the court's on lunch right now, and they will be back probably in about an hour. I'll keep an eye on the screen on the stream. It's what, 12:49 right now. They went out at about 12:35. So they'll probably be back at 1:30, I would say. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Don't forget to check out the merch store. There is so much fun stuff in there, you guys. There is Isn't happy hour any hour? Mega Pint Me Justice for Johnny t-shirts. There are stickers. There are mega pints. There's a travel mega pint, which I just ordered. I can't wait to get that. And there's t-shirts, there's mugs in lots and lots of colors, tons of different styles. Also my motto, keep calm and sue everyone, because I do believe that's how you get justice. And I want to address something. Somebody in the comments section a while ago said this trial should never have been televised. I disagree with that entirely. And in fact, I maintain that all court cases should be on camera and should be live streamed on YouTube. That's the way to bring sunshine and transparency to justice. Now, why do you guys keep telling me to play objection hearsay at a faster speed? Why? Is it funny at a faster speed? I think it's fabulous just the way it is, but a couple of you keep saying that. Why is that? Actually, that reminds me, the creator of Objection Hearsay did say he would try and stop by today. So we'll see if he can come in. I'm going to send him a note now and tell him that it's a good time. Now, because court's on lunch. Okay. All right. So, so why do you want to hear it at a higher speed again? What? I don't get it. What does that do? I feel like we're going into the Paul is dead part of the program. If you play it backwards, you're going to hear what are we going to hear? Secret messages about arnica cream? Yeah, I think every court case ought to be on camera and live streamed, because there's no reason why we should be hiding justice in America, and we do have to believe the evidence, and I think evidence is important. I've written an entire book about this Me Too movement. It's called Believe Evidence. It was called Believe Women, with women scratched out and evidence written in. Because haven't you guys ever watched the ID channel? Have you ever watched true crime? There used to be a show called Snapped. Do you guys remember Snapped? Snapped was all about women who commit murder. And they had several seasons. And they did every single episode was about a new woman that committed murder. So the idea that we should believe all women is absurd, and you know that deep in your soul. We can't just believe someone because of their genitalia. We have to believe them because they present good evidence. So my book is about a lot of historical examples and modern examples of women who lied to imprison men, to harm them, to destroy their careers, including a horrific story out of during the Depression, a terrible story of racism. 2 white women who accused 9 black boys of gang assault, and they almost were lynched, and then they were almost given the death penalty. They were tried and sentenced in 3 days based on an angry mob. And none of these boys did not do this to them. It's incredible. I read on one of the other live streams, I read some of my of this story to you guys. Let me see. I don't know. I marked the wrong page, darn it. Well, I might come back to that later, because the Scottsboro Boys is a terrible story of injustice that happened in this country. Yeah, I wrote this book, Courtney, and it's a great book, and you should pick it up. It's on Amazon, and you can pick it up. It's under my name, Megan Fox. It's called Believe Evidence, The Death of Due Process, from Salome to #MeToo. And I'm going to have to add a whole new chapter for this trial for another example of women who tell tall tales to get men to destroy the lives of men. So please don't believe women. Believe evidence. We need to believe real victims who have real evidence. That's the part that we need to get into our heads, that it is important for us to believe evidence, and evidence comes in lots of forms. And let me tell you something, I have a heart for abuse victims, and I have done a lot of research and a lot of investigative journalism into especially children who are abused, and in the family court system, what terrible things they have to go through in order to prove that abuse. But even when you do have evidence, sometimes when you have evidence, especially in family court, it doesn't even matter. So I have to ask, because I have so many examples of little children who have confirmed, verified episodes of abuse with a parent, and those children are still not taken away from the abuser, because the court system the family court system is crazy and corrupt, and they don't listen to children, and they don't hear the voices of children, and children don't matter in a court of law. And yet this woman can go in with no evidence whatsoever, just telling a judge that she can put some makeup on her face, go in and say that her husband threw a phone at her, and she gets what? She gets a protective order. She gets the entire media to back her with no evidence that this actually happened. None. According, you guys in the chat room, some of you are asking about the merchandise. It does go to support this show. I've been, YouTube is always demonetizing my channel for whatever reason. They do it to me constantly. And so in order to keep going and providing you guys with content every day, and especially sitting here for 8 hours a day streaming this trial, the merchandise proceeds are going to support this show. So thank you. I appreciate it. You guys really do seem to like the Johnny merch, which is terrific. Yeah, and I know a bunch of you have also been saying, how come we didn't get to see the Epstein trial, the Ghislaine Maxwell trial televised? For one, federal trials are not televised. There's some rule that doesn't allow the federal trials to be televised. And I think that's a bad decision. We, of course, wanted to see that trial, and we weren't allowed. I believe that all courts should be open to the public and open to public scrutiny. I'm going to go over to the chat, see if we have any more questions in here. I know I started a bunch of them, but you guys, the chat is going so crazy. If you want me to see something and read it out loud, super chats are the way to go. That's on YouTube. If you are watching on Facebook, please be aware that they will stop streaming this at the 8-hour mark. And then you'll have to switch over to the YouTube in order to see the rest of the program. I know a bunch of you were asking, how much longer does this go on, the direct examination of Amber Heard by her attorneys? When can we get to the cross? I think you remember at the end of, let's see, it was 10 days ago, the last day of the trial, the judge gave each side a remaining count of how many hours that they had left. If you remember, I think Johnny's team had a couple more hours on their side than Amber's team has. It's up to the lawyers how much of that time they want to use, and I mean how they want to allocate that time. So I believe that they are going to keep drawing out this direct examination of Amber as long as possible. She is she's their star witness. The witnesses that testified for her in the UK case are not coming into this trial. They're not calling them. James Franco's not going to testify. Elon Musk is not going to testify. Rocky Pennington, Io Tillett, none of these people who supposedly were eyewitnesses, none of them are going to testify. Her sister, Whitney, is coming to the stand to testify for her. But again, her sister, this is someone related to her who obviously has a bias towards her. Also, her other witnesses that she claims had knowledge of the abuse are dead. She says Jerry Judge, one of Johnny's security team, was a witness and he's dead, so he can't testify. She also said that her mother was a witness to the text messages that she sent with bruising pictures, and her mother is also deceased. And so neither one of those witnesses can be heard from. So it's unfortunate. That I think her only two witnesses are going to. Oh, Ellen Barkin. I forgot to tell you this. Ellen Barkin is going to be coming to the stand as well to testify on Amber Heard's behalf. Now, Ellen supposedly, so she went out on a few dates with Johnny 25 years ago. She has a story that she witnessed Johnny throw a wine bottle against a wall in a hotel room. She wasn't standing near the wall. She testified that he did not throw it at her and that he wasn't angry with her. He had gotten into a fight with one of his managers or something, and he was taking it out on the wine bottle. This is something that they say is what, going to help Amber Heard? I don't know. Here's something that that I think is interesting. So Amber, at this point, I mean, all people are human beings, right? All people can be redeemed, and we should allow them to be redeemed and offer forgiveness when they do bad things. I'm a very big believer in forgiveness and in mercy. Love mercy, seek justice. The only way that justice can be had in this case is for the victim to be heard, and for the abuser to apologize. And I think Amber could get out of this. I think if I don't think she's going to, but let me say, if I could give her some advice coming from a mom, this is what I would say. Because sometimes my kids get themselves into these problems, into these pickles too, where they've lied and lied and lied, and now the web is very tangled. And here's the advice that I would give to my own children in this situation. You have lied. You have borne false witness against your neighbor. You need to repair it. And that means you have to own up to it. You have to acknowledge that you lied. And in Amber's case, I would give her this advice. Amber, you have a drug and alcohol problem. People have a lot of empathy for that. They just do, because almost everybody knows somebody affected by drugs and alcohol. Tell everyone you are sorry. Apologize to Johnny. Apologize to the public and say, I have a drug and alcohol problem and I'm checking myself in to get help right now. And I'm settling this case immediately. If she did that, there would actually be a path back for her. She could actually have a comeback. She could have her redemption story. But yeah, no, I don't think that the chat's going crazy. She's never going to do that. I know she's never going to do it, probably. But let's just say she could repair it. And this is how if you ever find yourself in a situation where you've lied for whatever reason and you can't get out of it, the best thing to do is to acknowledge it, to own up to it, to say, I did this, I am sorry, I have a problem, and I'm going to go get help for it. And she could totally come back. There is nothing that you can't come back from these days. Nothing. I mean, as long as you just say, I have this problem, and I also have a couple of mental disorders. According to, at least Dr. Muffin, she has 2 personality disorders that also give her major problems for being able to behave properly. She can also say, I have these problems, I'm going to go get therapy. But yeah, I also think if she did that, if she took total responsibility, I don't think Johnny would take the money from her. I don't think he actually wants the money. I think he just wants the truth to come out. And I think he knows he'll never get the money from her, even if he wins, because she only is worth $8 million, something like that, probably less now. And she's not going to be able to pay $50 million. So that's my advice to her. I suggest that she goes and apologizes and just wave the white flag, Amber. This is not going well. But then again, I mean, we did hear from my Uncle Jim, from a man's perspective, he thought she was kind of compelling. If he thought she was kind of compelling, maybe other people will think that as well. All right. So there's some other articles that I wanted to share with you about this. There's some stuff that came out. Oh, this was funny. I want to show you this funny, hilarious TikTok. Hold on a second. Let me share this. Oh, this had me laughing. I don't know how they did this, but this is so funny. Hold on. All right. So the caption on this is, not even Alexa believes her. Hold on.
Is your character real?
Yes.
Is your character a girl?
Yes.
Is your character a famous YouTuber?
No.
Does your character personally know you?
No.
Sorry, I did not catch that.
No.
Does your character personally know you?
No.
Does your character create music?
No.
Does your character often appears without a shirt?
No.
Phew. Is your character an actor?
Yes.
Well, well. Is your character American?
Yes.
Is your character blonde?
Yes.
Has your character ever played in a superhero movie?
Yes.
Is your character in the Avengers?
No.
Is your character abusive?
Yes.
I guess that you are thinking of Amber Heard. Am I right?
Yes.
I don't know how they did that. I don't know if that's real. That's that guess the character game with Alexa that you can play. And now coming to this stream, I'm so excited. The author, the creator, the inventor of Objection Hearsay, your favorite song is Gadfly. Gadfly, thank you so much for being here. We love your song.
Well, thank you very much. Happy to be here. Thanks for inviting me.
You're welcome. We think that it should win a Grammy. We have been saying that for days.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll put it on the shelf.
Wait, there should be. How did you come up with it? I went and looked at your YouTube channel. You had like one video before you made that.
Yeah, I play board games a lot, so I had a video about a board game. Well, basically, I'm always singing like nonsense songs. I do make music personally, but I'm always just singing random things I'm doing around the house. And it was really my girlfriend that was like, hey, you need to just record that and post it on somewhere. And I posted it on YouTube, and the first day it got, I don't know, 50 views. I had 3 subscribers, so that was even, I was like, wow, how are people even finding this? And then I posted it to TikTok, and then it kind of blew up. But I didn't expect it at all.
It is so good. Objection Hearsay is the best song I ever heard. It's so funny. It's so funny. Even my 7-year-old is running around singing it. It's such a bop. It's so catchy. And then you've made a few more. So I played your other one, the Johnny's Rap. I played that for the stream as well. Are you doing more of these? Are we going to get more?
I'm not sure if I'll do any more about the trial. It really depends on like if anything super happens. I do want to say that with the Johnny's Rap and the Amber Heard things, there's something going on with the YouTube content ID for those right now. So I'm just trying to say, be wary if YouTube says like, hey, there's been a copyright claim. It is not me. It's being done automatically through the publishing site I use.
Sure.
I'm trying to get it fixed, but if that happens, I do apologize in
It's
advance.
Okay. I actually figured that I would get a copyright at some point for playing it, but so far so good. No, they haven't said anything. But yeah, YouTube. It's interesting how creative people can just kind of bypass all the usual gatekeepers these days with YouTube and TikTok. And it's really fun how you can go from being, some guy with 3 subscribers to, what are you at now?
I just passed like 7,500, I think.
Oh my gosh. Well, I've been
Yeah.
telling people all day that they need to go over and subscribe to your channel. So I'm going to drop your channel in the chat right now again so that you guys can get over there and go subscribe because he deserves a ton more subscribers. These
Thank you.
songs are so good, so creative, so funny. So were you watching the trial? Have you been addicted like everybody else?
Yeah, I have. I've been watching the trial just like by itself, and then I watched the streamer Asmongold. I'm a fan of his, so I've been watching his like response to the trial and a bunch of different review things of the trial. But I caught up more during the break, so that was helpful. But yeah, actually watching the trial was helpful because I was able to. I kind of know all the memes and everything going into it, so it makes the songs
Yeah.
easier. But
What I loved about the song Objection Hearsay was the part you picked up on where he asked, "What is your name?" And then he objects to his name. How do we know that's your name? It totally reminded me of the part where they asked him what part, his own attorney said, "What part were you going to play in Pirates of the Caribbean?" And he says, "Captain Jack Sparrow." And the other team objects. I don't even, like, what did you think he was going to be? I mean, this whole thing has been so crazy.
yeah, I thought the objections were just they got a little. And to be fair, obviously Johnny's team is objecting a lot, but there seemed like valid objections, and the other ones were just like so ridiculous, like they're just trying to object to everything. That I feel like that Amber's team would have made an argument that technically Johnny only knows his name from his parents, so he can't really prove that that's his name because it's hearsay. So I just thought it was I was trying to make it the most ridiculous thing that they would object to.
It's so good, so good. It's so funny. I love it. And in case there's some of you, for some reason, who have not heard this song, I'm going to play it for you again. Let's do it because you guys have to hear this. So let me share this with you. And then I have to pick up a phone call for my kid's school. Darn it. Hold on. Well, I'll do that while we play this.
No worries.
Oh, no. There's no sound.
Word. Then I used to be respected. People took me at my word. Then I became a lawyer representing Amber Heard. Objection hearsay. Oh my God, I don't have a case. Objection hearsay. Now I'm ashamed to show my face.
Well, I'm a famous movie star, yeah, life is always fine. I sit down at my penthouse drinking mega pints of wine.
Objection hearsay.
I don't know why we ever wed.
Objection hearsay.
Who the hell poops in someone's bed?
So good.
I object to everything. I may have an infection. Cause I say I object, the judge says
that was your own question.
Objection hearsay. Court isn't supposed to be this hard. Objection hearsay. How did I ever pass the bar? Well, just one final question, sir, and this one has been prepped. What is your name?
My name is Johnny Depp.
Objection hearsay. How can you prove that that's your name? Objection hearsay. Looks like we win and you are lame. Objection hearsay. Objection hearsay.
Oh, it's so good. It's Gadfly. It's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you
so much for doing that. It has given us so much entertainment here. The chat is wondering if you have seen the TikToks with especially the one with the girl in the suit lip syncing to your song, because that one was pretty funny.
If they're referring to Amy, I have seen that one. I've seen honestly most of them because I do click on it and I like to watch them because I think it's crazy that people responded so positively to it and everything. So yeah, I have watched as many as I could.
When did you know it was going viral? What happened for you? Like what was the moment you were like, oh my God?
Well, I kept bouncing around because I posted it on YouTube the first day and it got like nothing. And then the next day I was like, oh, I'll make a TikTok account, I guess. I've never used the app before in my life. So I was like, I'll make a TikTok account and then post it on there and on Instagram and on Twitter. And on Twitter, it got like 4,000 views. And even that, I was like, oh, cool. That's crazy. I can't believe it got that many views. And then I looked like later on in the day at TikTok and I was like, oh, this is up to like 600,000. And then it just kept going. So
yeah, you're over 1 million now on YouTube. And
I know.
Hopefully they're going to pay you for that, right?
Hey, Gadfly.
Yeah.
Could you make a song about a bruise kit?
Bruise kit.
She called it a bruise kit.
Oh, did that happen
Called
today?
it
Yes.
her bruise kit.
She said she had a bruise kit, and I don't think she knows that sounds like she had a kit to make bruises with.
Sounds
No.
like an effects
That's what
artist.
it is. Go to Amazon and Google. Just go look up bruise kit because you want to buy a bruise kit, and it comes up all this stuff about Halloween makeup to make bruises.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure I've seen those at like
Yes.
Spirit Halloween stores.
Yes, it is.
No.
Yes,
Okay,
that's what it
well,
is.
you may have to do. Let's see. I'll go
It was
go
a
to
Freudian
Amazon.
slip. I'm telling you, it was a Freudian slip.
Wow.
Because that is what she did. That's what I think.
Bruise kit. Let's see.
I'm
what comes
serious.
up.
I Googled it the second she said it because I was like, wait.
Oh my Lord.
5-color bruise effect wheel.
See?
Oh no.
Please do a song about a bruise kit.
No, that is so. Oh boy.
This is so
Cringe.
okay. So, as a man, do you? I'm assuming you're a man. You sound like
I
a
am.
man.
I am a
You're
man, yes.
Okay, good.
Stop assuming people's gender, Megan.
Well, you can't be too careful these days.
Very true.
Well, did you see in her testimony? She was like, well, and it's easier for women if you wear lipstick. I mean, for whoever wears lipstick. She said that.
Oh
I missed that.
Oh, it's
But
so
I was
crazy.
going to ask you, do you find any? We had my uncle on earlier, and he said he found her kind of compelling. What kind of reaction did you have when you were watching her reaction? Did you find her compelling?
I didn't find her compelling at all, but that's just me. I mean, if people do find her compelling, I understand. It is like, I mean, if it was any other circumstance and like, let's say she started out the trial and this was a case about like a criminal case about domestic abuse, I feel like people would be a bit more sympathetic about it because it is everything she's saying is horrifying. But the problem is that her stories are, my husband almost murdered me. He was drinking coffee. And then he stabbed me in the throat, and then he threw me down the stairs. And my evidence for that is a picture of a cup of coffee.
How about my favorite part was like after she described the Australia incident. I mean, there's been so many ridiculous parts, but one of them was she went through this thing with the bottle and dragged over broken glass, and he threw her across the room, swung her around by the hair. And after all that, she went and found him in the kitchen and made him coffee in the morning.
Yeah, of course she did.
What?
Obviously.
Because that makes total sense.
Makes perfect sense. I love that everything she said that he like scribbled on the walls about her and all the things she did. She's like, oh, all of those are just out of frame. Just out of frame. Just missed those pictures.
Just missed those pictures.
So with that, it kind of just gets more ridiculous. And I mean, she had 0 tears, so that was a big thing for me. Where I was like, her face is trying to look like she's crying, but Amber Heard's not a very great actress.
Except for when she does that thing about the stepping on the bee. That's the funniest face I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's really weird.
My dog stepped on a bee and she does that. What is going on there?
I don't know about that
Do
one.
a song about that.
It's very strange. Oh, people keep commenting my dog stepped on a bee, and I'm like, I don't know how many like the legs that has for a song, but it is very weird. That clip, I've watched it a bunch.
It's very weird.
It's very odd. I don't know. I'm having a hard time with her testimony also about like Johnny does anybody know how tall he is and how much he weighs approximately?
He doesn't seem like he's very tall.
No, he seems like he's about the same size as she is. There doesn't seem to be a huge size differential between the two of them. Except I'm sure he weighs a little bit more. She's like 110, maybe he's 160, something like that.
Yeah.
She testified that he threw her across the room high enough to land on top of a ping pong table, which is 4 feet off the ground, maybe 4.5. And then also that she was holding onto his lapels, and somehow he managed to come with her and land on top of the table on top of her.
But the table didn't break.
I mean, Gadfly, can you imagine a scenario where you could throw a woman across the room and then also though go with her and land on top of a 4-foot-high table?
I personally couldn't. No, I mean, the thing is like, yeah, like John, I mean, a lot of actors are notoriously short. So, I mean, you don't think he's super tall, but I would say that it's just, if Johnny Depp really was super, super violent and was actually trying to cause her a lot of harm, it would be severe because he does have some weight on her and he's obviously going to be a bit stronger than her and everything like that. And she's a small, petite actress and, she's not going to be super strong. So if he really was trying to cause a lot of harm. He probably could have, but there's no photos of that. All the photos are like, he punched me as hard as he possibly could and my cheeks red. It's like,
That's
well, I
what
don't
I
think.
keep saying. The photos she has do not corroborate the severity of the injuries she claims he inflicted on her.
Exactly.
And nor do any medical reports. I mean, this is insane. There's no evidence. She has presented no corroborating evidence whatsoever.
No, and I love the posts that are like one day after Amber Heard almost died, and she's like doing a dance rehearsal for a movie. And it's like, oh yeah,
On feet, by the way, that she said were cut up pretty bad by broken glass.
yeah, no bloody footprints in the Australian place. I mean, I don't know if anyone's ever like cut their foot before, but blood gets
bleeds.
everywhere.
Yeah,
It bleeds. Yeah,
everywhere.
Yep. Those, especially even tiny little nicks with your razor, like when you cut down by your ankle, like anywhere,
it bleeds so
they
bad.
bleed like hell, right? I've had blood dripping down my leg from one tiny little nick.
Yeah, the bathroom looks like a crime scene, but there was no blood anywhere from all her cuts.
I know, and the only blood that you could see were little drops, as if they came from a finger that was that had the tip of it cut off.
Yes, as if they came from a finger.
Yeah, and then she's like, "Oh, there's blood on the guitar." I'm like, "Yeah, because if you cut off a guitarist the tip of their finger and they're drunk or whatever, the first thing they're going to be like is, 'Oh my God, can I still play guitar?' And he's going to pick up the guitar and try to play it. Even, I mean, that all makes sense to me, but the stories and the photos just they don't tell the same story.
I also don't understand why someone who is an actor who makes his money on his face would ever put a lit cigarette out on his face.
Yeah, I don't
His
know. I don't know about
moneymaker.
any of that. That doesn't sound. And that would, I mean, I've known people who've had like cigarettes put out on them, and that it stays around. It doesn't just go away the next day.
No, he still has it. He still has that burn.
So he still has the burn on his face. Okay.
Yes.
He claims she did it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that I would imagine that makes.
She
would
says
probably be
he
the
did
case.
it, which makes no
is
sense.
more
There's a
believable.
big burn mark on his face.
I see.
Raluca made a good point here. You take photos of a red face, but not a picture of your bloody feet.
Yeah, there's no photo. It's so crazy to me. I don't know how to like process the photos because like her stories are some of the most horrific like essay stories I've ever heard, you know. But the photos are just like a red cheek. And
Yeah.
like if you I literally took a picture of myself after they showed her photos last week.
Mhm.
And then just started circling random parts of my face. And I was like,
And it looks the same.
it was like, this looks the same. Like, yeah, I have dark circles under my eyes, all these other things. It's like, but it doesn't, that's not what a black eye looks like. I mean, it's a horrible photo, so I don't encourage anyone to actually look it up if you don't want to. But if you look at the photos of Rihanna after the Chris Brown incident,
yeah.
I've seen those.
that is a
Horrible.
woman who has been abused by
Yep.
a guy.
And I would like to point out that everyone believed Rihanna. We all believed her. There wasn't one person who was going, "Oh, she's making that up."
No.
Everyone believed her. I believed her. Everyone believed her. We saw the evidence. She had evidence that she had been socked in the face by Chris Brown.
Yeah, she went to the police and stuff
Yeah,
in the hospital.
Yeah. Which is what you do.
She shut down her whole calendar for like 3 weeks after it happened. She wasn't on the James Corden show.
Yeah. Right.
Of course,
That's
because
another problem.
that would be a
Because that's
yeah.
a thing to do if you're suffered from horrible abuse. You don't fly to the Met Gala.
Yeah, you don't just put some makeup on it after you've almost been murdered. I mean, that sounds insane to me.
Insane.
So yeah, I mean, I think even when Amber Heard, you know, even though I wouldn't say I'm like a huge Johnny Depp fan, but I like Johnny Depp. You know, I didn't really go to every movie that he ever made or anything like that, but I like Jack Sparrow and some of his bigger roles. I love Ed Wood. I think that's one of the best movies ever made. But when I heard the first Amber Heard story, you know, years ago in the Washington Post and everything, I was like, you know, I always say like listen to everyone who makes allegations, but you got to see some evidence for it to be true and, you know, to convict someone even in the public eye. So I saw it and I was like, that's really horrible if that is the case. I've never heard anything about Johnny Depp in that vein, but that's very terrible if that did happen. But then when the trial started, I was like, oh, it didn't happen. Okay, well, never mind. So, you know, it's like, I don't think that, I don't want people to have the perspective of like that everyone who doesn't believe Amber Heard went in not believing her already, because I don't think that's true. I think people saw
No, it's
the
not
stuff for
true.
themselves.
No, it's not true, because when she first came forward with the allegations, the whole internet was against her, and they were, I mean, not against her, against him.
Right.
They
Exactly.
didn't. The internet didn't start getting on justice for Johnny until the recordings became available in, I think it was 2020 or 2019. I actually
Yeah, he
wrote an
posted his
article.
own.
I
Yeah.
wrote an article about it at the time on pgmedia.com, and the whole internet turned around and went, "Wait a minute. We were told he was the abuser, and yet now we're hearing that she's throwing pots and pans, and that she's admitting to punching him, hitting him." Sorry, Stephanie, you cut out. What'd you say?
She's taunting him. She's
Yeah.
making fun of him. She's calling him a baby. I
Yeah.
didn't hit you. I didn't deck you.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know,
So
that's the difference
that's when
between
people
you and
started
me.
to say, wait a minute, hold on, there's something wrong here. So she had the benefit of the doubt right from the beginning, and with almost everyone. And
I
now
think so
that's,
too.
yeah.
Even with Johnny Depp's employers like Disney and everything like that, they all backed her immediately, because they're like, oh well, every company like that tries to play it safe, and they're like, well, if an allegation comes out, let's just distance ourselves from
Which
it.
is crazy. And now the way that their expert testimony, Johnny's expert witness, the Hollywood lawyer, the way he described that really concerned me. He said the morality clause is back in Hollywood. It is no longer like, they'll tolerate drugs and drinking, but if there's any allegation of any abuse of any kind, it's an immediate firing. And I just don't know how this is fair.
Yeah, I mean, especially when, let's not forget, these are the same people that, to get a child to cry on camera, they blow menthol in their eyes. So it's not like it's the most peaceful.
True? Oh
It's
my
absolutely
God.
true. I don't like to give away
horrible.
like what like my personal stuff, but I have done
horrible.
like some film in the past, and as a kid I did have to have menthol blown in my eyes, because they're like, well, we need some tears, man. And I'm like, I feel you, but I did not, because I didn't know what was happening, because I was a child. So, but so it's like, like Hollywood can argue morality all they want, but it's kind of like it's kind of scummy in a lot of regards.
Yeah,
So, yes,
that's
they don't
kind
care.
of a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't care if you're
what a joke.
drinking on drugs. They don't care if you're a terrible person, really. But if someone knows you're a terrible person, then that's the problem. Yeah.
Yeah, where we
Yeah.
just can't know that you're a terrible person. Yeah, I also like to, I try and tell people I'm not a Depp stan. I'm not like one of these uber Depp fans. I actually don't like several of his movies. I don't like the Tim Burton ones. I'm not a big fan of Tim Burton just in general. I think it's because of how dark his movies are, like actual darkness. My eyes are not good. And
Sure.
so when a movie is very dark, I get annoyed and frustrated because I can't see it. And so
Right.
why am I watching a movie that I can't see? And so Tim Burton, I always avoid because of that. But I've also loved a lot of his movies. And I wouldn't definitely not consider myself like a Depp fangirl. It's just that I just don't believe any of this. I have seen him in the public eye over many, many years. I'm 46 years old. So, I saw him rise to fame, and I've seen him throughout the years. And this would have come out before now, that he was a violent woman abuser. He's been with many different women.
Right.
And there are a bunch of people who are on Amber Heard's, I Stand With Amber online, and most of them are like domestic violence groups. And they are making the claim that this is going to be a disaster for him, that all the women he's done this to are going to come forward. It's been 6 years since these
Yeah.
allegations came out. There are no other allegations by anyone else except her, right?
As far as I understand, other than maybe her own like witnesses or like her sister, maybe I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
if
but there
anyone's,
are no girlfriend. There are no
No,
ex-girlfriends.
no. I think they're all that I have seen is that there may be some people that will corroborate her story, but no other accusers that exist. As far as I've seen, I don't believe so. Which is, yeah, you'd
Yeah.
think during like the height of the Me Too movement and the Weinstein stuff and all that people would have come out and brought Johnny Depp's name up more than just one person. And from everything that any celebrities ever said about Amber Heard, they're like, I've always heard that girl is crazy. So I don't know.
Yeah. Well, Gaelic Gypsy says she's recommending Don Juan DeMarco. That's actually my very favorite Johnny Depp movie. It's great with Marlon Brando and
Oh,
Johnny
okay.
Depp. Have you not seen that movie?
I have never seen that movie.
It's so good. Marlon Brando plays a psychiatrist. Johnny Depp plays a kid who is mentally, I guess, mentally unwell, and he's living with a delusion that he's Don Juan DeMarco, and it's a wonderful movie. It's instead of the psychiatrist ending up helping the kid ends up helping the psychiatrist start to live in his own fantasy world. It's really good. It's funny, it's heartwarming, it's interesting, it's kind of twisty, and it's great. It's just a great movie. It should be
Cool.
everyone should watch Don Juan DeMarco. It's hilarious.
So have you ever? I know you said you don't like Tim Burton, but have you ever seen Ed Wood?
No, I haven't, probably because I told you I always avoid Tim
You
Burton
should
movies.
watch it. It's earlier Tim Burton. It's not like it's about the director Ed Wood, who's like notoriously a terrible director, and Johnny Depp plays him. He's like a delusional guy who thinks he's great and is really just sucks at making movies. But you should definitely watch it because it's
Okay,
not like
I
it's not
will.
like Beetlejuice or anything like that. You know, it's not like dark and weird. It's in black and white, but it's a beautiful movie. I
I
highly
will.
recommend it.
I will try it. Actually did like Beetlejuice. Was that Tim Burton?
That's Tim Burton, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
His
That
early
was a
stuff is
little more
better.
that was a little more colorful. Like, I didn't have any trouble seeing that one. But,
Yeah.
like, The Nightmare Before Christmas, I wanna say was a Tim Burton. I cannot watch that animation. I don't know what it is about that animation, but I cannot watch it. It just bothers my eyes.
Yeah.
I thought Sleepy Hollow, I really wanted to like that, but it was too dark. The film itself was just too dark. I was so frustrated with it because it was dark all the time.
Right.
And then I didn't end up watching Sweeney Todd because I was convinced it was gonna be that way. It's the same way.
I think Sweeney Todd's really good as well. But I agree with you about Tim Burton stuff, like especially the modern things. I thought Alice in Wonderland is just the worst, and I think that who wants to see that Dumbo movie? Like, I don't even understand what that was about. I don't want to see depressing Dumbo. It's already
Yeah.
depressing enough.
Dumbo's a terrible movie. Absolutely terrible. I didn't watch that even as a kid. I hated Dumbo. It was way too depressing.
It is very depressing. So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know about that. But and then even Johnny Depp, like whenever I saw the first Fantastic Beasts movie and Colin Farrell turned into Johnny Depp at the spoilers. Colin Farrell turns into Johnny Depp at the end. I was disappointed because I was like, I don't need to see Johnny Depp in another movie. Like, I like Colin Farrell as an actor a lot. I'd rather see him. And so I was disappointed by that. So I'm certainly not a giant Johnny Depp fan.
Yeah, I didn't actually even like the Amazing Beasts series. I don't think it was any good as far as I'm a huge Harry Potter fan, huge. I read every book. My husband and I stood in line for those books when they came out. Like, we were very into it. We thought they were some of the most fun stories that we'd read in years. And so I was very into that series. And we were very excited about Fantastic Beasts. And it just didn't deliver. It was so lacking in all the fun magic that Harry Potter had. There just wasn't anything, I don't know. I didn't like it. So, like, I'm not even watching past the first two, maybe. I think I saw the first two, and then after that I was like, no, I'm done.
I only saw the first one, and I didn't come back for more because I agree with you. It was not as good as the Harry Potter movies are. I was hoping it would be, but yeah, not really that
Yeah, I
great.
was too. Well, I felt like the stories just weren't developed and the characters just weren't developed, especially when you're giving us something that doesn't have a book series to go along with it. So we don't know these characters. We don't know their backgrounds. We don't know their stories. I'm not connected to them in any way. You kind of have to do that for the audience if there isn't a book that goes along with it.
Right.
And that just didn't happen. And so I couldn't get into it. I couldn't.
Yeah, and I was just saying that to say, like, it's not about just being like I'm a big, because there are obviously people that are just a really big fan of Johnny Depp, and they probably would have been on his side regardless of what the evidence was or wasn't. So, but I'm really just on his side in the court sense because of what's happened so far and the lack of evidence
Right.
for her claims, and what she's claiming is just so horrible to do to someone when it's not the case, when it's obviously not the case, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, it is seeming that way to me as well. Are you at all worried about how the jury is seeing this? Because I do find myself worried, like, oh God, they don't see what we see. They're not allowed to see what we've seen. They don't even know she has a record for domestic violence. It wasn't allowed into court.
Yeah, I think that there's two parts of the case. One was the money aspect, and one was the public perception. Johnny's already won the public perception, so I think he's probably feeling good
Right.
regardless. The money part, I don't think is as important. Of course, he had lost a lot of funds for it, but I think he's going to get so many jobs off the back of this and everything else that I think that part will be okay. So he might not win the trial, but in my case, in my opinion, he's kind of already won the most important part, which is getting his name back out there in a positive light.
All right, I have this stream up just so you guys, because you guys were getting nervous. See, they're not back yet, so don't worry. We will. I will definitely go there when it's back up. But yeah, I'm concerned about the jury. You never know what a jury's going to do. It is mostly men, which kind of made me feel better because I thought, how could you be a man and sit there and listen to this story and not think to yourself, oh my God, this could happen to me?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I don't know really that many guys who like a girl hasn't like, slapped them or something like that. And sometimes it's not like a huge deal because in most cases, it's not like it's going to cause like physical injury and things like that. So some people just take it as a grain of salt or with a grain of salt. And they're like, okay, she was angry or whatever. But in the cases of abuse, it's so hard because in most cases, there's not really physical injury. It's hard for a man to prove physical assault or
Yeah.
any type of thing like that. So I think that they'll be sympathetic towards that because I'm sure that many people will have that happen. I mean, I know I know of someone, I wouldn't say I know them personally, but they, called the police on their girlfriend and they're the ones that ended up in the cop car.
Yeah, I know people like that as well. I know that has happened.
Yeah.
Elle in the chat says most men miss the nuances of lying women. Example, Samson and Delilah. Yeah, I worry about this as well. I feel like women have a better handle, a better grip on recognizing other women when they lie. And in my experience, I actually was on Tucker Carlson about this very thing. It was back during the Kavanaugh hearings, and that woman was testifying against Justice Kavanaugh. And I was saying, no, believe evidence. And she doesn't have any. Let's not believe this woman based on what she's saying. And Tucker was like, I don't know. He goes, I really do tend to believe women. And I'm thinking, God, have you met any? I don't understand why you would just believe women. Just based on what? Our genitalia? That makes no sense. Women can lie too, and I worry that men don't see that.
Yeah, I mean, everyone can lie. I would say that if any woman that I personally know came up and told me a story, I would believe them immediately because I know them and I trust the people that I know and everything like that. But when it comes to a stranger making a claim about another stranger, to me, it's like, well, then I would have to see evidence for me to like side with somebody immediately.
Right.
I would hear the story and I think the story is awful, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it is 100% true until there's some evidence of it. So
I hope that that's what we're going back to as a society of asking for evidence. Let's ask. And in my book that I wrote about this, Believe Evidence, I actually have a chapter dedicated to how do we teach our girls to collect evidence should they be the victim of a crime, or your boys for that matter.
Sure.
Collecting evidence is a real important thing. And so if you should ever be assaulted, you have to save evidence. Don't take a shower, go straight to the police, do an assault kit, all of those things that you need to do to preserve and collect evidence. Tell immediately. Don't wait 30 years. You can't wait 30 years and expect the justice to still be the same as it would be if you had immediately reported. You must immediately report. And even when you do that, sometimes it doesn't go your way. So certainly waiting 20, 30 years is not a good idea either. So going forward is the biggest issue.
It definitely is the best thing to do. I'm certainly sympathetic towards women who don't feel comfortable, like right after a case or situation like that has happened. So I totally understand why someone would not emotionally want to do that, and they would want to shower. They would want to, kind of not think about it and things like that. I absolutely get why someone would have that case. But yeah, legally and to get someone convicted for the crime they committed against you, you do have to go to somebody. You do have to make the claim as soon as you possibly can. But I do understand why someone wouldn't. I understand why someone would
Yeah, I
be,
do too. It's a horrific
worried.
experience. I've actually spoken with women who've been through it, and it's a very horrific experience. So if there's someone, a support person you can take with you, that's a good idea as well.
Right.
And the system needs to get better. There's no doubt our system is not great. The criminal justice system is not always just, and it's not always good for women who are the victims of abuse. But it has to be done. It has to be done
Yeah.
in order to get that conviction and get that person as much time possible behind bars. You've got to have the receipts. Yes, thank you, Jasmine. You got to come with receipts.
Yeah, I agree. And I do hope that someone's working on a better kit and stuff like that that will, be more useful at later periods of time and things. I hope they're working towards that, because it is definitely a big ask to be like, all right, I know this just happened to you. No,
Yeah.
go into a police station. I understand that's super
Yeah,
tough.
go to a hospital and do all this invasive stuff, and yeah.
Right.
No, it is. It's really, and then you find out that in a lot of these cases, the kits have been sitting on the shelves and weren't even tested.
Right,
And
that's
so
awful.
that's awful. I mean, that should not be happening, and so the whole system needs to be better. But at the same time, you have to keep in mind, if anything like that ever happens to you, the best chance you have is to go in and get that evaluation. But how terrible that we have to live in a society that's like this, where people are abusing one another and attacking one another. What a terrible thing it is.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I mean, that the best case scenario would be that didn't happen.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
right,
Yeah.
right. And I mean, what do you think about when people say this should not be on television? This is just it. We're turning someone's trauma into entertainment. What would you say to people who say that?
I'd say it's like 5% true. It is entertaining for sure, and there are people that are just getting their popcorn and watching the trial for funsies. So I mean that's true, but also, Johnny Depp wanted it televised. He was like, I want this to be televised because, and he's the one who, he is the plaintiff in the case, I guess.
Mhm.
So he wanted it televised. I mean, so I think there's someone's suing somebody, and again, it's a defamation case, so it's a little different. But he wanted it televised, so I think that's fine, because it was kind of his
Yeah.
call. It wasn't like the media
Well,
stumbled through and
and the
broke down the
media
doors.
actually, though, if he had not wanted it televised, the media still probably would have gotten their way.
They probably would have.
Because, this is something they could make a very easy argument. This is in the public interest. Absolutely. The public is interested in this case. I personally believe all court cases should be live streamed. I think they should all be available to the public, because justice should never be done in the dark. And when things are done in the dark, that's when corruption happens. I've done a lot of investigation into family and divorce court, and there's a ton of shenanigans going on in there that shouldn't be
Absolutely.
going on, because people can't, because the media is not allowed in, and because the public's not allowed in. And even Greg Ellis. I don't know if you know who Greg Ellis is, but he was in Pirates of the Caribbean with Johnny. He had his own problem in divorce court. He wrote a book about it. It's called The Respondent. I interviewed him about that a couple months ago, and he was completely raked over the coals by divorce court. And it's really interesting, this case, because this really is like looking into family court without it being a family court case.
Sure, definitely.
Yeah. So it's one of these things that's kind of interesting, because it looks like the judge is back. Do you
Okay.
want to hang out with me, or do you have to go?
I can hang out for a little bit.
All right. You want to watch together?
Yeah, we can see.
You
I'm a little
think?
bit behind, so I'm skipping forward a little bit now to
Okay.
see what's happening here. But so I might be a little bit lost, but
That's okay. You mean in what you want to know what happened before you came on the
I've seen up till the first break. That's the only
first?
thing I've seen for the day.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, I
so I
think
missed the
the
whole
only
second
thing
part.
that you missed is her discussion about the makeup and the bruise kit.
Okay.
That might be the only thing you missed. And that there was a lot of discussion about what kind of makeup do you wear? Do you wear makeup? She claims she wore makeup every day, except the day that she went to the police for the restraining order. She claimed that she wore makeup every day, including a tinted sunscreen. Oh, she also said she has a skin condition that so she has to wear sunscreen or something happens to her face in the sun. Could it be red blotches?
I was gonna say I'm pretty pale. I get red blotches in the sun, so that's what I thought of when I saw her red cheeks, I was like, that just, a lot of her photos just look normal to me. I don't want to sound like insensitive to them, but they really do just
I
kind of
know
look like
they
a
do.
picture of a person.
I hope that Johnny's lawyers, when they go into cross, I hope Camille asks her about what is that skin condition?
Yeah.
What happens when you're in the sun? Do you get red spots on your face, kind of like that picture you just showed us?
So they
That
haven't
doesn't.
crossed yet.
No, no,
Okay,
and they're dragging
I'm
it
ready for
out.
jury.
They're dragging it out. They're just gonna drag it out as long. I don't think they're gonna get to cross today. If I were to guess.
Oh my gosh, that'd be insane.
No, I think she's gonna go the whole rest of the day.
I don't get why she's dressed like Dr. Evil. I don't understand.
Dr. Evil. I said Chairman Mao, but
That's
yes.
true, yeah.
Oh, now I have to make a meme. I'm gonna have to
I
make.
posted a thing on Twitter of them like cropped together.
You did? Wait, I
Yeah.
have to go get it. I have to show the audience. That's awesome. I'm going to your Twitter page. By the way, you can follow Gadfly on @TheTrueGadfly on Twitter. Oh my God, you did! This is so funny. Oh, I have to show you guys. I have to take a screenshot and make it a. Oh, this is funny.
I mean, can we also just say that it's extremely obvious that her
All right, thank
lawyers
you.
and her have been
Seated.
looking
All
at
right, your next
other
question.
media online?
Jared, I'd like to
well, the
move the
lawyers are
admission
allowed
of Defendants
to,
Exhibit
But
155.
she probably has to.
Okay.
That's
brought the
the,
guitar and everything.
the makeup palette.
Yeah, the
Oh, okay.
guitar.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, 155 in evidence. Do we have it?
I think it's there. We had pictures for it.
Incoming
All right, thank you.
Dr. Evil meme.
155.
It's the same.
This is so perfect.
155. Yeah.
The
Okay.
same
Yes, ma'am.
outfit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit number 357B as in boy, plaintiff's exhibit? And it is a tape recording from June 2016. The timestamps are 4:47 to 7:52.
All right. Is that in evidence yet?
I'm going to move the admission of it.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
was that going to be for the whole 357 or is that 357A or is
That's
that?
just B. I have that as
B.
B as in boy. I think there was a portion that
Okay,
was put in there.
357B. Any objection to 357B?
Can you imagine
No,
being
Your
on the
Honor.
jury
All
and
right,
having to keep up
357B
with
in
all
evidence.
these
Thank you.
exhibits?
Oh man, not a chance. I'd be the worst juror in the world. I would get bored. I would just, I'd start laughing.
That's not the move that the other party has to make.
Okay.
And it's just not.
Okay.
And you did. Well,
Okay.
your team did.
Okay.
And then within 5 minutes, it was in T&Z. You just do the math yourself without any other thing, and it's very clear.
Okay.
And I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know that. And if that's the case, I'll acknowledge it. And if you say you have proof, then I'll acknowledge it. Look, it doesn't shock me that any fucking
Yeah, it seems to make sense.
attorney would do something like that. It doesn't,
Yeah.
it doesn't shock me. But I'm telling you now, if they file the fucking papers tomorrow, which means the shit I gotta file before we go to court on Friday. If they file those papers, it's first of all, it's very bad for both of us. Okay.
Well, your team's gonna file anything that they can get bad for you. Trust me.
No, you're what you're saying. You got to do something to protect yourself, which means throwing me under the bus for some video about me being.
Not me. I have to respond legally. Meaning I'll have to go and pursue I have to pursue the whole course of action because here's what you don't understand. If we do this, and basically we'll know because I called my lawyers and I said, why aren't we negotiating more? What is going on? Where are we? And they're like, everything is in their court. We literally
They won't settle. Your agents won't. Your lawyers won't settle, baby. I'm telling you.
No, we want to mediate. We even have a mediate. We even found mediators and everything. That was all worked out. So the thing that Laura didn't agree to was she did not want to agree to a mutual gag order. And that's the problem, that she doesn't want the gag order. Why, Johnny? Why? Why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she want both parties to not talk about this in the press? By the way, just talking about the press, not even talking about the court.
Okay,
Why?
I tell you what, Amber, let me get on that right now. I'll fucking get on it right now. And I'll get a message back to you somehow. Just, but I'll get on it right now.
I just want you to know I've not done anything and have not been doing any moves. Let's look it up, the timeline. Nothing was on the offense. Everything's been a defensive move because I'm being called a liar and a gold digger. And I'm not lying about any of this shit. And I am not after a dime of your money. And
Do you remember when you had this discussion with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe that was June of 2016. So after the divorce, while we saw the restraining order.
And what, if anything, was going on with respect to a gag order at that point?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking her. I haven't.
All right, overruled. Good.
I was trying to get Johnny to stop the smear campaign. That he
Objection, Your
launched.
Honor. Hearsay. Lack of foundation.
What, if any, discussion did you have with him about a smear campaign?
Johnny told me that he would ruin me, that no one would ever touch me, meaning professionally, no one would ever work with me again, that I'd never work again, that I'd be selling Depends, is what he said, and that he'd ruin my career, and he refused to not engage with, up until that point, he refused to not engage with the press by leaking.
Objection, Your Honor.
false
Calls for speculation.
How is that speculation?
This is what he's telling her, correct?
Right.
Okay. All right. I'll overrule the objection.
And up until that point, I was trying to, get him to call the dogs off, call it off, because it was forcing me into a position where he was calling me a liar and he was forcing me to prove it. And I knew that wasn't going to be good for him. And I kept saying, don't make me prove it. I don't want to. But he was calling me a liar and having a really sophisticated, very, very well paid, very sophisticated PR machine.
Objection, Your
going
Honor.
overtime.
Calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
I'll move on. Let's go to Depp exhibit, that's plaintiff's exhibit 357C. That's 12:30 to 16:30. I'm going to move the admission.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 357C in evidence.
All right. Michelle, if you complain.
I'm not, it's not about that. It would not be about me throwing you under the bus. You know what it would be? It would be released through documented people coming on the record and having the protection to do so that haven't had yet. It would be eyewitness statements. It would be evidence, tons of it, and it would be through years. And it would be unbelievable to imagine that either I'm in a secret fake club, or B, I've had
A secret what?
I've a secret fight club, or that I have been plotting to do this for for 3 years, and taking pictures of it and documenting it, just saving it up for the right time when I'm not asking for any money and have nothing financial to gain from it. But no one is going to believe that. No one is going to believe that one of the two alternatives, either I'm in a fight club, or I've been going through hair and makeup, or going through makeup through all these years, where I have cooperating text messages between people that match those dates of those timestamp validated photos of either cooperation between people hearing us, or cooperation of next day, Whitney sending text message to Kevin, him responding, or the kind of stuff like between me and people in your life. It is insanely cross-collaborated, Ben. It is a plan. I'm going to put makeup on myself and take pictures throughout years and just sit on it for years. While having this like imaginary life run parallel to it. You understand that the pictures I have match with like text messages to my mom back and forth about it. You know, and text messages between, say, Raquel and my mom, or Raquel and my dad, or, you know, between my two friends. Or there's a text message where I tell Jody the night before I had that James Corden night show thing, where I say, hey, Jody, I've had an accident. I think I have a busted lip, I may have a busted nose, and 2 black eyes tomorrow because I don't know how that will be for the morning every day. So, but I don't know how. I sing it. I just I'll let you know in the morning, you know, and things like that. It doesn't matter. There is nothing there. Nothing. And I will. All of that won't be me throwing you in the spot. That will be evidence in this case. It will be criminal as well because I cannot go on Friday and file without filing a police statement first. And the only reason I haven't had that police statement, which has been used against me, by the way, every day, and the only reason I won't do it, I haven't done it, is because I don't want to hurt you, and that means it goes out of my hands. And the third party prosecutor comes and a criminal lawyer come, and they went like, the problem is, hearing from you, like your biggest struggle is that this is just it's the most solid evidence case of domestic violence I've ever seen. And if you give this over to them or present any part of this, they will prosecute him. And I felt like I'm not, like, I would never want that for you. It's hard for me to even understand. I don't call my mom, like, so in my head, it's hard for me to even accept any sort of victimdom ever.
Can you please explain what the context of this was?
Yeah, please, because I didn't get any of it. My God.
I was
A little confused.
begging Johnny to not make me prove what I've had to sit on the stand in front of all of you and prove and talk about. I was begging not to do this, not to sit where I'm sitting today. I didn't want this. I don't want to be here. I didn't want to be there then. And I was trying to point out something to somebody who I thought did not have a firm grasp on reality.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Thank you.
I was trying to point out how absurd it would be for him to keep making me prove this by calling me a liar. I was trying to get him to not call me a liar because everything that I had said to date and everything I've said to date now is the truth. And I was begging him not to make me prove it, that there were photos, that there were witnesses, that there was my testimony. There were years of me with injuries on the dates where we were fighting, and they were documented. I mean, pictures from 2012. So I was trying to say to him, either you'd suppose that people would rather believe this is a hoax, elaborate,
yes,
well orchestrated,
yes,
year-long campaign for what? Or that, what? It just seemed crazy. And I thought no one was advising him in his best interest. I thought no one was telling him the truth. I know he's surrounded by yes men, and I thought nobody was saying to Johnny, this is crazy, don't do this. And I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to hurt him. I loved him. I loved him so much. That's why I'm explaining to him why I didn't file criminal charges. I didn't file a police report, even though it was being used against me. I didn't want this to go to a prosecutor. I didn't want this to hurt Johnny. I don't want this to hurt Johnny.
Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 357D as in David? And that is 17:25 to 17:37.
Oh, wow. We're very dramatic just there.
Remove the admission.
Yeah.
Your Honor.
Head
All right,
falls
any
back.
objection? All right.
Very loud
Any evidence?
sighing.
357D.
He calls me a liar repeatedly, which
Baby.
proves I'm telling the truth.
Baby,
And I've been called a
baby,
gold digger.
baby,
Everyone is.
baby. Amber, I didn't call you those things. I didn't call you those things.
I'm going to go on now to, can we go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 357E? And this is 21:47 to 22:37. I'm going to move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
357E. Thank you.
And you're stronger. And so when I say that I thought you could kill me, that doesn't mean you counter with you also, that you lost your own finger. I am not trying to attack you here. I'm just trying to point out the fact of why I said call 911. Because you had your hands on me after the phone in my face, and I just got crazy in the past, and I truly thought I need to stop this madness before I get hurt.
Oh my God.
And I never think about myself that way. I never defend myself that way. I never see myself as a victim. It's too fault, you know?
All right. Yeah.
And I, when they came, I did not cooperate with them. It has been used against me, not by the media, by your side.
And what are you referring to there?
That I don't want to call myself a victim. I don't like to think of myself as a victim, and I don't want him to think I'm attacking him or blaming him. I'm pointing out I didn't cooperate with the police, that I didn't want to get him in trouble, that I didn't want to hurt him. I don't want anything from him. Just don't call me a liar. It's all I said. Just don't call me a liar. Just don't say this isn't real. Because I'm the walking proof of it.
I'm going to ask to bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit.
Okay, I'm switching to the large screen so I can see if she has any liquid on her face.
24:48.
I still don't see any actual wetness.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 357F.
I'm looking though. I'm trying to be objective. Are there tears?
I only have my integrity. And the unfortunate thing is
What about mine?
taking it a step further.
What about mine?
They keep taking, that's what it keeps, I'm trying to say to you, literally in words. I'm out of my mouth, that's what I'm trying to say to you. Every step of the way, I have said to them, the thing is, they're hurting Johnny by this, because every time that they call me a liar, or they say this is not true, or even this text message does not actually happen, or that of your security guard, who, by the way, was a follow-up to your security guard thing they never saw abuse happening. The same security guard who, by the way, have said to me multiple times that I was going to get killed.
And what are you talking about there, Amber?
That even though Johnny told me that his guards would say whatever he needed them to say, that they were the same guards who had told me that I would lose my life
Objection, Your
this
Honor.
way.
Hearsay.
All right, sustained objection.
It came in through the tape, so that's all right. We're fine. Let's go, Michelle.
Your
let's
Honor.
go to-
If we could approach, please.
I'm sorry.
Is the lighting different on this picture, Gadfly? I see the picture. Hold on, I'm going to pull this up. Or here's what I'll do. What will I do? I will take a screenshot. The lighting is totally different on these two pictures.
Yeah, you can tell the stain is the same, so I'm not sure how accurate that is. I just thought it was pretty weird if that's true.
7G, and it's 26:00 to 26:28.
God, they have so many exhibits. I can't imagine a jury could actually keep up with all of this.
I don't know how they're going to do deliberation and look at what they
I know, right?
Oh, move the admission. I'm sorry.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
I feel like this woman deserves all the credit for
in front of
calling
me and
this.
other people that have heard them.
You're gonna have to do this under oath too, you know.
And well, because the unfortunate part is, I can talk about all of this.
Do you believe all this, Emma? Do you believe all this?
Oh, yeah, the fuck that, yes.
You believe I'm an abuser. You believe I'm an abuser.
In May, in December, in April.
What were you referring to with the May, December, and April?
Just listing some of the times in which he beat me up and that he knew about.
So I'm going to take you now fast forward into the July 2016 timeframe. There was a mediation that came about during that time. What, if any, intent did you have to reconcile with Mr. Depp at the time of the mediation?
I wanted there to be no animosity. I wanted to minimize animosity. I wanted to reconcile in that way. I didn't want to get back together with him, if that makes sense.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe what transpired during the July mediation?
Even though I had a TRO and I wanted to move on with my life, the campaign I mentioned earlier, the smear campaign, the article after article, the hounding me, the, leaking fake.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, I sustain the objection. Okay.
Please explain.
What I was meeting with him about is because he had, put these things out in the media. It seemed like every
Objection,
day there
Your
was a new
Honor.
attack.
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
All right.
Did Mr. Depp discuss with you that he was putting these out in the media?
Objection leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Yes.
Okay, please explain.
He told me he would tell his team to back off and to back off effectively if I agreed to do certain things. One of which, he wanted me to drop charges. Or some version of that. He wanted me to get back together with him and go on tour with him in the tour bus. He wanted me to do certain things that I thought were impossible and that would definitely go against all of everything that I stood for and had earned in getting my TRO, getting my restraining order and moving on. But I had to break the TRO in order to beg him to stop the machine, the press machine, because I was feeling like I couldn't live my life. I was being dropped from commercial opportunities. People were turning on me. A campaign I shot dropped me. I mean, it was just, I had never been inundated with that much press. Every single day, me and my family and every witness, anyone who even indirectly supported me got bombarded. And the
Objection.
media campaigns.
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Loved the
I'll
attention.
sustain just the last part of that. All right.
She's never been in the press so much in her life.
We heard Christian Carino testify earlier. Can you describe to the jury what your relationship was with Christian Carino?
He was my commercial agent, meaning he handled things like campaigns for a short amount of time, and then became Johnny's agent around the time of the divorce. He was a kind of mutual friend at the time between Johnny and I, and so he helped us kind of negotiate or mediate a time where we could meet. And my goal in that was to just beg Johnny to stop doing this.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. That's right.
What, if any, desire did you have to return to Mr. Depp after the divorce?
None.
Okay. Now, you heard Mr. White testify that he engaged in negotiations with you during the settlement process of the divorce. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. White?
None. The first time I saw him was on the testimony screen in the UK during the UK trial. I've never spoken to him.
So he didn't negotiate your settlement?
No, he did not.
What was important to you in the divorce negotiations?
The statement. That was it. The statement. I wanted a mutual statement, and I wanted him to get the press out of this. just make a statement. And in that statement, clear my name. I wanted to clear my name. It's all I have. I said this to him too, and he knew this. All I have is my name. I come from nothing. All I have is my integrity. All I have is my name. And that's exactly what he promised to take from me.
Why did you agree to accept $7 million as your settlement?
I didn't care about the money. I was told if I didn't agree to a number,
No.
that it could be overturned.
No, come
this
on.
would never actually, it would never get completed, would never settle.
Objection here.
She had to take $7 million from him.
What was your
She had
understanding?
to.
What was your understanding?
That if I didn't agree to a number, it would be overturned. So I took far less than what they were offering and what I was entitled to.
And why did you donate it to charity?
I promised the entirety of it to charity because I was never interested in Johnny's money. And in the divorce, I just wanted my safety. I wanted to move on from my life. I wanted my future. And then he started compromising that, calling me a liar, making it impossible for me to move on by doing so. So then I wanted the truth. I wanted him to clear my name and to leave me alone. I've been saying that since 2016.
So why did you donate 3.5 to Children's Hospital and 3.5
She
to
didn't donate
ACLU?
anything. She donated $350,000.
Well, I pledged the first half, or 3.5, to Children's Hospital because I'd been working there as a volunteer for well over a decade.
They only got
I knew the
$100K.
facility well. I'd worked there with another nonprofit is how I got affiliated with them. And I knew they could use the resources. I was familiar with it. And
What about the ACLU?
And then ACLU because I was a supporter, because I believed in the work they were doing. I believed that they were doing good work for people who deserved it.
Why did you make the donations over a period of time as opposed to just a lump sum?
Two reasons. The short of it is because I was receiving the settlement in installments. I was receiving the installments over time. Second of all, so I could get the tax benefit of paying overtime. Is my understanding that's how you pay these large sums. You pay it over time.
Did you make any payments towards these donations?
I did.
Okay. Approximately how much?
I allowed for the first installment, which is $100,000 to each. That came straight from Johnny in 2016. I followed up with $350,000 that year, 2016. 2018, I did another. Oh, and I also donated to $250,000 to Art of Elysium, which is the affiliate I was just speaking about, that does the work in the Children's Hospital. It was not going to count towards my overall pledge, but I did that too. And then I did another donation to each in 2018. And then Johnny sued me, 2019.
Before we get to that,
How much
did
were
anyone
those donations in
make
2018?
donations to the Children's
much?
Hospital or ACLU on your behalf during that time period?
Yes, Elon also, Elon, who was my boyfriend at the time, had his own charitable contributions that he made. And he made $500,000 to both in my honor, in my name, in 2017, I believe.
And have you completely fulfilled your donations to the ACLU and the Children's Hospital?
I have not yet.
And why not?
Because Johnny sued me for $50 million in March of 2019. And I have spent over $6 million.
Objection, Your Honor. This is a motion in limine.
That part was supposed to come in.
All right, once you come forward, let's take a look.
All right, Gadfly, what do you see in here?
Seriously, I'm still laughing at the depends comment. If for any Beverly Hills Real Housewives watchers in the chat, huge Lisa Rinna right there.
No, did she really end up doing a Depends ad? That's hilarious.
She made so much money from it though. I think she's totally fine with it. But yeah, the whole thing is a little crazy. I'm not really following. I feel like I'm being jerked around so many different directions from what she said so far that I'm just trying to pay as close attention as I can. But if I was a juror, I wouldn't be able to keep up with everything she's saying so far. But I can't
Yeah.
believe she's saying she donated all that money that she didn't donate. That's amazing.
Yeah, now she's now made a claim that she made 2 other donations in 2018 that we have not heard about yet. The ACLU says she only made that $350,000 donation. That's the only money they got from Amber. We're leaving out Elon's donation, okay? Then the Children's Hospital sent a letter that said they got the $100,000 from Johnny and never got a dime after that. So now she's claiming that she did make payments in 2018. So now she's either calling the Children's Hospital a liar or this is just new news that we haven't heard yet. So I'm very interested to hear on Cross. Ben Chu looked a little excited. I was watching him when she was talking about making these other donations. So we'll see what they know. And I also noticed Johnny looked at Ben like, what's going on here? So
Yeah.
this could be interesting on Cross. I really can't wait for Cross. Cross isn't coming though, folks, until probably tomorrow.
That
That's
is
my
so
guess.
sad. And yeah, that's amazing that she said that she didn't want any money from him or anything. Then why would
They
you
forced
settle for
her.
money. Yeah.
They forced her to take $7 million.
Yeah.
She had to take it.
Just took it in cash, put it into her purse. You must take this.
You must, or they could overturn your divorce. Like, who would
Oh,
do that?
man.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I know enough about divorce cases to know that you can agree to any monetary thing that you agree to. If
was
you
gonna
agree
say.
to not take a dime, you don't get a dime, and no judge on earth is going to look at it and go, "Oh, this very successful actor and this very successful actress, they're parting ways with no money. I better overturn that." That's
Right.
stupid.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me.
No. She wanted the money, and we have proof because we have a letter from her attorneys demanding $14 million, the car, 3 penthouses, and other things, if tax-free, or she was going to go to the press with these allegations. So no, I don't believe her. I do, and a reminder: I'm sitting in front of the LA Children's Hospital. You see here on my oops, what happened to my camera? There it is. Just to remind you that we know she lied about giving money to sick and dying children, and if you would lie about that, I think you would lie about anything.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. If she's lying about that, that's pretty bad.
Pretty bad. I agree. Oh, that's a good question, Lydia. Is David Shane in the courtroom?
So going back
I haven't been
to
looking
that,
for him, but
then,
I'm going to look for him
could you
next time we
afford
see
to
the
continue
crowd.
making payments to the ACLU and Children's Hospital?
No.
Okay. What, if any, intention do you have to fulfill your pledges and donations to these organizations?
I still fully intend to honor all of my pledges. I would love for him to stop suing me so I can.
What, if any, deadlines are there on your pledges and donations to the ACLU or the Children's Hospital?
There are none. They understand.
Okay. Now, let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already admitted. Now, I'm going to just direct your attention to paragraph 27, where it says, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. What, if any, significance did that have to you?
That was everything to me. That was the most important thing in the separation agreement between us, is that he acknowledged that I hadn't made a single false claim, that my allegations were not false. I thought that just because he signed his name to it, he'd honor it. I mean, he signed his name to it, and I thought it would mean something.
Right.
He acknowledges that I never did it. I mean, I never made a false claim, and I didn't do it for financial gain. And that's what I was being called at the time, a gold digger and a liar.
Thank you. We can take this down, Michelle, and I'm going to now take you to post-divorce and your career. Please describe for the jury how your career evolved after the divorce, which I think was final in February 2017.
I had to fight really hard to keep my career. After I got my TRO, I lost opportunities. I got canceled from jobs. I got dropped from campaign I'd shot. I was told I was going to be dropped from.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained objection.
I fought to keep my job in a movie the biggest movie opportunity I had to date.
Which was what?
It was Justice League with the option to become Aquaman. It later became Aquaman, but I had to fight really hard to stay even in Justice League because that was right around the time of the divorce.
Can you tell the jury what Justice League was and what your role was in that?
It is a superhero franchise, DC action film, and it introduced my character, and it provided the base for the Aquaman spinoff that followed it, but that was not a reality at the time of shooting Justice League.
All right. And then you were able to be an Aquaman, is that correct?
Yes, I kind of showed up to work months early and stayed really late to fight to keep the job. I managed to keep it, and managed slowly to kind of to gain through this kind of hard work and goodwill I was able to foster. I was able to keep and make other jobs, and eventually made a movie called Aquaman, and Aquaman was very successful. I think it was the most successful DC film by its release. And I was getting my career back, even though it was, it took a major hit when I got my restraining order against Johnny.
So let's talk about Aquaman for a moment. I think you said it was the highest grossing film of DC films. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When did that come out?
December of 2018.
Okay. And what was your role in Aquaman?
I play Mira.
And was that a lead role?
Yes, it is one of the leading roles. It's the female lead opposite Jason Momoa's character of Aquaman.
Okay, so you were his mate?
You could say that, yes. I was his love interest, the female, I was a female lead of the movie.
Okay. So in December of 2018, as Aquaman's coming out, why did you agree to participate in the op-ed?
Well, because I believed in some of the causes that the op-ed was seeking to advance. There was a lot of attention and energy around gender-based issues, gender-based violence issues in general. I had just recently become an ambassador for the ACLU. I was proud of that ambassadorship, and I was looking forward to the opportunity to lend my voice to what I thought was a great cause, which is just a conversation around women's issues and gendered issues that I think the whole country was having at that time, quite a political conversation and cultural conversation at the time. And I was happy to lend my voice if I could.
Who drafted the first draft of the op-ed?
The ACLU.
Did you initially want to include Mr. Depp by name or reference?
No.
What were you trying to accomplish by the op-ed?
I was trying to raise awareness around some of the issues that I just mentioned. There was some legislative reform, Title IX being one of them, and there was just a greater cultural conversation being had around gender issues. And I was happy to weigh in on what I saw as the unique phenomena that women and typically women experience in our culture when they come forward against somebody more powerful, when they speak up about gender-based violence. And I thought I could lend my voice to that conversation. I thought I had something to say about that.
Were you trying to boost your sales for Aquaman since it was coming out in that same time frame?
It doesn't work like that. I don't think any op-ed, a major motion picture or major franchise like that is not aided by the publication of an op-ed in the Washington Post. I'll put it that way. But the other way around can be said. I was wanting to lend my name at that specific time to to potentially advance the causes within the op-ed.
Because of your success as Mira with Aquaman?
Yeah, just the publicity of the movie and the success of the movie would hopefully, in best case scenario, only add and lend itself would lend attention to the issues that the op-ed aimed to address.
What did you do one?
The stream is buffering. Why is it buffering? I'm sorry, the stream is buffering.
Come on, lawn crime. What are you doing?
You know, this happens. It just, and I always end up having to switch to another stream. Hold on. If this is going to keep going.
I did want to clarify something that she said.
Yeah, go ahead.
Aquaman was not that successful in America, and the op-ed was in America.
ACLU had your agreement to be the
Successful
spokesperson
overseas,
for
pretty
the
much only.
op-ed, to put your name to it.
I sought the advice of my attorney.
And why did you do that?
Well, because I didn't want to get into any sort of legal issue. I didn't want to have any sort of legal problems for talking about what happens to women or people when they come forward and speak about these sorts of issues, especially when they come forward against someone more powerful than them. And that backlash, the retaliation that people face when they come forward is exactly what I was writing about. And I didn't want Johnny to retaliate against me and quite literally prove my point.
And so who was the counsel that you hired to review the op-ed?
His name was Eric George.
Where is he located?
Los Angeles, California.
How did you know Eric George?
Eric George is the attorney who represented me in a different litigation against the producers of London Fields, the movie I mentioned earlier about having a body double and sex scene that I didn't approve of.
What was your understanding of Eric George's experience and skills to be able to review that op-ed for you in the context of your concerns?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking her understanding.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you have knowledge of Eric George's abilities at that time?
I did. I thought he had an excellent reputation and would give me great advice.
Okay. And what, if any, experience? What was your experience with him in representing you earlier?
I thought he was a fantastic attorney, very smart, and I trusted him.
Without going into the content of it, what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you follow in the context of the op-ed?
I took all of his advice. I made all the edits he suggested. I took all of his advice.
And what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you ignore?
None. I mean, he's my lawyer. I listened to him.
Okay. I'm going to ask you if we can pull up, Michelle, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.
I have so much to say about what she did or did not lose as a result of
This is
coming
the
forward.
online
I can barely
version
contain myself.
of the op-ed, and it has this title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. What, if any, role did you play in this title?
None.
What, if any, role, to your knowledge, did the ACLU play in this title?
None to my knowledge.
Okay. Are these exact words anywhere in the article?
No. No, they're not.
When did you first become aware of this title being included in the online version of the op-ed?
I think in this litigation is the first time I realized that.
Okay. I'm going to now ask, Michelle, can you bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2?
Keeping a
This has
list of
also
the
already
things that
been in
Amber
evidence here.
got is
And
difficult. She got
this
so
is
much.
the paper version, if you will, of the Washington Post with your editorial. And if you go to the second page, this one has a title, A Transformative Moment for Women. What, if any, role did you play in that title?
I didn't.
Okay.
None.
Now, do you recall seeing this version, the newspaper version, at the time?
Yes, this is the version I saw. I'm very proud of it. I had it framed.
You had the newspaper version, not the online?
I did. I had the newspaper framed.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask you to turn to, and Michelle, can we pull up plaintiff's exhibit number 3? And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit plaintiff's exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 3 in evidence. You
If we
can
can publish it to the jury. Thank you. Now, is it fair to say this is a tweet?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain to the jury what a tweet is for those who are not as social media oriented?
A tweet is a posting on a social media network called Twitter.
Okay. Now, did you send this tweet?
I think so. I must have.
Okay. And what, if any, control did you have over whether the title given to the op-ed online was included in the tweet?
You don't have control when you're retweeting something. It's my experience that you don't control a title when you're retweeting something. You don't get a chance to re-editorialize someone else's title.
Okay. And at the time you sent this tweet, do you remember even noticing that title?
I do not. I don't think I even realized it.
Have you ever typed the words from that title?
No, I have not.
Now, I'm going to ask you, let's go back to number 2, plaintiff's 2. And I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, in this op-ed was incorrect?
Nothing. Every word of it is true.
And I'm going to direct your attention specifically, and if we can blow this up just a touch, and move up just a touch, Michelle, if you can, so we get to then 2 years ago. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Was this true or false?
It's true.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do about speaking up about domestic abuse 2 years earlier?
Well, I went and got a restraining order against my then husband and walked out to a sea of media and endured, to that point, 2 years of vitriol from the media and from Johnny Depp supporters in retaliation for having done so.
And I guess you're really answering my next question, which is, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Is that what you were referring to for that next?
Yes, because at the time, I thought it couldn't be worse. I obviously now, from where I sit today, no, it gets a lot worse.
And then, Michelle, if we can move this up a little bit further. Well, actually, that's perfect, Michelle. Then I don't have to use my purple again. Then you said, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Is this true or false?
True.
Okay, and explain to me what you meant by that and how that was true for you.
I got a restraining order. I had to prove to a judge that I needed one. I had a bruise on my face. I got a restraining order. I showed pictures. I had proof, and yet everyone, the media, the studios that both Johnny and I worked for, they were ready to support him. They made statements in support of him. They were ready to fire me.
Objection,
they
Your
attempted
Honor.
to fire me.
Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
What, if anything, did you witness with respect to institutions?
Meaning the people that we work for, the institutions we work for, the studios we work for, decision makers in my industry, filmmakers and powerful people and decision makers within my industry whom I had not ever even met, who didn't know anything about what happened behind closed doors in the marriage of Johnny and I, were making comments about me, statements about me. I was dropped from campaigns. It was hard for me to work. I was harassed. I'm harassed on a daily basis, death threats, and just the fact that wasn't, there was no parody. The studio and these decision makers and such were so ready to support him and eager to
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I sustain the objection.
All right. So what, if any, ill will or bad intentions did you have or intend against Mr. Depp by assisting in writing, giving your name to this op-ed, and in publishing it?
None. It's not about Johnny. The only one who thought it was about Johnny is Johnny. It's about me. It's about what happened to me after Johnny. It's about what happened to me after I escaped my marriage. It was about me and my life and what I endured once I moved on and got a TRO and moved on with my life. It was about what happened to me after. The only one who made it about him, ironically, is Johnny.
I'm going to, we can take that down, Michelle. I'm going to turn to something about electronics and transparency. You've testified about, and we've seen photographs and audio recordings and text messages, emails, etc. What, if anything, have you done to cooperate in the authentication of all of these things?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure.
All right, there is breaking news. The UK Guardian is reporting that David Shane, Amber's PR guy, David Shane, has had 2 DUIs, drinking under the influence, and also they are reporting they've talked to his colleagues anonymously from several companies, 2 companies at least, there where he was being investigated for sex harassment, and he left the company. Both companies left 2 jobs. He claims he did not do this. His lawyers say they didn't. The staffers who the UK Guardian talked to said that they wouldn't put their names out there because he's so litigious. Well, I have news for you folks. David Shane threatened to sue me when I wrote about the allegations that were out there. So he is litigious. I can confirm. I haven't been able to write about that yet, but I want to. I'm just waiting for our attorneys to get back to me, but it looks like I'm covered now because the Guardian's on it.
Yikes. Big yikes. I can't believe she's claiming that this article has nothing to do with Johnny while saying it also does. I don't understand what her argument is.
I don't really understand that either. And also we saw the emails, her own emails to the ACLU, saying she wanted more about Johnny's abuse in the article. So for her to say, I wrote that down. She said she did not want more about Johnny Inch. That was her testimony today. Her own emails say she did want more, and they wouldn't let her put it in.
Oh, do we know if they're allowed to bring in her parents' text messages to Johnny? Is that going to be part of the case?
Well, we did. I do know this. I do know that her father gave his text messages to Johnny's team willingly without being subpoenaed.
Okay.
So I'm assuming, yes, I'm assuming they're going to use it if they asked for it, but I don't know. I mean, that's something we're just going to have to wait and see. We don't know what their strategy is going to be, right? We don't know.
Those texts are weird, though. I mean, they're just like, I feel like they're so, I mean, they're just saying like, oh, Amber doesn't even want to do this. It's just lawyers and being greedy or whatever. So
it's bizarre, but I think she tells different people different stories.
I would imagine so.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is very strange.
Yeah.
I can't believe that we talked about Aquaman for 5 minutes.
I know. I was tuning that out. I was reading this UK Guardian article, which is really juicy, by the way. I suggest you go
we're
read
going to
it.
start
Not now, later.
by bringing up
Don't leave this
defendants
stream.
1245.
All right, moving that into evidence, no objection, 1245 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
1245. Number
And this is
1245.
an article that was in the Daily Mail on 8 April 2020. We see that. And then Michelle, if you can move that to the next page, and perfect. It says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is this a true or a false statement?
False.
And why is it false?
Well, you have to use what I've lived through and what I've survived, calling it fake, saying that I'm harming Johnny with this, I'm harming the public with this. This is what I've lived through. And to say that it's a hoax, that these aren't even real things. I mean, after everything I've lived through and survived, and also I hadn't even spoken about the sexual abuse within my marriage.
Not again.
I hadn't.
Buffering.
I have been protected.
Gosh darn it, Law and Crime. Get your shit together. Today is not that day.
Of that. I didn't want to talk about that ever. Adam Waldman.
I guess it's kind of a nice break from her voice.
The one who put that out in the world. As remarkable as that is, I protected that. I had to go to another country to give testimony, and thankfully they allowed me to do so with confidentiality and some protection. And then Johnny, through his lawyer, not only uses that against me, but says it's a hoax.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask if we can bring up, and it's going to be 1246.
Seems like a hoax, though. Based on the photographs we've seen, honey, it seems like a hoax.
I
think I'm moving this into
right.
evidence as well.
There's no objection, so 1246A is an evidence. You can publish.
And this is an article that was published on the 28th of April, 2020. And Michelle, if we can, thank you. And this one says, Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told dailymail.com. And let's keep going.
How is this evidence in her defense? So confused.
I don't know. I'm not
So
even
Amber
sure
and her
what we're
friends
looking at.
spilled a little wine
Who is this
and
from?
roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction
Yeah,
of a
that's what I
lawyer and a
think.
publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that true or false?
Couldn't be more false.
And why is
Oh,
that?
no.
Every part of it is false. I didn't call 911. I didn't call the police. I refused to cooperate with them to protect Johnny. I protected Johnny. I didn't call them once and I didn't call them twice. I didn't rough up the place. I cleaned up the place. I didn't even know the second cops were coming. If I wanted to get something from him, if I wanted to hoax Johnny, why wouldn't I cooperate with the police? Wouldn't I say something to the police? Wouldn't I do more damage to the house and than just knock over the things that you saw pictures of? It makes no sense.
No.
And to do it online when there's no fact checking, there's no authorities, there's no one able to, I can't respond. I can't fight this and use these sorts of media leaks and these comments to re-echo over and over and over again online with a network of people that are intent on helping Johnny through a sophisticated PR machine. to
Objection,
echo
Your
this
Honor.
abuse at me over and
Hearsay,
over again.
speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. And so what in fact did you do that night?
I cleaned
Oh, come
Oh
on.
man. Uh-oh, she's arguing like his argument. This is not
Yup.
a good look for her.
I protected Johnny. I refused to cooperate
Okay,
with the
I gotta
police,
find another stream. This is driving me
like
absolutely
so many other
insane.
people do. I tried really hard to keep it private even after that, even when I was committed to filing for a divorce. I tried to protect Johnny. I tried to protect the history of what we had. I tried to protect him. And did the opposite. And I didn't even have a lawyer. I didn't call my publicist. I called my contract attorney to get me another lawyer who could give me advice on how to protect Johnny. Every bit of this was to protect Johnny and to protect the secret that I had fought really hard to keep for nearly 5 years, which was that behind closed doors, things were not what it looked like.
Okay.
Yes,
So
Saint
can you
Amber.
Take this one down and
We
go
all
to
need
defendants
candles with a picture of her
1247,
on it that we
please,
can
and
pray
then I'll
to
move
every
the
night
admission.
because
All
she's
right.
so
And
damn
there's no objection.
perfect.
1247 in evidence.
1247.
Amber, this is another a Mail Online, and this is published on 24 June, updated on 25 June 2020. And then if we can go further. And this one says, Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, said, "We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp." Is this true or false?
False.
And why is it false?
Because unfortunately, all of this is real. And what I mentioned earlier about how preposterous it would have to be for this to be this elaborate hoax, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't fathom one day that would actually be legitimately the position that he, through a lawyer, would take, albeit online, where he could get away with it for some
Objection
time.
calls for speculation.
Sustain the objection.
And why is this so absurd?
Because Johnny and I lived this. We lived through this. I lived through this, and I narrowly survived it. But I survived it. And, I have mountains of evidence, mountains of proof, and yet it won't be good enough for people who are seeking to make money off of Johnny's success.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
No, sustain the
That's
objection.
fine. Okay. So I'm going to take you now to the damages that you've suffered as a result of these statements by Mr. Waldman on Mr. Depp's behalf. Please tell the jury how you were doing reputational.
Objection. That's a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
We move to strike counsel's testimony.
Come forward.
Okay, we're sidebarring.
Ooh.
I don't know what to say.
When she started saying that, they said that what I said was untrue, but I had no way to respond to it. It was behind a PR machine. Isn't that the same argument as your op-ed? Like that you don't have a direct way to respond to it and it's behind a PR team because it's a company posting an article?
Yeah, I also don't like the argument about I had nothing to do with the headline. Well, you didn't call anyone and say, hey, that headline
From the
is
record, we'll
not
disregard
right.
that question. All right. Your
She
next question.
retweeted it. She said, here's the article that I'm so
What
proud
was your
of. She framed
understanding
it.
of on whose behalf Mr. Waldman was making those three statements?
Objection. Lack of foundation. Calls for speculation.
Camille
You want to
sounds so
approach again?
annoyed.
That's not what we just said here. I just want
Sounds so annoyed. And the judge is bringing them back for a sidebar. I love it. I love it. I love it when Camille does this, when they sidebar and then she goes back and cat lady tries to do it again. And Elaine tries to do it again. And then Camille's like, no, objection.
Yeah.
So we'll move forward to my other question here. Please tell the jury, how were you doing reputationally before these three statements were made, beginning April 2020? April 8 was the first of them.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on lack of foundation.
She can talk about her reputation.
Overruled, I'll allow.
It took hard work. it took a lot of hard work on my part, but I was able to work, get my life back on track. I was taking care of myself emotionally. My career, I was working really hard. I was able to star in a major success. I worked on a TV series that I had been attached to for a very long time. I became an ambassador for several nonprofits that I deeply care about. I was doing a lot of really, it felt really good to be doing the social work and the charity work that I was doing. And I was also filming and working and planning on, I was awaiting a schedule from Warner Brothers for Aquaman 2, the sequel. And I had wrapped on that TV series I mentioned, and I was awaiting to start doing publicity for it to promote it. And I had a campaign, a global campaign, as a spokesperson for a major beauty brand. So things were, the trajectory was positive.
Yeah, pretty good.
So how did things change after these statements were made?
She got an ambassadorship to the ACLU.
Unfortunately, I lost my mother on the 1st of April. And I remember it was when I was grieving her that I got a call that I should be expecting a script for my role in Aquaman 2.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
So I was waiting a schedule and a script for that. Feeling concerned that, I wouldn't have enough time to grieve before having to get back into work. I had a press schedule to promote the TV series I was doing, and I was shooting things for this beauty brand. And then I remember at that time, the beauty brand had to suspend posting what I just shot for them because they were getting bombarded.
Objection, Your Honor, this is hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. All right.
They said no. I mean, they suspended
She's
what I had
still with
shot.
them.
Objection, Your Honor.
She is still with
Were
L'Oreal.
you actively
She is not
involved in
suspended
campaigns for
from them.
L'Oreal before these articles?
I was.
Were you actively involved in campaigns with L'Oreal after these articles?
No.
Were you with The Stand? You were talking about the TV series. That was The Stand, correct?
Yes, the TV series that I had already completed.
All right. And were you actively involved in publicity for The Stand prior to these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively involved in the publicity after these articles?
No, the shoots were canceled. Things were
Okay.
canceled.
With respect to Aquaman 1, Aquaman 2, you'd already starred in Aquaman 1, right? Just so and they called it Aquaman at that time, but now there's an Aquaman 2, just right for.
That's correct.
Okay. So were you actively scheduling timing for filming and scripts for Aquaman 2 before these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively scheduling after these articles?
No, the communications stopped at that point.
All right. I'm going to, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1258? I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1258. It's dated September 21, 2015. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It is the Justice League Aquaman contract.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1258.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Okay, L'Oreal, the thing with L'Oreal, they still have not gotten rid of her. She is on their campaign now. I don't know if they're still actively having her out doing anything, but they have not dropped her. She's on the boxes of things, and she's one of their women of worth. She also got an ACLU ambassadorship. She also is a UN human rights champion. for the UN. She takes trips, she goes on all this. She has done a lot. She has gotten a lot because of her allegations, because she became the face of the Me Too movement. She's gotten all kinds of speaking engagements. I'm not sure if they were paid or not, but she certainly has gotten more notoriety because of it. What do you think, Gadfly?
I think that everything she has said has been crazy. I have a lot to say about her. Just her like take on acting and stuff in general, I think is so weird as from an actress to how she's speaking about it all. But anyways, aside from that, I can't believe she brought up that her mom passed as part of a question to how did your life fall apart because of the negative things that came with the allegations you put out. But then she just tried to gain a little sympathy, saying, "Well, my mom
killed my
died."
mother.
Yeah, like what was that about? I was so thrown off by that.
That was
And-
definitely not answering the question. That should have been an objection.
Yeah, that was very weird. And obviously, she didn't lose things. Now you can actually like see what Johnny Depp has lost from all of the things. You can see what he's been fired from and everything. And she's like, "Yeah, my life fell apart, but also all these scripts were being sent to me for the movie I was about to star in." Like, well, okay.
And also, I'm still in Aquaman. They haven't written me out like they did Kevin Spacey. They re-recorded that. They actually removed him in a starring role from a movie after allegations and refilmed it with somebody else. They took Chris Noth out of And Just Like That post-production. She did not
Chris
get...
D'Elia in the
Yeah.
Zack Snyder movie on Netflix.
She didn't face those
So-
consequences. She's still in the movie.
Amber, can you explain to me how the contract structure was for Justice League and options? Just explain to the jury, please.
It's structured like a 3-picture option. I signed on to do Justice League, where my character was introduced. The fee is, small relative to what it will become if and when you do the other options or movies in that under that umbrella. So it was the contract for Justice League, which could then become Justice League 2, or it could be Aquaman, or it could be some other movie within the DC universe. And the second picture ended up being Aquaman. And then the third picture, Aquaman 2. Each time the fee goes up, but...
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled out loud. As far as the contract is concerned, that's what the contract says.
All right. And if we go to page 6, so what was your fee going to be for Aquaman? And what was it for Aquaman?
$1 million.
Okay. And then was there also box office bonuses, opportunities?
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, there are box office bonuses. If it makes a certain amount in the box office, you get a bonus.
Okay. And it says picture number 2. At the time you entered into the contract and with on Justice League, did they know what the picture would be?
No, as I mentioned before, when you do the contract.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. So ultimately, what was picture number 2?
Aquaman.
All right. And then what was it for picture number 3?
Aquaman 2.
Okay. And what was the fee under the option agreement at that time?
$2 million.
Okay. Now, did you have contracts with L'Oreal?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you just describe for the jury what was involved with L'Oreal? You talked about being involved in campaigns and then not. Just explain that to them if you can.
As a spokesperson, I'm just involved with the brand as a representative, and a certain amount of commitment you have to do throughout the year on social media and on red carpets promoting various products or causes they're advancing. Generally, it's just like a brand ambassadorship.
Okay. And did you, let's pull up 1262. And this is dated as of April 25, 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Was that your first contract with L'Oreal?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And was that for a term, a specific term?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was it for 2 years?
Yes, it says 2-year contract, and that sounds right.
All right. And then I'm going to ask you to turn to 1264. And that's April 20, 2020. And what, if anything, did L'Oreal do with regard to extending your contract then?
They extended it. They chose to extend it with the option to kind of.
All right. And did they extend it just an additional 3 months?
Why did that cut like an
If you look
edit?
at paragraph 1.
Let's see.
She didn't finish her sentence and
Yeah,
it
that
cut
was
like an
weird.
edit. Did you see that? This is
Yeah.
supposed to be live.
Yes, they did.
Maybe the stream was.
And what, if
catching
any,
up with
work
something, but
did
it
you do
looked
for
weird.
L'Oreal after these 3 statements were made?
I have only been able to participate in, I believe, 1 live event that they also couldn't promote or use the material from because of.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
I'll
hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. Now let's go to 1265. And this is, as of November 15, 2021, this is another extension with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And if you look at the second option term under paragraph 1, it's an extension of 20 months, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what, if any, work have you been able to do for L'Oreal since this contract?
As I stated, I believe I've only done 1 in-person event with them and they couldn't use the material.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the stand for a minute. Let's pull up 1263. And this is dated July 3, 2019. And I believe you indicated that you had already filmed it by the time these statements were made in April and June of 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what, if any, marketing opportunities were you participating in prior to those articles?
We had appearances, talk show, press, the normal kind of group cast press junket, promotional material, photo shoot. And I had various publicity engagements lined up, like a magazine cover, that sort of thing to promote the film. To promote the series.
And what, if anything, were you able to do with marketing opportunities after the 3 articles were published?
None.
What, if any, covers were you on after that for the stand?
They pulled the offer for that, so none.
Okay. And while we're on this agreement, if you look at the second page, how much were you paid for the stand? It's at 6C. $200,000.
Oh, $200,000 an episode.
Okay. Now let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1266. Have you been able to get any work since that time?
I have done 1 small independent film.
Okay, and tell the jury what that is.
I shot a film in Guatemala. It's a small independent, meaning it doesn't have distribution or, it doesn't have distribution or anything. It's a lower budget film that I had been attached to for many years called Into the Fire.
Okay. And 1266 has, as of January 13, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When did you actually film for this in Guatemala?
March. I believe it was March of this year.
Okay. And do you recall what your compensation was for that?
I don't off the top of my head. I'm
If you
sorry.
can look at ALH 17628, it's paragraph 6A.
Oh, 65,000.
Okay. And have you participated in Aquaman 2?
I have.
And tell us about that.
I had to I fought really hard to stay in the movie. They didn't want to include me in the film.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Were you ultimately able to get to film in Aquaman 2?
A very pared down version of that role, yes.
Okay. What, if anything, changed in the script?
They took away a lot of...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can
lack of foundation.
Overruled as to the script.
Go ahead.
I was given a script and then given new versions of the script that had taken away scenes that had action in it, that depicted my character and another character, without giving any spoilers away. They're two characters fighting with one another, and they basically took a bunch out of my role. They just removed a bunch out.
And what, if any, leverage did you have to negotiate a higher salary beyond the $2 million?
Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, effort did you make to negotiate a higher salary for your participation?
I couldn't renegotiate my contract.
And why not?
Objection, this calls for hearsay and speculation.
Do you know why?
Still the same objections, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
When were the dates that they're trying to say that she didn't get L'Oreal work after? Because I'm finding stuff on her Instagram from 2019.
Amber, I'm going to ask
All
you
kinds
to
of L'Oreal
describe
ads
to this jury the emotional impact on you of these three statements that we have talked about, these three counterclaim statements. Please describe how this has impacted you.
These statements are used over and over and over and over again online to reverberate, re-echo, and re-energize.
Objection, Your Honor, this is not responsive, lack of foundation, and hearsay.
She gets to give her consent for it.
Well, the question was your emotional impact of these statements.
Okay.
The impact it has on me is every time I look at it, which is every day, I am set back. I have to relive it. I have to have the worst, most painful things I've ever gone through, painful memories I've ever had, the things I've narrowly survived at times, embarrassing, intimate details that I never wanted to be known, never wanted to be public ever, and to have them used every single day to call me a liar. I have to relive this every single day that I have to address those claims. Over and over again, the most intimate, embarrassing, deeply humiliating, and personal things that I've survived are used against me every day, over and over again. It's torture. I'm in so much pain emotionally. I'm
looking at the big screen. A lot of
wanted him to
blinking.
leave me alone. I wanted to move on with my life.
Don't see tears.
And he won't let me. By making statements like this, he won't let me. I have to be here today. I have to be reliving it every single time. He, with these statements, with these leaks, these comments, once again, makes me have to speak to the most horrifying things I've lived through.
No tears.
It's torture. It's torturous. I want you to have to do that.
Nose wrinkling.
I want to move on with my life.
Don't see tears.
I have a baby. I want to move on. I want Johnny to move on too. I want him to leave me alone.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's probably a good time to go ahead and take our afternoon recess based on that. So go ahead and do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. Okay, we'll see you in 15 minutes. Okay, thank you. This court is still in session. I need it to be quiet in the gallery. Thank you.
15-minute recess. I'm going to mute this so that we don't have to listen to them do their, where's the mute button? Where the heck did it go? That's weird. My mute button isn't showing up.
I wonder what
All right.
masterpiece Johnny's been working on this whole time. Can't wait to see it.
the scribbling, the doodling.
Yeah. I saw him get different colored pens out. I hope it looks really good. I can't wait.
Yeah. So there's definitely been some weird shenanigans going on with the stream. Sorry about that, guys. It's not me, it's them. But there was a lot going on there. Okay, so I was not paying attention totally to the movie stuff. I bet you were, though, because you have some background in that.
It's the most like annoying thing I've ever listened to in my life.
Yeah, what do you think about? Was she saying? I was trying to figure out when she was claiming she didn't get any work with L'Oreal, because her Instagram is full of L'Oreal, and if you're not getting paid for that stuff, you're not doing it. Like as an actress or whoever, an influencer, if you're not getting paid to put up some company's information, you're not putting it up.
No, I mean, yeah, I can't imagine a contract where she like had to do a certain amount of posts and like, yeah, I doubt it. So she's definitely getting paid per post on that. And then her saying that she hasn't had any work after the articles doesn't make any. I mean, I can't. Independent movie and Aquaman 2 that I got paid $2 million for, but other than that, just a little small movie, and I'm just a struggling actress. It's crazy to me. And she also got paid for Zack Snyder's version of Justice League. Like, she may have not shot, and I know he did a lot of reshoots, but she may have not shot anything new, but she still gets paid for that separate release of the cut of the film on HBO. So,
and I had a feeling that maybe I missed Elaine was talking about some other articles, the UK Guardian articles, possibly, that after those articles came out and I don't know what the date on those were. I missed the dates. And I think that's where my confusion is coming in. So I'm going to have to look up what are these UK Guardian articles with the allegations against her that she says are so damaging.
Yeah.
But basically if you go to Incredibly, what is his name on YouTube? Incredibly Average. He has broken down the so many of the audio tapes and shown that there's just so much not adding up with her story versus what's on recording. And also, he's got a very detailed one about the possible 2 911 calls. There were 2 911 calls, and the voices on them sound distinctly different. One's Io Tillett from New York, and the other one we don't have an identity to, and the idea is that it was Rocky Pennington who called, setting up that story. Now, that's an allegation. Clearly, we don't know what Johnny's team is going to come out with, but I hope they do address those. I hope they address those inconsistencies in the story, because there's a lot that doesn't add up.
Yeah, I'm not really following the whole lot. Like, yeah, I'm sure that there, were some there's hit pieces about like every actor. So I'm sure there were some like weird articles that came out, some things that probably said stuff that was even untrue about her. I'm sure that happened. But that's the same thing as, getting a National Enquirer like off the stand and being like,
right.
See, these people said that I was an alien. It's like, well, no one cares about that.
Well, the Sun called Johnny a wife beater, and
I'm sure, yeah.
And that's what he sued them over. And unfortunately, that case didn't go his way in the UK. But the judge in that case seemed extremely conflicted with a lot of different stuff going on that I've heard. I don't know what their rules of conflict are in the UK, but it sure didn't seem right to me. However, we're not in the UK. This is America. We do things differently here. So our standard of evidence is different. And I think it's going to be interesting it's really interesting that her witnesses that testified in the UK are not showing up.
Yeah, kind of strange.
Why wouldn't she have them? She claims all these people saw all this stuff, and then but they're not going to come speak in her defense?
Yeah, I can't imagine that the jury's not seeing that also. Being like, why are there not more people on your side of your story when Johnny has so many people on his side of the story? It's very, very... it's one-sided all around, because it seems so likely that Johnny Depp is telling the truth and she is not. I mean, there's no really easy way to say it other than that.
Right. No,
And
I
it just seems
agree.
obvious to at least everyone watching here. I mean, I know we have more information outside of the courtroom than the jurors do. So we see a little bit more of the whole picture, but I still think that even if you're in that courtroom, I can't imagine you'd see it as that all these other people are lying, but she's the only one telling the truth.
And that is what they're going with. That is their story. She is the one telling the truth. Everyone else is lying. Everyone's a yes man. Now, if let's say Johnny's bodyguards, let's say that they're yes men. Let's say that they would lie for him.
I'm sure he's got some yes men around him.
I find that very hard to believe, though, when you're talking about ex-law enforcement, because
Yeah.
many of these guys are former law enforcement. One was an officer at the worst prison in the UK. These are serious people who have a serious job to do, and they are licensed. And I just find it hard to believe. But let's say that they all lied for him, all his security guards. You still have to go through, why did the butler lie? He was not paid by Johnny. He was paid by Disney.
Right.
And why did the nurse lie? And the doctor, both the doctor and the nurse, they would have to lie as well. And yes, they're paid by Johnny. However, they have a medical duty to tell the truth and to do no harm. They take an oath. So could they possibly be so far on the payroll that they would be willing to lie, break their medical oath, and commit a felony? A doctor is a mandated reporter. If you see a crime committed, you have to report it.
Yeah, it doesn't all add up. Now, of course, there can be like some corruption and many different things. So I get how it could be theoretically somewhat possible, but it doesn't seem like that's the case here really at all. So it's so strange to me that she's going with that argument.
But it's just odd. It's very bizarre. So here are the weirdest thing. What are the weirdest things so far in her testimony that you've heard today that just kind of the things that stand out to you the most? Maybe I shouldn't use the word weird, but what stood out to you the most today so far?
Well, the mom thing was strange. That really stood out to me because it like was seemed like so out of left field. Saying like, well, what jobs did you lose during this article? And she's like, it was the worst time because my mom died. It's like, well, that's not what they even asked, but okay. I'm sorry anyone's mom dies. I'm not laughing at that. I'm just laughing at her.
No, that makes total
to it.
sense. What jobs did you lose? My mom died.
Yeah, it's not really a job.
Yeah.
But yeah, and all the movie stuff is frustrating. This is kind of such a broader point, but I do think that there is a small bit of truth of Johnny Depp probably saying to her, why are you doing all these movies where you're just a sex object in the movie? Don't you want to be more of like an actor than that rather than just being pulled onto screen to just like show your body off? But like, don't you want to be acting? I'm sure that conversation probably took place because Johnny Depp is an actor and he likes the art of it.
It did. He said it did. He said she asked him, and it's on tape. She asked him, what could she do to be taken more seriously in Hollywood? And he said, I gave her advice, good advice, but she didn't take it. And of course, his advice was, don't be a whore on film.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think that's probably true. And if that upset her, I think that's valid as well. She's like, I don't mind showing my body and doing these things, and, fine for her. But I mean, there's no two ways around it other than just saying like Amber Heard's like not a good actress and people don't go see things because of her.
And she's actually quite forgettable. I actually spent some time last night watching some things that she's in, not watching the whole movies because they were absolutely impossible to get through, like really, really bad. And one of them was on, I want to say it was on Hulu or Netflix. I don't remember which one, but it was called Her Smell. Is there a worse title for a movie than Her Smell? This movie starred that girl that stars in the Handmaid's Tale. I don't know her name. The blonde. But
Amanda Seyfried.
No, that's not her. I thought that was her, but that's not her name. Can you believe that? I thought it was Amanda Seyfried. It's funny you should say that because
is that not the same person?
It's not the same person. Here,
I don't watch Handmaid's Tale, so maybe I'm wrong.
I'm gonna look it up. It's
Well, I when someone said Zombieland on Twitter, and I was like, I've seen Zombieland like 100 times. Amber Heard's in that, and then I was like, she's
very
the girl.
forgettable. Elizabeth Moss. Thank you, chat room. It's Elizabeth Moss.
Oh, okay.
So
That's
Elizabeth
great.
Moss is in this movie. Amber Heard has a small role in it, and strangely enough, that supermodel Cara Delevingne, or whatever her name is, she's in it too. Cara Delevingne, she's one of the girls who the claim is that she and Amber had a threesome with Elon Musk. I don't know if any of that is true, but they were in the elevator together. Anyway, this movie is really hard to watch. It's about a punk rocker who is off her head with drugs and whatever. And, it's just hard to watch because I don't like watching stuff like that. Like, it's almost
Yeah.
like Train Spotting, where it's just so gross. I couldn't watch it. But anyway, she has this really bit part. And again, I mean, they've got her done up well with the makeup, so she looks good on screen, I guess. But everything that comes out of her mouth, how do I explain this? You would not remember. Like, I watched it last night. I can't remember her in it. And I can't remember what it was like. I just remember sitting there going, okay, all right, I guess she's okay. It was okay. Just, it wasn't a very large role. Then I watched Magic Mike XXL. Which is one of the worst movies I think I've ever seen. Now, I am not I am not opposed to good-looking guys without shirts dancing. I'm not
Sure.
opposed to that in any way. But there's Amber on the right there with Channing Tatum or Tatum Channing. I never know which one is his first name.
Channing Tatum.
It's Channing Tatum. Doesn't
Yeah.
that sound like two first names?
Yeah, it's a weird name.
And the story is terrible. She plays kind of the love interest, kind of not. It's really not clear. She's really just filler in this movie. And again, completely not memorable. I watched it a couple of days ago and I don't recall anything she did. I just
Yeah. And
no.
so I get why Johnny Depp probably brought stuff like that up. And I get why she would be upset about that and all that. And that's whatever. That's fine. It's just, actors talking to each other about like you should be doing better roles and stuff. So I get it. But the way that she describes acting is so like weird to me. And it sounds like someone who's not an actor every time she's like talking. Because this was last week, but whenever she was describing the kissing in the Rum Diary, and she was like, it was in movies, you have like, the certain rules of like how you kiss each other. And I was like, no, I don't know what you're talking about, but you sound like someone who's never acted before.
It's funny that you say that. When she said that, I thought, I'm not sure that's true. I watch a lot of movies. I've seen plenty of tongue.
Yeah, it's true if you're doing like a show for like the CW or something maybe. And like you have to, you kiss on like the side of the lip or whatever because it's just a normal like little kiss thing. But not when Johnny Depp's character is like a drug-fueled, like alcohol-ridden, like sex maniac. Like, yeah, that's how he's going to kiss you in the movie because that's the character. But I feel like that is not processing. And the fact that she's not saying the Aquaman 2 sub, what am I trying to say? I can't even think of the word now.
I also thought it was really strange when she was saying those things about kissing in the movies. She was trying very hard to make him sound like Weinstein.
Right. And then she married him because she fell in love with him because of how cool he was.
Because, yeah, it makes total sense that someone took advantage of you in a trailer, looked up your skirt, you thought he was creepy and made you uncomfortable, and then you married him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's so weird. Making him sound like a creep.
She totally made him sound like a creep, didn't she?
Yeah.
She was like,
yeah.
Oh, and I didn't know what to do. I was just like, I was trying to laugh it off, and I was so uncomfortable, blah, blah, blah. Oh, come on.
Yeah, and then we fell madly in love, and I've
Yeah.
never been in love with someone that much
I
before.
took wine to his trailer wearing underwear and only a robe. Okay, that
Yep.
tracks.
Mm-hmm. That would set off someone's alarm bells probably a little bit.
I mean, come on. And I'm not saying, you deserved it, but if you go to someone's trailer in your underwear and a robe with a bottle of wine, that sends a message. It sends some kind of message.
A little bit.
Doesn't it? Like if a hot blonde shows up in your trailer in her underwear and a robe and some wine, what are you thinking? There are signs, right, people? There are signs. So
yeah, and it's so weird because like Aquaman 2 is called Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, and it's just weird to me that they're calling it Aquaman 2, and it just seems like someone who's like doesn't really get like the passion behind like some people's acting, and that's fine. Not everyone has to, but then she speaks as if it's like, this artistic endeavor that she's always wanted to be a part of, and it's her whole life. And she's like, yeah, it was Aquaman 2. It was a superhero big budget action film. I'm like, I don't even know if you've seen any of these movies the way you're talking about it.
Yeah, yeah, right. So, okay, guys, I see the chat. I see what you're saying. There is a rumor on one of those blind gossip sites, which, cannot be substantiated, that a certain A-list actor said she showed up in his trailer with no clothes on. We don't know if that's true or not, but it was during the filming of some other movie she was in with an A-list actor.
Sure.
No, but that A-list actor has not come out and confirmed that, although I am really hoping that he shows up in court wearing a cowboy hat, because that is the only way I want to see this happen. This would be great. And I also am hoping that Kate Moss shows up to testify as
Me
well
too.
about the stairs incident.
Me too. I or at least that they'll bring it up and give like what Kate Moss has said about that not occurring and stuff like that. So that'd be great.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah.
her whole testimony, like after the past, like, I don't know, 30 minutes or more, has just been saying like, oh, these articles said bad things about me. But I don't understand how her team and herself can't see that they're making Johnny's arguments. She's like, isn't it terrible when someone writes a bad article about you? It's like, yeah, that's what this whole case is about.
Right. Oh, and didn't it destroy your career? Well, yes, it did.
Oh.
And so, yeah, I don't understand it. I also think Lily Rose should take the stand, because there was a particularly what I thought was one of the more damning things she said about him that sounded really bad, and I think needs to be cleared up in court, is the story she told about being out on the yacht with him and his children,
Right.
and saying that the children were so upset that Lily Rose decided she wanted to leave the yacht with Amber, and Amber took her. And there is corroborating testimony by the island manager that she sent a helicopter for Amber and Lily Rose. So I kind of need Lily Rose to clear that up. Did that what Amber said happen? And now she's an adult. She could testify. I know damn well if it was my dad, I would be right there testifying.
Yeah, I would too. I'm sure that there were probably some not great moments, to, I guess, play slightly devil's advocate. I don't really know how much I want to, but
Oh no, this marriage sounds like a total disaster from start to finish. I'm sure there were terrible moments.
It does.
We've
And
heard a lot of them.
I'm sure being like Johnny Depp's like child and stuff probably wasn't the easiest thing, especially when he is, drinking and doing drugs a lot by his own admission. I mean, there's probably a lot of cases where you probably didn't want to see your dad in that light, or wanted to have him like more around and stuff like that. But such is the life of a lot of actors' kids, I suppose. But yeah, so I'm sure that could, maybe that one case happened. Like, I don't know. It's possible. But she's implying that he is a terrible father. And I think that's going crazy below the belt and like a little over the line, in my opinion.
Oh, way over the line. I mean, there's no evidence of that. I mean, everybody else says that he's a very gentle, loving father, including his ex-wife. If anybody has something bad to say about you, it is your ex-wife. I can say that from experience with the divorce cases that I've worked with and investigated. An angry ex is your worst enemy. And the fact that his ex-girlfriend, she wasn't a wife, but 14 years together, mother of his children, has not one bad word to say about him, and has in fact defended him vociferously, it just means something to me. It just does. I feel like if anyone were to know, it would be her. And so we now have to believe too that she's lying. Because he didn't become an abuser, or he didn't become an abuser until he turned 50 and met this woman. This woman, although I got to tell you, after listening to her on the stand, I want to choke her. I want to choke her. I want to choke her. So, and I'm not a violent person. So maybe she could drive you to choke someone. I don't know, but I feel that way. It's all right. You can deny feeling that way.
I will deny feeling that way, but that is okay. But yeah, it's just I don't see how all of your exes, especially your ex-wife and everyone else, can be saying like, now that he's not this guy, and you're like, yeah, well, they're all lying. And the fact that he says that I'm lying proves that he's lying. I'm like, well, how does that work?
Loretta says she needs a mega pint. And you know what? This is a good time to remind everybody to go head over to the merch store and get yourself a mega pint. I have actual mega pints that say mega pint me, justice for Johnny. Isn't happy hour every hour? And you need to go get one. And they support
Ooh, those are nice.
this show. Yeah, and I have t-shirts and I have stickers and I have all kinds of stuff that say isn't happy hour any hour. And you know what? This is a funny one. Here's a t-shirt that says Frosty at the drop of a hat. Time for a mega pint. Justice for Johnny. If you remember, we call him Sexy Beard here, but the I think it was the guy from Scotland, or was it the Scot? No, that's a different guy. The Scottish bodyguard said Amber was frosty at the drop of a hat. I loved that
Oh man.
testimony. It was hilarious. And go over to the merch store, pick up some items for yourself. And you know what? When court resumes, I am going to crack out the mega pint. I'm going to fill up my pint with some beer, probably. I have a really good pineapple Kolsch that is very summery that I like a lot.
Oh, that sounds great.
Yeah, it's delicious. And I'm going to probably go get one of those.
I'd love to pretend I have anything other than Michelob Ultra, but I don't. I'm uncultured. No, I'm just kidding.
Uncultured swine. It's okay. All right. Kay says, I'm not alone. I think a lot of people would like to choke her after listening to her.
I'm gonna have to stay out of this comment before it comes back and bites me
fine.
in 5 years or whatever.
Yeah. The Me Too movement requires that you stay silent. You're not allowed to comment on that.
Will do. I will let the women speak.
Right. The women are allowed, though. And I feel like beating her up. I got to tell you. Now, this is a fun crowd shot. So, yes, David Shane did not show up, it appears, today. The David Shane is not in the audience. We are, though, looking for some of our favorite characters from LawTube who were standing in line. I know several of them were standing in line. Is his name Runkle of the Bailey? He's there somewhere. I don't know if he got in, though. I'll have to check later. But LawTube, there's like 5 or 6 of them that went to Virginia and stood in line to get into this week. So I wonder if I don't see anybody that I recognize, though. But I also don't see David Shane. David Shane is in deep trouble. The UK Guardian is now writing about him. I'd like to say that I did it first. I was first on PJ Media to report the allegations that are against him, and I told you all not to believe them. I said, don't believe them without supporting evidence. And now it looks like the UK Guardian is digging up that supporting evidence. And so you can go over and read that article on the UK Guardian for yourself and see if you think that their evidence is good. But they've found 2 DUIs. They actually identified the accuser, and she's sticking to her story.
Man, I wish I got like some threatening letter from like Amber Heard's team or something.
Oh, God.
I would frame it so
You
quickly.
guys, I got one, and
Oh, wow.
I want to read it so bad, but I'm not allowed right now.
Obviously, but you should frame it and put it on the wall.
I'm totally gonna frame. It's 3 pages.
My word.
I'm gonna have to frame 3 pages. Yeah, it's the longest "I'm gonna sue you" letter I've ever seen.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, I can't wait till I can actually go public with it. It's hilarious. It's a good time. I laughed myself silly reading it. Especially considering I defended this man in my article. I said, don't believe these allegations. This is why Me Too is so terrible. He got Me Too'd. Anybody could say this. Anybody could put out any of these allegations and say, I went on a date with this guy and he was a tool. Anyone could say that. Anyone could say he was a sex pest and whatever, and we shouldn't believe it. And can you believe a guy would send me an "I'm going to sue you" letter for saying don't believe these allegations?
That's crazy to me. And it's not just public people either. I used to work somewhere and my manager got accused by an employee, but he had all the text still. And so he went to HR and showed them all the text, and she got fired. But she did try to get him fired by claiming some false thing that happened. It was so strange. Now, obviously, not everyone does this. It's very rare, actually, for someone to do that. But it does happen. And that's why you have to look into some stuff and just verify some information. At least have some evidence.
Yeah, and I mean, I wrote a whole book on this, on why we have to believe evidence, and so it's really hilarious for his lawyers to accuse me of doing anything inappropriate to him. And our lawyers, when in their response, said she literally wrote a book on how not to believe women. So you're good luck making this argument in court. Like it's just so nuts.
It's backwards. It's
Yeah.
all backwards.
But what's also amazing is that he was given the opportunity to make a statement that I would add to the article to say, I deny these, Mr. Shane denies all these allegations. They never responded. He just wanted to scare us into taking it down, which we didn't do.
I guess because he just worried it was going to further publicize the allegations in the first place. But that's weird to have an in defense of yourself article be posted and then be like, no, get rid of that.
Yeah. Okay. Lori, you're asking for the Frosty t-shirt. You don't see it in the store. I'll go find it and I'll drop the link for you. Sometimes the store is weird when you go in and try and search for stuff, it doesn't come up right away. So I'll find the direct link for you. But the Frosty shirt is really fun. I like the Frosty shirt. It comes in a couple colors. It comes in white, gray, and purple. Let me stick it in the it's in the comments for you right now. This whole case has really been something. Let me ask you, Gadfly, do you ever watch court drama on TV? Do you watch these live stream court?
Sometimes. I mean, I grew up watching small court stuff like Judge Judy and things like that, but that's not really to this scale. I've watched the most recent big trials.
Rittenhouse and
yeah.
Yeah,
I watched Rittenhouse. I watched Floyd. And those were obviously, they were more serious. They would not be things I would make meme songs about.
No.
This
criminal trials are more serious. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. When someone's life is on the line, it's a little more difficult to get laughs out of it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Although in the Rittenhouse case, that E. Thomas Binger, the prosecution was so bad in that case that he gave us a lot of laughs. I mean, he put his finger on the trigger of an AR-15 and pointed it at the jury. I was so outraged by that.
Yeah, that is so crazy to me.
I can't believe the bailiff didn't stop him. I really can't. I watched that going, how do you let this man do that? That's terrible gun safety. And he did not even check the chamber. You can't just assume that a gun is not loaded. You have to check it and check it again. And you still never point a gun at anyone, even if it's unloaded. He pointed a gun at the jury. I mean, I've just never seen anything like it.
So crazy. Whenever they started talking about how pixels can't be created from that got into a whole technical side that was frustrating to me. Because I'm like, I know video stuff and you're wrong.
Yeah, that was funny. The pixel, we were making up funny, if the pixel doesn't fit, you must acquit,
Right, sure.
There was just a lot going on with that trial. We did get a lot of laughs out of it, actually.
Yeah.
Although it was mostly at the prosecution's expense.
For sure, yeah. And obviously all of my stuff I've made is definitely at Amber Heard's expense. And her legal team's expense.
Well, I don't know how you could do otherwise. Oh, just a reminder, you guys, if you're on YouTube, please like and subscribe. If I hit 10,000 subscribers, I'm coming onto the live stream. Now I'm losing my words. I will come back to this live stream in full Pirates of the Caribbean costumery. I promise.
Oh yeah, all right, definitely.
And I am close. We got to get it to 10,000 because I am very close. Let me tell you where it's at right now. We are at 9244. So only a few hundred more, and I will put on the full costume, including I will drink out of a jug. Oh, awesome.
Great.
Hit that subscribe button. Hit it. We'll get there. Hey, if we get to 10,000, I will do this whole live stream tomorrow in the costume the whole day. I'll do the whole thing. I'll do it. Once I hit 10,000, I get to put the merch store on my channel. So that will be very exciting for me because I've been working towards that for a while. So you don't have to actually leave YouTube to hit the merch store.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Makes things easier.
It does make things easier. And yet not a jug, a mega pint.
Yeah. Well, I'm subscribed, so get on it, guys. Share the stream.
Yeah, definitely. Share the stream. If you're on Facebook, like and share. Also, there's some kind of thing on Facebook I just qualified for where you guys can send hearts or something, but I think they screwed me. I went and tried to set it up because I had to like put it on my PayPal, and it kept saying error, try later.
Oh no.
So it probably doesn't even work now. It probably doesn't work. I love it when Facebook offers you those things. They're like, "Hey, you can monetize your page," and then it doesn't work.
Yeah, I set up my Facebook page, and then it was like, they're like, all right, you're all set, everything's good to go. I'm like, cool. And I've received like 8 emails that being like, why aren't you finishing setting up your page yet?
Oh,
I'm like, I've
that
done
goes
it.
on forever. That goes on. I've been on Facebook for like 12 years. It's still for my author page. It still tells me I haven't finished setting up my page. I just ignore them completely.
Yeah. Good old Facebook. Man, they're just chatting away, huh?
Yeah, they're going, and we're not. They're having some kind of issue. What do we think about what Johnny's wearing today? I'm actually not too impressed with the tie choice. I think it's too dark, too dour. I really liked it when he wore the purple tie. I thought he looked really good in that. My aunt has sent me a text earlier, and she said she thinks that Amber Heard has a spy in his house because she continues to show up in court wearing the same color that he's wearing.
Yeah.
But I mean, gray is a pretty usual good court choice. I think it's just a coincidence.
I think so too.
He has to have purged Amber fans from his life by now.
I would imagine so. And yeah, and what she said about like yes men, I mean, every celebrity has some, posse around them that will agree to everything they say always, and they're loyal to them. But it's the same thing as like having friends in the same way. Like, your friends are going to be loyal to you. And so, every time there's like, even if it's like a breakup or something, that your friends are going to stay your friends and not talk to the other person like ever again in a lot of cases.
Yeah, but would they lie under oath for you?
Now that I don't know about. Not sure. Maybe like 2 of my friends would do that. The other ones probably not.
Yeah, I mean, my sister and I were talking about this. We're like, our grandmother would definitely lie under oath for us. She would help us hide the body. So there's like a couple of people who would lie under oath that I could think of. Maybe really only one. Really only my grandmother, who is now passed. Those of you in the chat room who want to know how to buy stuff in the merch store, I just dropped the link for you in the comments. Just follow the link. But yeah, could you get that list of people? And I've seen the list written out. It's like 15 people. Could he get 15 people to lie under oath?
I don't think so. And when I say like yes men, like as far as a celebrity goes, I mean like if Johnny Depp's in like a bad movie, like I bet all of his friends said that like what was that movie that he did? Oh man, now I can't even think of the word. Where he was like a French spy or whatever with a mustache. Whatever it is.
Oh, oh God. The one on the Orient Express.
No, not that one. It was I'm gonna have to look at that IMDb, but whatever.
Hercule Poirot? That one?
No.
No, that's not no, because he's Belgian, but he did have the mustache. The French guy with the mustache.
Maybe he's not French in the movie. I'm not really sure. But let's say he was in a terrible movie. Like all of his like, posse around him is gonna say that it was like the best movie ever and it's great and don't listen to critics and blah blah blah. But that's what the extent of what they're gonna do. They're not gonna be like,
they're not going to be like, hey, let me commit a felony for you and possibly go to jail. Because for like the truth is like these things, if his security guards, oh, Mordecai. Okay. Gotcha. If his security guards allowed him to commit a crime in front of them, as in batter a woman, which is what she is saying happened, they are now complicit. They are accessories. They are accessories to this beating.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna get that far. I think it would just be people being like, everything you do is great. You're awesome, man.
Yeah.
We're cool buddies. But no, I don't think that what she's claiming.
And I think they would turn a blind eye to the drug use.
For sure.
They're turning it. They know that that's happening, but they're not doing anything about it. But we are talking about a felony assault. That's different than like, oh, well, we don't talk about Johnny's drug use.
Sure. Yeah. Can we talk about how Los Angeles Amber Heard's argument was to the jury whenever she was like, I only do lovey drugs?
Oh my God. Cuddle puddle? We were going to have a cuddle puddle.
I'm like, this this Fairfax court is not going to understand your Los Angeles language.
You're
Like
Virginian.
yeah,
Yeah,
we
these
just microdose
Virginians.
shrooms all day. It's not a big deal.
It's
I'm
not
like,
a big deal. But how come it's only not? It's a cuddle puddle when she does it with her friends.
sure.
But he's the monster when he does it. And we're talking about the same drugs. MDMA. She admitted to taking MDMA on multiple occasions, and mushrooms and wine. But it's all fine when she does it. But
Yeah,
when
just
Johnny
for fun,
does it,
just for good time.
God, she put it on the wedding invitation.
I'm sure. Look, I
But
lived
they-
in Los Angeles for like 11 years. Everyone's on a bunch of stuff. So I get it. I mean, every person I've ever talked to is like, yeah, I mean, when you take your Xanax to go to sleep and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I don't do that,
Lord.
but I guess you do. So I understand like
Xanax
what
is really dangerous. That
man.
stuff. I had to take it for a short time, and I quit taking it almost immediately because when I wouldn't take it, my body would pretend to have an anxiety attack so that I would
yeah.
take it. Like I could tell, I'm like, wait a minute, I'm not anxious about anything. Why is my heart racing? Why is this happening? And it's literally your body trying to fool you into taking it. And I was like, this is evil. This is evil shit. I'm throwing it out right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's these powerful drugs that people take, but she is trying to frame it in a way that would make sense to her friends. If it was like, this person did this drug, but I did this drug, so it's okay. They'd be like, oh yeah, sure, whatever. But I cannot imagine that jury had any other thought other than being like, what are you talking about right now?
Jennifer, I misspoke. It wasn't on the wedding invitation. It was on the wedding schedule. So she scheduled in time for her cuddle puddle, which meant drugs with friends. And that was testified to by multiple people, including herself, I think. She admitted to that. That they had actually scheduled it into so it wasn't, I'm sorry, not on the invitation, but it was on the schedule that she made for the event. It was on it. I'm not actually even against people using these substances necessarily. I have,
sure.
I actually have I think that there can be some positive things, especially research has shown that there have been some positive things, especially for addicts and people with PTSD, using certain drugs, not MDMA, but mushrooms and also hallucinogens like LSD. There have been some very interesting scientific studies on curing addiction, curing PTSD using these things. And I actually am very interested in that. I think that's wonderful if that can happen, but that's in a very controlled environment with medical professionals. I think it's very dangerous for people to be using these drugs as party drugs and mixing with wine and other substances, especially pharmaceuticals. I don't think any doctor would recommend that you be taking pharmaceutical drugs like opiates or mood enhancers while also taking hallucinogens. It's just crazy to me. And there's a tape of her saying to the doctor in Australia that she was popping Xanax, MDMA, wine, and one other thing. There were 4 things. What was the other thing? But that's all. Mushrooms. Mm-hmm. That's an awful lot of stuff at the same time.
Yeah. I know. And I agree with you what you said about how they definitely can have some good uses. I'm definitely not saying like every drug needs to be banned forever for the rest of the time or anything like that. I'm just saying that I don't think that the jury's in the same headspace that she is when she says that.
No, and I think that probably the people in Virginia probably haven't heard these. They're probably not up on the most recent hallucinogen studies either. That's really kind of an LA coastal sort of New York thing as well.
Right. Exactly.
Like that's we've been looking at this research, and maybe some of us in the cities who've had, these experiences with some of these drugs, because I've already admitted I've had some, but a long time ago.
I'm so excited for this.
I know. Are they finally doing cross?
I think so, because she said no further questions.
Thank God. Yeah. This is going to be amazing. Okay, so is it cross? If it's cross, I'm going to be so flippin' excited.
I know. Maybe I will have to grab one of those fancy.
Okay, here comes the jury. I got to change the ticker.
First question, Amber. anyone ever said anything positive about Aquaman? Why? Do you have some duct problem in your
Thank you.
eyes?
All right, be seated. Cross-examination.
Yes, we're finally here, people. We're here. We're here. It's time. I'm going
Good
to get
afternoon,
my
Ms. Heard.
megapint.
Good afternoon.
Same.
Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
Not that I've noticed, no.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
I do.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
That was the second to last time I saw him, yes.
And this was after you had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
I got my restraining order before that, yes. Mm-hmm.
And this is after you had obtained the domestic violence restraining order against him.
That's correct.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229. For the record, it's at 1101 through 1209. I'm going to ask that it be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to 1229?
Yes.
All right, 1229, you want to enter it in its entirety?
Yes, please.
Okay, 1229 entered in its entirety. Go ahead and play your section.
I don't understand. Is this what you want?
No. Oh no, a hug will save it all. All this, everything we
I just wanted to touch you.
Really? After all this shit you just said?
I just wanted to give
After
you
all
a
this
hug.
shit you fucking accused me of?
Yes, please stop. Please stop. Please, I just wanted to hug you. Please say bye. I didn't want to get it back.
We did that last night. It's fine. That was good enough. No, because I'm nothing to you. And I will always be nothing to you.
Calm. Calm.
What? You're not my shrink.
Your head's not hard. Please just fall.
No, you're fucking hard. No, we'll never see each other again. We won't don't take my fucking glasses off. You don't like fucking looking at not my fucking eyes? You will not see my eyes again.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
That is.
And this is from when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was in the hotel. We met once after that as well.
This is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yes, and got my TRO.
And he tells you you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Ms. Heard?
He can't.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you on direct is, why are you here? Do you remember that?
I do.
Let's please play Plaintiff Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
Right, and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
yes.
It's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes. I thought it was preposterous.
And the man you beat up numerous times. Right, Ms. Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence.
I know that he is suing me and has sued other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he's a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Mr. Depp is your victim, isn't he?
No, ma'am.
And once he left you, you continued to abuse him publicly by calling him an abuser, didn't you?
He is an abuser, and you can look either of us up online and figure out who's being abused online.
Let's look at some of that. Mr. Depp wears rings on every finger, doesn't he, Ms. Heard?
That's my experience, yes.
And they're not delicate rings, are they?
No, they are not.
Every one of his fingers is adorned, your words, big, chunky rings. Isn't that right?
That's my experience of him.
And Mr. Depp is always wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard?
That's my experience of him.
And you've never known him not to wear these rings.
That's my experience, is he normally wore rings, yes.
So Mr. Depp was wearing these big, chunky rings on every finger. Every incident of abuse you've described to this jury, right?
I can't say for certain it was in every single incident.
But you've never known him not to wear rings, right?
In general, my experience with Johnny is that he wears rings almost all the time.
Ms. Heard, do you recall giving testimony in a deposition in this matter in January of this year?
I do.
Can we please play from your deposition, day 2, 512, page 512, lines 11 through 15?
You said he hit you and he was wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard? So he hit you with rings on every finger?
I don't know if I've ever known Johnny to not wear rings.
Yeah.
Impeaching the
Ms. Heard, you
witness.
testified to an incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you testified, quote, "You don't know how many times he hit you in the face."
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? You weren't
The
specific.
testimony that you gave on day 15 of this trial, March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
I'm sorry, just so I understand better. There were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
Well, he pretty
in
much
March
always.
of 2013.
Right. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
He was wearing rings on that occasion?
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. You testified that this is a picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
And hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
And there's no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged incident either.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times.
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
Despite hitting you several times that you lost count with rings on on his fingers.
That's correct. I did not seek medical attention, other than my therapist.
testified to another incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you while he was wearing a lot of rings. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified you felt like your lip went through your teeth and it got a little blood on the wall.
Yes, I remember that.
There isn't a picture of you with injuries after that alleged incident, is there?
I don't know if I've seen one. I can't recall. There are a lot of pictures.
You didn't produce any photographs after that alleged incident, did you?
I don't know if I took one or if it's included. I'm not quite sure which ones.
You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that alleged incident that your teeth, your lip went into your teeth. You don't remember that, right? You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that incident, right?
I don't believe I've seen that picture admitted.
That picture doesn't exist.
I don't know which one you're talking about. We have pictures from March 2013, yes.
The only picture that you've produced and shown to this jury is the one that was just put up on the screen, where you said he hit you multiple times in the face, and you appear to have what is a bruise on your arm, correct?
I believe this is the only picture that's in evidence right now.
Why? That's the only picture you've shown to this jury from March 2013, correct?
I believe so.
You testified about an incident in Russia on or about June 26, 2013. Do you remember that?
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that Mr. Depp, quote, whacked you in the face.
That's correct.
And you went to the bathroom after that, right?
I did.
And then, according to your testimony, when you came out of the bathroom, Jerry Judge, Mr. Depp's security guard, who's passed away, pointed out that your nose was bleeding, right?
He did that in the hallway.
And you said you hadn't known that your nose was bleeding until Jerry Judge pointed it out to you?
Yes, that's correct. I was unaware until he brought it up to me.
You didn't look in the mirror?
When I was in the bathroom, but I wasn't looking.
So it's your testimony that you went into the bathroom and didn't look in the mirror, which I assume was in the bathroom, to notice that your nose is bleeding?
That's not why I went into the bathroom. I went into the bathroom crying. I don't even know if I paid attention to the mirror. I certainly didn't enough to notice any blood.
And you didn't take any pictures of your bloody nose either, did you?
I did not.
But pictures were taken of you in Russia, though. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We had a press or a dinner.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1248.
Stephanie, I'm glad you're back. I was hoping you were seeing
this is a picture of you and Mr. Depp in Russia, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit.
All right, no objection.
1248
in evidence. You can
get her.
And this is you and Mr. Depp in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, correct?
It was a dinner function, I believe, in promotion of the movie. Wasn't the premiere, if I recall.
Flawless looking skin.
You don't have any visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
They're invisible.
Let's look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1249.
She's a superhero. She also heals like an X-Men.
Yeah, Wolverine. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing.
This is a picture of you, isn't it right?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 1249.
All right, 1249 in evidence.
I can't stop smiling. I've been waiting for this whole trial.
This is also a picture from when you were in Russia for the Lone Ranger premiere, right?
That is correct.
Look at her face.
And you have no visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
They're invisible.
Even though Mr. Depp whacked you in the face so hard that your nose bled?
He did.
While wearing chunky big rings, right?
That's correct.
No cuts. No lacerations. And by the way, you can't cover that with makeup.
Your untrained eyes can't see it.
You also testify that Mr. Depp, again, whacked you in the face after the Met Gala in May of 2014, right?
That is correct.
You testified that you thought he hit you so hard he broke your nose.
That's correct.
You said your nose was, quote, swollen, discolored, red.
That is correct. I took a picture of that.
You testified you took a picture of your face after this.
I did.
But you didn't show that picture to the jury, did you?
I would like to.
But you didn't show it, did you?
That's not up to me.
You understand you were under an obligation to produce all photographs after any alleged incidents of violence, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
You didn't produce any photographs after the Met Gala.
I produced everything.
You also understand that you're under an obligation to produce all medical records reflecting any injuries you allegedly sustained from Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct.
And you haven't produced any pictures or any medical records reflecting a broken nose after the Met Gala in May of 2014, have you?
I have given everything to my lawyers, everything. I've turned over literally everything that I have.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Heard, that you sought medical treatment after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose after the Met Gala?
Not after the Met Gala. I did not seek medical attention, no.
You also attended an event after the Met Gala in May of 2014, didn't you?
That is correct.
And you went to the All-Star Comedy Tribute to Don Rickles.
That is correct.
That was the next night after the Met Gala.
That is correct.
And there were pictures of you taken at this event.
Yes.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1252.
It's my darn
This is a
attorney.
picture of you, Ms. Heard.
Yeah, she's setting
Yes,
up
it
the
is.
lawsuit.
At that event,
Yes, it is.
the night after the Met Gala,
Yes, it is.
the night after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose.
I'm not sure if it was broken for the record.
Oh, but
yeah,
you
you should
said
see what
it
it looked
was.
like underneath the makeup.
He whacked you so hard in the face that you thought you had broken your nose.
She
Exactly.
testified her nose was broken.
Permission to admit this photograph.
All right, 1252.
It's true, though. She wouldn't
In
know because
evidence?
she didn't go to the doctor. Look at me. I can argue with myself.
This is a picture of you, Mr. Depp, and Don Rickles, right?
That is correct.
No swelling. No,
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1253.
Can't believe Johnny did that to her. That's so sad.
This is another picture from that evening, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, it is.
Permission to admit
I'm moving to the big
Exhibit
screen
1253 and publish it.
closer.
All right, so moved. 1253.
I'm
in
looking
evidence.
very hard, folks. I'm looking very. Okay, nope. No swelling. Oh, look, we get a close
This is a
up.
picture of you and Mr. Depp at the event the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he had broken your nose.
No swelling.
He did whack me in the face, and I did think it broke my nose.
And this is you the night after.
Yes, it is.
Here, I'll make
how
it a
could
little
you do
bigger
that?
for
Please
you.
pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254.
I made the screen as big as I could.
This is also a picture of you at the same event, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254.
All right, 1254 in evidence. You can publish. Thank you.
And just to confirm now that the jury can see it, this is a picture of you at the same event the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he broke your nose.
This is a picture of me after he did whack me in the face.
The night after, right?
Yes, it
She's
is.
got a
I
nose
believe it
made
was
out
the
of
night after, yes.
titanium.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
I'm wearing makeup.
Where's the
Your
swelling?
nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
That's why I'm wearing makeup.
Right. And makeup covers up swelling, right?
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
No, it won't.
Ice will cover up swelling?
Ice reduces swelling. Normally, the swelling after that kind of injury is not as bad as you might imagine. And for me, it wasn't that
Well, now
bad.
she's a medical
I have a
expert.
picture of it underneath the makeup. That's how I know how to reference it.
A picture you haven't produced or shown to
did.
this jury, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
But you haven't shown it to this jury.
I would very much like to. It's not my job.
Well, she's blaming her lawyers for not showing all this evidence.
It's their
Your Honor,
fault.
may we approach?
Yes, it's fine.
Oh,
Stephanie says
boy.
she wants to start a Camille fan club. Well, yeah, me too.
Yeah, Camille is just doing great. I was hoping that she was going to be the one that does the cross, and I'm so glad that she is because this is fantastic.
Well, it's psychologically wonderful. I said it from the beginning. They were going to have Camille do the cross because she's a woman. She's beautiful. She's been sitting next to Johnny, smiling at him. He's smiling at her. This whole thing was a great setup. Amber hates this woman because Johnny will look her in the eyes and will never look at Amber in the eyes again. I found that to be extremely compelling. And
Yeah.
then they had the recording also of him saying, "You will never see my eyeballs again."
It's almost like he's been abused by her and doesn't want to look at her.
Yes, it's almost like that. You could say that. Yes. It's almost, I loved how Camille, she opened so strong. She said, he was your victim, wasn't he?
Yeah,
He
that's
was your
great.
victim. Oh my God,
She literally could
Camille.
have just been like, so you've been lying this whole time, right?
So Miss Heard, you're a liar, aren't you? This is so good. Camille is actually doing exactly what I would have done if I had been on cross. I would have started right out the gate. Like, I
Yeah.
love how she said, has Mr. Depp looked at you once during this trial? And she had to admit no. And you know why
No.
that is, don't you? Oh God. Very, very good.
And why is your evidence terrible? Because my lawyers suck. That's why.
I love how she just went, ice hides swelling.
Yep,
Like, we all know
always.
there's no, what is this magic ice? I think I told you my son had a big goose egg on his head from falling off his little hammock, and I got it down to like a ping pong ball size. But I mean,
Yeah.
that's his, it's now it has to heal. It's not going to just like disappear because I put ice on it.
This is so crazy. Look at this. Like, here's this picture of you flawlessly beautiful at the Met Gala, right? Yep. And your nose, you thought your nose was broken? Correct. And makeup, ice solves it.
Amica cream. It was Amica
cream,
ice, maybe.
Amica ice, yeah. Man, she should start selling her services to, like, sporting events and everything. Can reduce swelling. Nothing looks bad.
She can heal any injury.
She's gonna become one of those people that heals people by waving her hands over them. It's gonna be great.
Michelle says throwing your attorneys under the bus isn't a good look. I think that she sees the writing on the wall. She knows she's losing. And the attorney, she's setting up the lawsuit. She's going to sue her attorneys for ineffective counsel.
Yeah, absolutely. And I saw someone comment about Rihanna again. And I do want to say that again, that if anyone hasn't seen the pictures, now they are rough photos. So if you don't want to see a woman who has been actually abused, then don't look at them. But if you do want to see a reference of an actual case of abuse, look at the photo of Rihanna after that incident, and you will see the insane disparity between what Amber is showing and what has happened.
Yeah,
to someone
it's not even comparable. Oh, somebody in the chat. Wait, the chat's moving too fast. Shoot, I can't pull it up, but I read it, so I'll just say it. Somebody in the chat said she was hit by an ex wearing a ring. She needed 6 stitches.
Yeah, I believe it.
That's what happens when you get hit by with a ring. You will actually get lacerations. This is why none of this was ever believable. Oh, and okay, you guys were asking me, what does it mean to impeach a witness? Because she said she was trying to tell Camille, I'm not sure if he was wearing rings at the time. Impeaching a witness means that's when Camille said, play her testimony from whatever day. Right. And then her own voice comes on and says, I've never known Johnny not to wear rings. That's impeaching your witness. The witness is clearly lying on the stand right now in front of the jury. And here I can show you.
Well, what you don't realize, Megan, is that he was wearing silicone rings that day.
They were Amica rings.
They were Amica rings. They heal as they hit. And she had ice and makeup. So I don't know what you're saying, but clearly Amber is telling the truth.
Of course she can heal herself, says Tracy. She's Aquawoman.
Yeah, she's Mira from Aquaman, everyone's favorite character.
Who no one has ever. You know what? I went back and watched Aquaman just so I could watch it again because I literally didn't remember her in that movie. Again, I didn't remember her. So I went back and I watched her scenes, and I still don't remember her in that movie.
No.
It's bad. And she had some lines. I wish I had been taking notes. I should have been taking notes because there were some lines in there that made me guffaw out loud because they were like kind of relevant to this case. And now I don't remember what they were, but they were bad. All right, we're back.
Ms. Heard, you testified that in January of 2015, there was an incident in Tokyo before Mr. Depp's Mordecai, the film Mordecai's premiere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you told this jury that on this occasion, Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back.
That's correct, in the closet.
And you also told this jury that you wore a backless dress to the Mordecai premiere that very same night.
Oh, God.
I did.
This is
and you testified that you were checking for bruises in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were, quote, no visible marks, right?
I was checking on my phone after the event to make sure that they couldn't see anything.
Your testimony was that you were checking in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were no marks on your back.
Perhaps I misspoke or I misunderstood. It was on the way back from it. It was after I was concerned. Concerned that there would be marks in any photographs since we were being photographed at Johnny's press event.
And you didn't show this jury a picture of you in that backless dress, though, did you?
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you at the Mordecai premiere wearing a backless dress, did you?
I haven't had the opportunity to.
Okay.
I assume you have it?
I do. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1256. This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp, or the back of you, at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish this picture.
All right, 1256 in evidence.
Yep, it's a backless red dress, not a mark on her. Let's blow that up. By the way, those marks on the left side, that's a tattoo.
This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
It's a red tattoo.
That is correct.
Not a mark on her back.
You would agree that there are no bruises or visible marks on your back in this picture?
No, not that I could see.
I'll show you one other photo. If we could please have Plaintiff's Exhibit 1257. This is a front angle picture of you and Mr. Depp at that
Was she
premiere, correct?
wearing
That is correct.
Amica cream on her
Move
back?
to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1257.
All right, 1257 in evidence.
I'll show you one more picture. Plaintiff's Exhibit 1258. And again, Ms. Heard, this is you and Mr. Depp at the Mordecai premiere.
Yes, it is.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1258.
All right, 1258 in evidence. Publish.
And that's the backless dress, right, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
You also told this jury about an incident in Australia in March of 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that after this alleged incident, you had cuts on your forearms, right?
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had cuts on the bottoms of your feet as well.
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had a bruise across your jaw from when Mr. Depp, quote, clocked you in the face, end quote.
That's true.
You didn't take any pictures of these injuries while you were in Australia, did you?
I don't think I took any pictures.
You just took 2 pictures of Mr. Depp's writing on a mirror. Isn't that right?
I believe so, yes.
So you had your phone on you, right?
At some point I did have my phone.
And your iPad?
I had my iPad, I believe.
You testified that you were also raped with a liquor bottle in Australia, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You testified you bled from your vagina as a result of that sexual assault.
Yes.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for the rape?
No, I did not want to tell anyone.
Not for the cuts?
No.
Not for the injuries to your face?
I didn't need to.
You also told the jury about an incident on December 15, 2015, right?
Where? I'm sorry.
December 15th, 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You told this jury that after this incident, you had a broken nose.
It certainly felt like it.
Sir, do you recall giving testimony on day 16th in this trial? You were
Yes,
under
I do.
oath, right?
Yes.
We can have a transcript for the jury. Or, excuse me, for the witness.
I had to run off and help my daughter get on her lesson. She has a harp
Okay.
lesson right now.
All right.
I'm back.
we'll
Did I
get
miss anything?
Camille brought up the assault with the bottle and stuff, and just said you testified.
Oh
that
yeah,
was the case.
no medical records. When you're bleeding
No.
from the vagina, that's believable. Sure.
No medical records at all.
Sure, that's believable. As a woman, I'm calling bullshit on that. If I am bleeding from the vagina and it's not period time, I'm going immediately to a doctor.
I would imagine so. Seems pretty
That's
severe.
a very concerning severe injury. Like you could get an infection and you know there's been a bottle in there.
Would you like
Right.
Yes, please.
You could die from that kind of infection. You could get sepsis from that kind of infection. It's not even a joke. Like why didn't you go to the doctor? Did she ask her why she didn't go?
Her question seemed like it was about her face, like why didn't you go there? And she said I didn't need to.
Sorry, but if you're bleeding from the hoo-ha,
I can
you
please
need to
direct
go to a
your
doctor.
attention, Ms. Heard, to page of day 16, 4593, the jury trials transcript.
Yeah, bacterial infection. I mean, the hoo-ha is a very sensitive place. You don't mess around with that. Yeah, she could have called a private doctor. Of course, she could have had Dr. Kipper look at it.
Lines
Or the nurse.
8 through 13.
It's a good point. She does have private doctor.
On which page? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's not like
4593.
she'd have to be worried about someone telling the press. She has a private doctor.
Yes.
Starting on line 8. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly thought, excuse me, strike that, let's start over. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly that I had a broken nose. There was blood everywhere, blood all over the pillows. My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor, all over the place actually. So lines 9, that I had a broken nose. Do you recall giving that testimony, Ms. Heard?
Yes, exactly.
So you had a broken nose, right?
That's absolutely what I thought.
And you told the jury that you had 2 black eyes after this incident, right?
I did have 2 black eyes after that incident.
2 black
And
eyes.
you testified that you also had a busted lip from when Mr. Depp punched you.
That is correct. From December, yes, that's correct.
You testified that the lip wound kept reopening when you moved your mouth.
That's correct.
You also testified that you had bruising on your temple
That's correct.
and bruising on your chin.
Correct.
You also testified that your head was bleeding from where Mr. Depp ripped chunks of your hair out.
I remember, yes.
And that you had, quote, gross, pussy, and, quote, bruising around your temple.
In my scalp, yeah.
Now, for this incident, you did take pictures.
That's correct.
And we will look at some of those in a minute.
worst
But I first want to talk to you
ever.
about your appearance on the
Pictures of
James
her
Corden
hair.
show.
Sure. Can I close this?
Sure.
Oh my gosh, Megan, what happened to you?
You appeared on the James Corden show the day after this alleged incident, right?
I did.
And that was December 16th, 2015?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's please pull up a clip of your appearance from that evening. If we could, Plaintiff's Exhibit 35. And for the record, we will only be playing a portion of this, so we will call it Plaintiff's Exhibit 35A.
Ooh, this is going to be
Any
fun.
objection? 35A in evidence.
This is after the 3-day hostage
I grew up,
situation.
in
she
Texas,
said.
riding horses, and
Oh, really?
you know,
Not a big ballet community out there in Texas.
Yeah, no, not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet, no. So I wanted to train for it, and there were some ballet sequences that we wanted to have the option to incorporate into the movie. So I trained forever, and I have 2 left feet. I'm the most klutzy person in the world, and I have no grace.
Right.
So I knew, Your Honor, I'm so
I had to
sorry,
train.
but it's not published to the jury. We may have it please published.
I was going to say, we don't
Apologies.
have the video.
If we can please start that over.
Start it over, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Look at
I grew
that
up
perfect
in
face.
Texas riding horses and,
Oh, really?
you know,
Not a big ballet community out there in Texas.
No, not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet, no. So I wanted to train for it, and there were some ballet sequences that we wanted to have the option to incorporate into the movie. So I trained forever, and I have 2 left feet. I'm the most klutzy person in the world, and I have no grace. So I knew I had to train for it, and what they don't tell you, I mean, I crammed about 3 months of solid training in, and I'm kind of like working my way up from the floor and learning the technical aspect of ballet, and I've got these dances down technically perfectly. I'm learning all of the movements, but the last thing we get to are the hands. And I haven't yet got to that point, but everything else is working, and I'm acting it up on my face, and I'm selling the ballet. And I think I'm doing really good at this point, kind of nailing it. And so I send videos and images to my friends to like get encouragement and look for their support. And everyone shoots back, what's with the claw hand? And I look and I realize like all that stress and fear of performing and doing this thing had just kind of like funneled out through the one thing that I hadn't yet like
What
mastered.
were your hands doing?
So I'd be doing this amazing, you know, I'd be doing like a jump with a back bend, and you can see this like graceful falling, and my hands are like and my face though is like, I've got that you saw in the clip, like this beautiful 1920s, you know, stage makeup on, and like flower crowns and all this stuff. And then my hand and my face and then my hands.
Wanting to know how beautiful
That was
she
you on the
is.
James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
That was.
Let's
She
please
looks
pull
so
up Plaintiff's
sad.
Exhibit 98.
She looked perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with her in that.
I know.
She also,
These
she
are
also
pictures
said
of
that
you
she
on
had
the
an
James Corden
actively
show on
bleeding
December
lip.
16th, 2015, right,
Yeah,
Ms.
I
Heard?
could see
Doesn't
it.
cover that up.
They look like freeze frames.
I know because I have a lip picking
like
problem.
screen grabs. Stills. They're not like it's not like a photo shoot. It doesn't seem.
But on the James Corden show, correct?
From that appearance, yes.
Move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
Any objection? All right. And Ms. Bernhoff, you could move the microphone and turn it on for you. So Judy and I are having trouble hearing you.
Sorry about that.
All right. Thank you. All right. 98 in evidence. Thank
Good
you.
job, Elaine.
Good job, Elaine. No, you cannot cover up a
That's a
bloody
photo
lip.
of you opening your mouth on the right, right?
That's correct.
And again, a larger view of the same photo on the bottom
Of your big ass mouth.
That's correct.
with a split lip.
You've seen pictures of it without makeup.
So you had a split lip when you
I
were
sure
moving
did.
your mouth that way.
I sure did.
No
in those
way.
photographs.
Absolutely.
No way. No way.
Camille just goes, okay.
Yeah.
You did take
Okay.
pictures of your alleged injuries after December 15th, correct? And you showed those to the jury?
I sure did, yes.
Okay. Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 516, which is already in evidence.
No busted lip. You must acquit. There was no busted lip.
No.
You testified that this is a picture of you after the incident on December 15th,
She looks
2015, right?
It was.
Looks like
This
a
is
human
after-
being.
After a night of 2 bottles of wine a night. That's what this
And if
looks
we could
like in the
also
morning.
please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 517, which is also in evidence.
I look like that right now.
So do I underneath my makeup. I have very dark
Thank you,
circles
Your Honor.
all the time.
This is also a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015.
That's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409, which is already in evidence.
Look at her face. A lot of distraction with the tissues. Why is she poking at her nose? She's not crying.
That's just because you can't see the tears.
These pictures ended up in People magazine in June of 2016. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
You gave these pictures to People magazine after you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I didn't personally know.
This was you protecting Mr. Depp after you got the restraining order against him, isn't it?
No, this is him calling me a liar and me forcing to prove it, as I mentioned to you earlier.
So you did give these pictures to People magazine?
No, I gave these pictures actually to my lawyers and my representatives at the time.
And they
So
gave
it's your
the pictures.
testimony, Ms. Heard, that your lawyers and representatives gave these pictures of their client to People magazine in the middle of a contentious divorce?
I certainly did not personally give it, no.
You also have a medical record from after the December 15th, 2015 incident, don't you?
A partial one, yes.
You went to see Dr. Kipper's office a couple days later.
That's right. He wasn't in the office.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 47, which is already in evidence?
I've changed the ticker because she's getting wrecked.
Yeah, this
This is your
not
medical
working out
record
for
for
her.
December 17th,
No.
2015, isn't it, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day. And
But you
I
went to Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right.
a lot
Okay.
of
And this
stuttering.
medical record is from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Partially?
Scroll down, please, if we could.
Yeah, the answer is no.
The
There
signature,
was
Kipper, down below. This is the entirety of the medical record.
no injuries.
Right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't get into what happened or
Wouldn't he have
ask
seen
for
them?
anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that.
Yeah, let's read it, shall
Yeah, let's
we?
do it.
Please.
Let's do it.
Well, under skin on the second page, it reads intact, normal color, moisture, hair distribution, texture, turgor, no signs of, oh, this is going to be hard, cyanosis, mottling, jaundice.
It also says I'm a well-nourished male.
Right. I have no idea what that means.
I think this medical record's missing a lot of things.
Yeah. It doesn't document any physical injuries.
Doesn't seem to be documenting anything.
Oh, okay. We'll
Probably
start out.
because there was nothing to document, right, Ms. Heard?
I disagree with you on that.
Because there is nothing to document.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I saw an ENT after my relationship ended.
What? Why?
And you saw an ENT, it's your testimony under oath that you saw an ENT for broken noses that you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
No, but the ENT told me I sustained
Objection.
multiple fractures.
No, I'm going to move to strike. Your
I'll
Honor.
sustain the objection. I'll move it to strike.
Thank you. So again, just to try my question, there's no medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, is there, Ms. Heard?
I don't know what made it in evidence, but I do know that I documented that visit and that everything was given to my attorneys.
Ms. Heard, you never went to see any doctor or surgeon to treat a broken nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, yes or no?
I never sought treatment for broken nose while I was with Johnny.
Or after you were with Mr. Depp, as a result of any injuries you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
Afterwards, yes, I did.
And you didn't produce those medical records in this case?
I would object, Your Honor. She did.
I did.
I don't know.
They have not been produced, Your
Yet
Honor.
they not only
All right, if
been
you would
produced,
come and approach.
Okay, Facebook just cut out, by the way, and dropped all of our watchers because they only allow 8 hours. So I have dropped the link. I hope you guys get it on Facebook. You've got to go to YouTube because Facebook will not let me continue the stream. Facebook fucking sucks.
Why? That's weird. Why do they only allow 8 hours? I didn't even
They
know
only allow 8 hours and they cut the stream as soon as it hits the 8-hour mark. And I told people that in the beginning, like, you've just got to bookmark the YouTube and just go watch it on YouTube because Facebook just sucks.
That's so strange. What would be the
Watch on YouTube. Why can't
even
you?
like I can't imagine what the reasoning would be. I guess they're not putting the money into
servers for streaming.
I guess. I don't know. But I mean, it's really awful because Facebook does this and then everyone's like, what the hell just happened? And
Right.
now I have to go and try and tell
You don't have
them
any
to come
medical
here.
records reflecting that you required any dental work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or another seeking dental care for any injuries you allegedly sustained?
You asked me about if I had produced records or if I had records. That's a different question.
Did you ever see a dentist or an oral surgeon as a result of any injuries you sustained with Mr. Depp?
Not about any injury I had from Johnny, no.
And you don't have any medical records reflecting that you required any reconstructive work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I never required reconstructive work, so there would be no records.
What you do have, Ms. Heard, are pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping, though, right? The jury saw a lot of those.
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Heard, let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1090, which is already in evidence. You took this photograph, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And you testified that this was taken in Tokyo in July of 2013, correct?
Yes.
So you decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep on the floor?
He was passed out.
That's a
And
yes.
I took a picture of him because he wouldn't remember. He claimed he didn't pass out that way. And sometimes security would carry him like a baby into bed, get him changed, and he would be none the wiser. So I started taking pictures of it so that he knew that it was real, that it had gotten this bad.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1091, which is already in evidence. You took this picture as well.
Yes.
And this is a picture that was taken in the Bahamas, right?
It's one of them, yes.
And this is a picture of Mr. Depp taking a nap on his tropical island.
I believe he
That's exactly what I
was
said.
on the nod, but as he would say.
On the nod. Yeah, sleeping.
Sleeping on the nod on his island.
They're very different, in my opinion. And
Okay.
yes, he is on the island.
On
Parakeet
vacation.
Floors.
We were on vacation, yes.
Let's also take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1092, which is also in evidence.
This is her evidence.
Yeah, this is her
amazing.
evidence.
We also took this picture, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
That looks
did.
like he's filling a one.
And this is another picture of Mr. Depp asleep in a chair.
No, he was nodding off. Sleep is different. When you're nodding off, you're high on drugs, didn't even feel the cigarette in his hand that had, been burning on his leg. It was cause for alarm for me, naturally, because I cared about him.
It's your testimony under oath that Mr. Depp is holding a cigarette in this picture?
He had been.
You seem to really like taking pictures of Mr. Depp while he's sleeping, don't you?
I hated it. I hated it.
Let's look at Defendant's Exhibit 1094, which is also in evidence.
I didn't know cigarettes were drugs.
You took this picture of Mr. Depp as well, didn't you?
I did.
You decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep with ice cream spilled all over him, right?
He was nodding off, and I was worried about how bad the medications and the medication change and the drug use had gotten, where he wouldn't even feel ice cream or a lit cigarette on him, and it scared me.
So you took a picture of it?
Yes, I wanted him to get help, and Johnny's surrounded by enablers who clean up after him.
Objection,
and protect
Your
him.
Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after yes, that she took this picture.
Yeah, there you go.
Still responsive here on it.
It's not
The question was,
responsive.
did you take this picture?
All right,
Move
I'll
to
sustain
strike.
the objection.
Yes.
This isn't a very flattering picture of Mr. Depp, is it?
No, it's not.
You wouldn't agree that this is, or you would agree with me that this is an embarrassing scene, right?
Yes, I think it's a part of getting help is looking
Being
at it.
embarrassed?
Yeah, shaming someone.
But you
That's a
sent
good
this
idea.
picture to one of your friends, didn't you?
I don't recall.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 252.
I want them to show the picture
We'll
of
only
her
be looking
sleeping
at
on
the
the plane
portion
with
of
her
this
mouth
document. So if we could please call it Defendant's Exhibit 252A.
252A.
And for ease, we've gone ahead and redacted it.
Yes, I was asking for support. That's correct.
There's no question yet, Ms. Hurd. So directing your attention, I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 252A.
Gadfly's
Any
on his
objection?
second megapint. I
Any
need to catch
objection, Ms.
up.
Spreadout? Could you
I'm
turn
finished
on?
with my
Could you turn your
first.
microphone again? Sorry. Thank you.
I need to see it first because I
Okay.
don't know what they redacted.
252.
We redacted the identifiers.
You will remember that Johnny said
And
he did
anything
not
that's
take part in
not
the
misheard.
festival
Upper donut.
Text
of ice
messages.
cream.
Consistent with hearsay.
I don't think this is
Yeah,
going
maybe
so
we
well
approach.
for her.
Okay.
All right, they're going to have a sidebar now, so we can. Are you back? Do you have your
I'm
second?
here. I got my second megapint.
I don't think this is going so well for her.
No, not at all. She got to sip her pink juice.
I need to check. I wonder if that's that French stuff that she was talking about. You know, the tablets that she. Oh no, that was brown. That looked like whiskey.
Yeah, right. It must be. Hey,
gotta
drink your own your drink. That's okay. But taking pictures of your husband as they pass out, so you can shame them and send them to your friends and say, "Look how much of a loser you are when you get wasted." That's not very nice, and not really a
No.
great way to get an addict to stop what they're doing.
No, it's not very nice at all. It's terrible. Working on my second megapint.
Yeah.
That was good sound.
That was
good
great.
sound effects, yeah.
Sample
This is
that.
the pineapple. I should. That was good. You can use that for your next song. You can call it megapints.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I just don't I mean, I understand taking one photo, being like, listen, you keep saying you're not passing out, but honestly, your bodyguards are picking you up and they're putting you in your bed and you think that you're not drinking as hard as you are and doing as many drugs. I get that. And just showing it to him, being like, look, you're passed out on the ground. Come on, man. But to be like, and here's you with ice cream. And here's you on the island, perfectly asleep like a normal human being would be.
I know. That picture of him kicked back in the chair, with his legs up. I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
you get it, Johnny. You get that nap. That's a good nap. That's
That
some good
one's
sleep right
normal.
there.
Like,
It's
yeah,
so
I mean,
normal.
and he said, and I mean, all these things are almost irrelevant, anyways. It's just yeah, he was on drugs and drinking, and I'm sure he nodded off and
He
passed out
admits
sometimes.
that.
Yeah, but how does that equate to you having your nose broken and then it being fine the next day?
Look at this. I am totally on Amber's side now. JD's team are bullying her. They are relying on facts and not acknowledging Amber's feelings. Her feelings are valid.
True, Vanessa.
Thank you,
True.
Sweet Vanessa. We I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. You're right.
Yeah.
Feelings. Don't fuck your feelings. Let's just use feelings in courts of law now instead of facts.
Sir, does this refresh your recollection that you did in fact send this picture to your friend Rocky Pennington?
Yes, I did.
And now she's sending it around.
Uh-oh.
You sent it to her on August 7th, 2014 at 11:24 p.m., correct?
That is correct.
Blah.
So you sent Miss Pennington this picture of Mr. Depp with ice cream spilled on him, right?
That is correct.
And you wrote, quote, "This is what I've been dealing with," end quote. Did I read that right?
You did read that right. That's correct.
And this is you protecting Mr. Depp.
That is me getting support from my best friend.
This is you supporting Mr. Depp.
This is me getting support from my best friend. I also need support.
For my
You weren't
son.
afraid the monster would get upset that you took this picture?
This was Opiate Johnny. This is a different
Oh,
version of him. This is
not the
Opiate
monster.
on the Nod Johnny.
And you weren't afraid that Opiate Johnny, or the monster as you called him, would get upset that you sent this picture to your friend?
Well, he's all of those things. Of course he could get upset. Of course that's scary to me, of course. But
Did it stop you from sending this picture to your friend, did it?
why would it?
Mr. Depp's right hand is in his pocket, right, Miss Heard? In this
Yes,
picture?
that's correct.
How do you eat ice cream without a spoon?
You also showed this jury pictures of cocaine. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
So please take a look at one of those.
Ooh, I
We
hope
could
she
please pull
shows the
up
differences
Defendant's
between the
Exhibit
pictures.
167A, which is already in evidence.
Oh, this could get so good.
That
'Cause
cocaine
she's-
picture on the table is such like a Los Angeles picture. Just being like, hey, we're chilling at brunch.
And yeah, and also why
Directing your
4
attention,
lines?
Miss Heard, to
Right.
the photograph. This is a photograph you took in
You only need
March
one for
of
each
2013,
nostril.
right?
That is correct.
This was taken at your apartment in Orange,
Yes,
and this is your breakfast table.
that is correct.
Good, some breakfast.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp left this breakfast table just the way you took it.
That is correct.
Nobody leaves lines of cocaine.
So this is what the
out.
table looked like after
Yeah, what
Mr.
a
Depp had been
cokehead.
doing cocaine.
You snort those.
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
He lined them all up.
There are 4 lines of cocaine on this table, right, Miss Heard?
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Not that I can tell, no.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
No,
Not
no, it
yet.
doesn't.
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know
Not
how
yet.
that works.
Oh,
I'm
I know
asking
how it
if You
works.
do. You've testified you've done cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
And there's
Doesn't stay on the
residue.
table.
Wow.
There's residue from that
No,
cocaine
some of it
when
will
your
stay on the
lips and
table.
nose touch the table, right?
Will the tampon applicator next to the driver's license that you see is a device that I believe my sister had taught him to
now
use in order
now
to
Whitney's the cokehead.
put the cocaine in your nose.
Mr. Depp is a pretty heavy smoker, right?
He is.
And that's a cigarette in the ashtray in the back there, back right.
Yes, it looks like one of his hand rolls.
There's no other cigarettes in that ashtray, are there?
I see one cigarette.
The one that's not smoked.
That's correct.
So staged.
There's no ash in that ashtray either, is there?
Not that I can tell in this picture.
It's pretty clean.
In this picture, it looks like it, yes.
It's a pretty neat table. Wouldn't you agree?
You wipe up the coke after you're done, and then put
Depends on
down
what
new
you call
lines.
me, I suppose.
That's what I, yeah.
And you sent this picture to your friend, Rocky Pennington, as well, didn't you?
I sure did.
And when you sent it, you said, quote, "Look at my morning," or something like that. Is that right?
Yay for mornings.
So you have a habit of sending stage photographs to your friend Rocky, don't you?
I had a habit of communicating with my best friend about what was going on in my life.
You don't have any pictures of Mr. Depp actually consuming cocaine, do you?
I don't think I have a picture of him mid-snort.
Mid snort. I need to put that on a
You
t-shirt.
don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine,
Mid-snort.
What do you mean by that?
Mid snort.
holding cocaine, standing next to cocaine,
A
sitting
jar,
next to
perhaps.
cocaine.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you haven't shown any of those pictures like that to the jury, have you?
I don't know. No, I haven't.
And you were never able to catch Mr. Depp with cocaine on film either, were you?
I never tried.
But you were able to catch him sleeping, right?
I have seen him pass out in all sorts of places, yes.
Sleep in all sorts of places.
And you also captured a video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen that was played again for this jury today, beating up some cabinets. Do you recall that?
Sorry, say that again?
You recall capturing Mr. Depp in the kitchen of one of his homes, beating up some cabinets?
Yes. Slamming things around, yes.
So you took that video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen, right?
I did.
And you took it on one of your iPad devices?
I took it on my iPad.
You were deposed in August of 2016 in connection with your divorce proceedings from Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And you will recall that the video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen was released online the day before your deposition in August of 2016, don't you?
That's correct.
You're the one who released that video.
Incorrect.
Isn't that true?
That's incorrect.
No, it was
I
her
flew
lawyers.
in from another place at the time. I remember learning about it when I landed.
So it's just a coincidence that the video you took of Mr. Depp was released the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp.
I absolutely had nothing to do with that. I wouldn't even know how to do something like that.
She wouldn't even know how.
How could you possibly? No one's ever done it before.
She doesn't know anybody at TMZ.
Never.
You settled your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
That sounds right.
And in connection with that settlement, you received $7 million from Mr. Depp, true?
That's correct.
And then
6.8 exactly.
Your settlement amount was $7 million.
That's correct.
And then
it
you
amounted
released a
to
statement in
14
which you
total
claimed you
with
would be
all the
donating
stuff.
the entire $7 million to charity, right?
That's correct.
You stated you would be donating half of the $7 million to the ACLU,
That's correct.
and you would be donating the other half to Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
That is correct.
And you also stated, with respect to the $7 million divorce settlement, that money played no role except for the extent that you could donate the money to charity.
Yes, that's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1259.
She's gonna donate it eventually. Come on, Camille. She's working on it.
She's working on it.
You're telling me Johnny Depp doesn't have like a nice.
This is an
thing to
article
start with,
entitled
you know?
Amber Heard Donates Johnny Depp Divorce Settlement to Charity. Read her statement in full. Is that correct?
That's what the title says, yes.
Directing your attention to the portion on the second page where it says, quote, read the statement below.
God damn
Is that the
Facebook.
statement you released, Ms. Heard?
I'm really pissed.
That
I took away
is
half
correct.
my audience.
Your Honor, I move to admit the statement and the article as redacted.
Objection, hearsay.
It's her statement.
This is not her statement. This is
She just testified, Your Honor, that it's her statement.
May I say the full?
Everything else is redacted.
Okay, then I have no objection.
All right, 1259 in evidence as redacted.
Sorry, Elaine.
All right. Yeah. Thanks, Elaine.
The statement reads, as described in the restraining order and divorce settlement, money played no role for me personally and never has, except to the extent that I could donate it to charity, and in doing so, hopefully help those less able to defend themselves. As reported in the media, the amount received in the divorce was $7 million, and $7 million is being donated. This is over and above any funds that I have given away in the past and will continue to give away in the future. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct. I don't remember that last line, but I have no, it doesn't stand out to me as wrong.
There's nothing inaccurate in the statement.
Not that I recognize, no.
Mr. Depp donated $100,000 of the divorce settlement directly to the ACLU. Is that right?
Right at the beginning of the divorce settlement, he donated $100,000 to each charity on my behalf or towards my contribution.
So $100,000
To each.
To the ACLU.
And to the Children's Hospital.
And in response, you publicly demanded that Mr. Depp pay the divorce settlement directly to you instead of the charities, right?
That was always the agreement, actually, is for him to pay me directly. It was not his money as per the settlement agreement to give away and reap a tax benefit from. I said if he wants to do it and give to charity all of a sudden, then he should pay the correct amount and not try to get a big tax break for it. So effectively for his tax bracket, he should be paying double that amount to the charity directly. And if he wanted to pay the charity directly, he could. He could do that, was fine with me, but he would need to pay the adjusted amount.
Ultimately, the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement was paid directly to you, right?
Over time, yes.
And Mr. Depp didn't end up paying the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement directly to the charities you identified.
That is correct. He paid them installments to me.
You stopped that from happening, didn't you?
I don't understand what your question is. I'm sorry.
You stopped Mr. Depp from paying the charities that you had named directly.
That is incorrect. I said if you want to pay the charities directly, pay the adjusted amount or pay as per our agreement in the settlement or in the divorce as per our agreement.
You also
And he
publicly
chose to do the former, not the latter. I mean, the other way around.
You also publicly stated that the $7 million divorce settlement should be paid to the charities immediately in full, right?
If he wanted to pay it in the way that he was suggesting, yes.
And you said publicly that the payments to the charities should not be drawn out over many years, right?
I said that I don't recall the exact words that I used, but basically that he shouldn't use this as a novel interest in getting a tax break, that if he wanted to do that and not pay me the settlement, that was fine, but he would have to pay the adjusted amount and not make it, a commitment he would not fulfill or try to avoid in some other way.
And that's because you wanted the entire world to think that you were donating every penny of the $7 million divorce settlement
Yes, you
as
did.
soon as you received it from Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
No, I was going to be receiving it in installments and I would be paying in installments the donations.
In fact, you released a statement in response to Mr. Depp's $100,000 donations to the ACLU and CHLA, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Let's see if we can refresh your recollection. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1260.
Iron Man, I appreciate you. You stopped working and you're still at the computer watching this. I
This is
love
an article
you, man.
entitled Amber Heard and Johnny Depp row over divorce donations. And if I could direct your attention to where it says, I believe it's on the second page, her spokeswoman responded in a statement. The language that follows the statement you released.
Objection, hearsay, spokeswoman, it's not her.
A spokesperson is an exception, Your Honor. You want to come forward?
Ooh, an exception. A spokesperson. It should be an exception because if you're hiring someone to be your spokesperson, those statements
Yeah.
should be admissible in court, don't you think?
No, actually, my lawyers don't count. My spokesperson doesn't count, and no one else counts. I hired them. I pay them to do my work for me, but no.
But they don't speak for me. They're
They
literally
don't.
called my spokespeople, but they don't speak for me, Your
They
Honor.
don't. Not those. Those are the bad ones.
Not those ones. Johnny was just snickering. I'm not sure at what, but he was snickering behind the finger. Facebook is back. I learned how to do it. I figured it out. So there's a way to reconnect the Facebook stream, and now it starts the counter over again. But Facebook sucks that it only lets you do 8 hours. Look at
Yeah,
us.
they should
we've been
learn
going-
how to not do that.
Yeah, right? I know.
You released a statement
You're right, may we approach again?
Oh, here we come.
Oh,
Here we go. Here we go. Elaine's on a tear. I like the little sidebars though, because it gives us a chance to respond. The tampon applicator. Can we talk about that for a second?
Please.
First of all, I've never known about the tampon applicator, and I've been to many parties, and there was Coke at parties. We would usually use a $20 bill or something like
Sure.
that. And this is nothing I do recently. This is way long time ago. But a tampon applicator is a very, very smart way to snort cocaine. I gotta say, a bunch of people just learned something new from this trial.
Yeah, pretty affordable. They get thrown away anyways. You might as well have a second use for them. Recycling.
It's right in the nose, has a wide bottom, so
Yeah.
you're not going to miss very much.
Look, you're telling me that Johnny Depp had his doctor kit on there with all his drugs and everything, and he doesn't have a nice application for snorting cocaine. I do not buy that.
And that he didn't know like the best ways to snort cocaine until he met Whitney.
Right,
And then
she's
Whitney, and are you telling me Whitney did all this cocaine and
would
her
you like to
sister
see
didn't do it
this
with
one?
her?
No, that's
Yeah,
right.
right.
Thank you.
Yeah, she did.
She just took a picture and said "Yay mornings." Sounds like an actual not a sarcastic
No, it's like,
Like-
yay, look at my morning. Yay. Coke and
cocaine and
whiskey.
drinking. Yeah.
I'm just saying, if I sent that text that said "Yay mornings," my best friend would know what I meant.
Could
And
you
it
please
wouldn't
turn your
be,
microphone on?
Oh
I'm
no!
sorry.
Oh,
I'm
Elaine,
sorry.
microphone's off again.
Yeah, right.
They gave me a redacted, but I don't have the unredacted to be able to see the full
I
document.
plan to admit it or ask that it be admitted in redacted form. I'm taking away any hearsay, and I'm just trying to lay the foundation that this is a statement she released through a spokesperson.
How would I know whether there's more to it that shouldn't be redacted, Your Honor, if I don't see the full document?
Elaine, what are you talking about?
I love this. Back in the 80s, we only had cardboard applicators. Yeah, now they've
Your Honor,
got
the witness can
plastic
testify
ones.
as to whether this is a full statement or not.
The witness can't do, we have the right to be able to see the document.
All right. Do you have a document that's not redacted?
We can pull it up on our computers.
Okay.
I've seen
Just
the
give us a moment,
picture.
Your Honor.
Pennington was
I can
holding
represent
a tampon
this,
applicator
the
in
full
her
statement
mouth
that's reported.
with Amber. Yep.
Give her an opportunity to look at the.
By the way,
Unredacted.
using a tampon applicator would be something only a woman would do.
I was about to say that. I was like, do you think it's more likely that Amber Heard was using a tampon applicator or that Johnny had her sister's tampon applicator?
No, it's not. It's this is something a woman would know and do. No man has ever looked at a tampon close enough to realize that there's a thing that comes out of it that's a plastic tube. No man has ever looked at one close enough
I never
know
have.
that. Yeah,
And
which is why she said it was Whitney that showed him that, because no one would believe that Johnny just uses a tampon applicator.
Right. I believe that Johnny's straw for snorting cocaine is made of metal and has a skull on it. 'Cause
Oh,
that sounds
absolutely.
like
It
something
came with
that
the
you
box.
have.
It
Yeah,
came with
exactly.
the box.
It comes in an engraved box. It's beautiful, and he uses it all the
It's
time.
expensive.
Yeah.
It's one that only goes in his nose. Nobody else uses it.
Right. It's not a tampon applicator just throws on the tip. Come on now.
No, he has his own cocaine snorting device. I guarantee it.
I just can't imagine. If I was super into cocaine, that's what I would do. I'd buy
Yeah,
a thing.
right?
It's cool.
Yeah, and the only reason why we're not super into cocaine is because it's way too expensive for the normal people. But if you were Johnny Depp, you would totally have a giant jar of cocaine. Just admit
Yeah.
it.
Could you imagine him being around his friends being like, guys, I'm using this tampon applicator? Not a chance.
And again, kids, don't do cocaine. It's bad for you.
Do not do it.
So, Your Honor, can we have a
Nothing's
copy
happening,
of this?
Kathleen. Don't tell me to
you
stop
can get a copy
talking
of
when
that,
nothing's happening.
Later.
I'll apologize,
Okay.
Kathy.
Wait, I mean, I think she should
I'm
be
so
giving us copies
sorry.
of the full.
Well, I
thing
understand, but
before.
we'll take care of that. But
Okay.
as of right now, can we continue?
We can, Your Honor, but I have an objection because of, there's some quotations.
Yeah, my husband doesn't even want to
Okay,
buy them at
come
the
forward.
store. I guarantee you he's never opened one and looked at it. No, men do not look at tampons. Like when I ask him to buy them at the store, he's like, seriously, can't you do it yourself?
I don't have a problem with buying them because I feel like anyone when I'm buying them, they're like, okay, well, it's not for you. So I'm
Well, I
assuming you're
think
doing the next
I think
thing.
his problem is that he's always like, which ones do I get? And then sometimes the ones I tell him to get aren't there. So then he has to call me
Right.
and be like, which one? It's just too much trouble.
No, I agree. I do need like a picture and a title and everything of exactly the one I need to get because I'm like, there's a difference between these? Okay. Take
Right.
your word for it.
No, there's not really any difference. It's just the packaging. There's no real difference between any
You want me
of
to
them.
buy you some of those cocaine straws? Okay. Get on it.
Hey, can you go get me some Coke straws? They're at the Walgreens.
All right. So directing your attention, Ms. Heard,
You're right. My
where it
husband has
says
no feminine
her
energy at all.
spokeswoman responded in a statement.
None.
Your
The
Honor-
language that follows.
Your Honor, again, she can't read it. She has to show it
The
to
language
her.
that follows.
Right. If you want to lay a
Is this-
foundation to that, go ahead.
You released a statement after Mr. Depp donated $100,000 to the ACLU and $100,000 to CHLA. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And the language that follows is the statement you released in response to Mr. Depp's donations, right?
I don't know if this is the official statement. I have no idea.
The statement that starts at
Objection, Your Honor.
Amber Heard. That's the only thing I'm going to say. Would you please read that to yourself, Ms. Heard?
Did the judge just ignore Elaine's objection?
I hope so.
I think she did. Elaine was like, objection, Your Honor, and nothing happened.
And Kathleen, actually, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm so sorry.
Yes.
I love everyone here.
Did you read all the way to the very bottom where the last word is supported?
What is she reading? I wasn't paying attention.
Yes.
I was reading.
That's
the
a statement
comments.
you released
Oh, her
through your
statement. Okay.
spokeswoman
All right.
after Mr. Depp made the donations to the CHLA and the ACLU. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I do not recall exactly what my statement was. I don't disagree with anything in the statement, but I just simply don't recall what the statement was we released.
Is there anything inaccurate in that statement, Ms. Heard?
No.
I'm going to move to admit.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
I'll overrule the objection.
Overruled.
1260 and evidence over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry, Elaine, you've run out of objections for the day. We're done.
Statement reads, Amber Heard appreciates Johnny Depp's novel interest in supporting two of her favorite charities, the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union for Domestic Violence, and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. This is great and unexpected news. And it continues. However, if Johnny wishes to change the settlement agreement, we must insist that he honor the full amount by donating $14 million to charity, which, after accounting for his tax deduction, is equal to his $7 million payment obligation to Amber. And it continues. We would also insist that the full amount be paid immediately and not drawn out over many years. Anything less would be a transparent attempt by Johnny's counsel, Laura Wasser and Patty Glazer, to reduce their client's true payment by half under the guise of newfound concern for charities that he has never previously supported, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
She's pulling a Rottenborn. Did I read that correctly?
Thank you.
Johnny Depp, charity hater.
After this, you kept commenting about the donation of your divorce settlement, right?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Oh,
You
but
spoke
she has
about donating
receipts.
your divorce settlement on a Danish TV show.
Yes,
correct?
she did.
I believe I said I had, I believe I said I donated it to charity, but it was already printed or already commented on and stated in the press. I had already released that information in the press. I think I just confirmed it on that show.
You appeared on a show called RTL Late Night,
She's
right?
going to play it.
I don't recall what show it was.
Play the tape.
If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit
Yes!
346, which is a portion
I
of your
reported on
appearance on this program. And we would ask that it be moved into evidence and ask for permission to
Your
publish
Honor,
it.
it contains, it has hearsay, it contains other communications. Of other
No, it
individuals.
doesn't.
Your Honor, if we may approach very briefly.
No, it doesn't. I've seen this clip. I've seen it.
I have
and-
not. I'm excited.
Oh, it's fantastic. She brags about how she didn't want any of it. She donated it all to charity. And
Well, then
I
shouldn't that
don't
have been part of the case?
Well, it is. They're trying to get it in. I don't understand why they're having a difficulty, because if they just use her statements, they can impeach the shit out of her just with her statements alone. They don't need the interviewer.
No, I'm saying that as if that was her true intentions was to donate it all, shouldn't that have been part of the settlement? That instead of giving it to her to give to someone else,
Yes.
that the settlement should have just been Johnny gives it to charity?
Well, that would have been easier now, wouldn't it? Why didn't she have that written like that? Maybe because you really hit on something here. She had no intention of giving that money away. She had no intention at all. She was going to keep it for herself, and this was just PR spin. Look at how good I am. Look at my goodness. Michael Malloy Show gave us $2 in the super chats. Thank you so much. I
Thank you,
sure
Michael.
appreciate that. Camille Vasquez is doing a great job at cross exam. I agree with you, Michael. I think she's doing fantastic.
I remember back in the day, this was so long ago, but when George Lucas sold Star Wars to Disney, just a few years ago, and they gave him $4 billion, he immediately donated like 3.5 billion of it.
Wow.
And it's like, that's what you do when someone gives you a bunch of money and you
You
intend
do it
to donate it
immediately.
all.
Yeah, you do it right away. Why would you hold on to it for 3 years when any number of things could go wrong? And she claims it's because of tax purposes. I just don't think I believe that. I don't think there's
I
any
do
reason why
not.
she couldn't have just donated the entire amount.
And it should have just been part of the settlement if that was her true intention. That really doesn't make any sense.
No, I wanted nothing, says Blah, except penthouses, car, millions, and alimony. I like how Blah's photograph is the handle bottle of vodka. Did you notice this?
I
His
did.
profile photo is the giant bottle that cut off Johnny's finger.
Well, you see, Blah, Amber could never fight back against Johnny because she's so small. Even with a weapon, doesn't count.
Pamela says, "This is so exciting. I dropped my tampon applicator."
Oh no, don't do drugs, kids. Don't do it.
Don't.
So if we could please play and publish to the jury Plaintiff's Exhibit 346.
All right, 346 in evidence. Go.
There allegedly were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a
Publish to the
divorce.
jury again. They need to stop it and publish it to the jury. What is happening? I didn't do that. It's the stream. It's the damn stream.
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
Well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never
I
heard of.
wanted nothing.
I am so great.
So great.
This interview was in October of 2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't recall when it was.
Oh, yeah.
It was
she
in
doesn't
2018, right, Ms. Heard?
I don't remember when this was done.
This was after you had received the full $7 million of your divorce settlement for Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
Again, without knowing when it was recorded, I have no idea.
You said it in the video.
$7 million divorce settlement was paid to you in full by February of 2018, right?
That's correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already in evidence.
Man, I just don't know how a jury can look at that and not be like,
This is the
"What
deal
hell?"
point memorandum from your divorce settlement, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
And if we go down to the bottom of page 4,
If you're wondering how to send
There's
a
a
super
heading
chat,
labeled
click on the money sign right next to the
equalization payment.
where
Do you
you
see
would put a
that?
comment.
Yes.
And underneath,
What now? The stream is buffering. No.
They're probably streaming through Facebook. It's probably what it is.
All right, well, I'll answer the question. If you want to send a super chat, look for the money symbol on the comments, and you can just click it, and you can pay for it with your iPhone.
so the first
It's
payment
very
is
simple.
scheduled for August 31st, 2016, and that's $200,000, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made that payment directly.
You got to turn on your microphone, Ms. Berderhoff. I'm not going to hear you.
Objection to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to.
Okay.
It's he literally testified to it in
All right,
court.
I'll overrule objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made the payment directly to the ACLU and CHLA, correct?
I believe so.
Again with this stream.
Were all made to you, weren't they?
That is correct.
And the final
Thanks
payment
again,
of
Michael.
$2.3 million is on February 1st, 2018, right?
The final payment, yes.
And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule.
I'm going to object to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to.
I'll
It's an
overrule the
improper.
objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Why can't she refer
And you
to
were
his
here in
testimony?
court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule, right?
I don't believe they were. He might have
That's
testified
not my
to
question, Ms. Heard. My question was, you were here in court
Get her.
when Mr. White testified under oath that all the payments were made on schedule.
that. I was here every day in court. I heard his testimony, yes.
Okay. So back to October of 2018, this was before Mr. Depp sued you for defamation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He didn't sue you until after the op-ed came out in December of 2018, right?
He sued me in 2019.
And the op-ed came out in December of 2018.
That is correct.
So in October of 2018, you had received your entire $7 million divorce settlement. You would agree with me.
That is correct.
And you hadn't yet been sued by Mr. Depp.
This is October, correct.
So in this October 2018 interview, you said that you had, quote, donated, end quote, your entire divorce settlement to charity, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, your exact words were, quote, $7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, end quote, right?
That's correct. I made that statement as soon as I got a divorce and we reached the settlement. That's when I pledged it right then.
And you say this because you, quote, wanted nothing, end quote.
That is correct.
Thank you for the super sticker.
But you hadn't donated your entire $7 million settlement to charity at that point, had you?
That's incorrect.
Sitting here today, Ms. Heard, you still haven't donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety of the
Ms. Heard,
settlement, $7 million
that's
to
not my
charity,
question.
and I
Ms.
intend to
Heard, Ms.
fulfill
Heard,
those
Ms.
obligations.
Heard, that's not my question.
That wasn't the question.
Please,
What was
try
your
to answer
question?
my question. Sitting here today, you have not donated the $7 million, donated, not pledged, donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with one another.
But I don't. Ms. Heard,
No, we don't. Thank
I
you,
don't
American
use it
God.
synonymously.
That's how donations are paid.
Ms. Heard, respectfully, that's not my question. As of today, you have not paid
Make her answer
$3.5 million of your own money
Make
to the
her say
ACLU.
it.
Yes or no?
I have not yet.
There you go.
And as of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
I have not yet. Johnny sued me.
So as of today, you have not donated, paid $7 million of your divorce settlement
Children's
to
Hospital
charity,
behind
right?
me.
I have not been able to fulfill those obligations yet.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because you did want something, didn't you?
I didn't want anything and I didn't get anything.
You wanted Mr. Depp's
That's
money.
what you're looking for with the super chat. See that
Didn't
little
get
money
it.
sign?
Wasn't interested in it. I loved Johnny. That's why I was with him.
You wanted praise for donating the money, right?
That's incorrect.
You wanted good press.
In general, one does want good press, yes.
You wanted to seem altruistic publicly.
Wasn't my interest. My interest is in my name and clearing my name. And at the time, I was being called a liar and my motives were being questioned. I did see it as important to clear that up. I wanted to make a statement to make sure that there was not any doubt that I couldn't be labeled these things just because Johnny was a bigger star and had more publicity reach.
You wanted to remind everyone of your claims of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
No, I wanted to move on with my life.
You wanted to make those claims seem believable.
They are believable. They were
You wanted
believable.
them to be seen, you wanted to be seen, as a noble victim of domestic violence,
I
didn't
have
you?
never
Ooh,
wanted
she
to
got
be
mad
seen
about
as a
that.
victim.
She got mad about
Nor
it.
have I ever called myself one.
You testified under
you haven't?
oath that, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
No. Ms. Heard, my questions. Your counsel will have time to redirect you.
Yeah, answer
After.
my questions. I love this.
You testified under
Real.
oath, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes.
All right.
Strike it. Strike it, Judge. Strike it. Make her answer
Ms.
it
Heard,
yes or no.
This is really inappropriate.
I'll sustain the objection and we'll just
Yes.
move forward.
Thank you.
Let's move forward.
Yes.
Next question.
She's
Under
getting
oath,
mad
that
at
statement
Camille.
wasn't true, was it, Ms. Heard?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I
Nope.
pledged the entirety to charity.
The statement.
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay for
Ms.
the
Hurd,
entire
Ms.
house
Hurd,
at one time.
respectfully,
You pay it
I'm
over
not asking,
time.
Ms. Hurd.
All right, next question, please.
Thank you. That statement isn't true today, as you sit here today, is it?
It is true. I pledged the entirety.
But
to
you didn't
charity.
donate it.
Unfortunately,
Thank
You didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to to fulfill those.
So that's a no, right,
obligations.
Ms. Hurd?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because
Thanks,
I've been
Drac.
sued.
You had all of the $7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to. Is that correct, Ms.
I
Hurd?
disagree with your characterization of that.
Okay.
Let's look at your sworn testimony from the UK.
This is so good.
Tears dried up real fast.
Real fast. Real fast. She is not having any
No.
anymore, is she?
I pledged. You weren't buying a house.
All right, yes,
You were donating to charity. Yeah, people don't pay. Some people do pay houses in full when they can afford it.
That's
You
true.
could afford to donate the full amount, you said. That's the question.
Yeah. There was no reason for her to do a payment plan. She got that
Ms.
cash
Vasquez,
payment.
do you want me to close the shades?
That would be
Okay.
Close the
There's
shades.
this light
Look at the
coming
sun.
across.
Look at
I
this
appreciate
sun.
that.
Has to be a
It's
little
probably
more
good light.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Camille
God came
is
to shine
getting.
light.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Yeah, the sunshine is in the courtroom now because the light of truth has descended on the courthouse in Virginia. That's what's happening right now. Thank you so much, those of you who have sent super stickers. Don't forget, if you want to support the show, look for on YouTube the little money
This is
button
your
by the
third
chat
witness
right
statement that
there.
you submitted
That's
in
how
the
you
UK
send a super
action,
chat.
right, Ms. Hurd?
Correct.
And the statement was made under oath. True?
That is true.
I'm directing your attention to the last page of that statement. That's your signature, right?
Yes, it is.
So you made the sworn statement on February 26, 2020.
That's correct.
And directing your attention to paragraph 4. It says, quote, I remained financially independent from him the whole time we were together, and the entire amount of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
The him you were referring to is Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
Thank you, Stephanie. That's a sweet compliment.
Most of the money that was donated to the ACLU and CHLA in your name came from someone else. Isn't that right?
I don't know what you mean by most of.
Gadfly.
Well, at least $500,000 that was donated to the ACLU in your name wasn't paid by you, right?
I believe Elon made a donation in my honor on one of the years.
Yeah, and it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement, right?
No, nor did it count towards my pledge.
And at least $500,000 that was donated to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles in your name wasn't paid by you either.
Right, those were made at the same time.
And it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement.
Nor did it count to my 3.5 obligation.
Those $500,000 payments came from your new boyfriend, Elon Musk, right?
Your new boyfriend.
I don't know if he was a new boyfriend at the time.
You got him to pay part of what you promised to these two charities, didn't you?
Incorrect.
Because you wanted to keep at least some of the $7 million divorce settlement for
Oh.
yourself, right?
You're very wrong about that.
What? But she did
if
keep
Your
it.
Honor's
Okay, you
fine.
said
This is a good
it's
stopping
breaking
point.
point. Okay, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll stop here for the evening.
Oh, they're
Remember,
stopping.
tonight, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody. I know these days are a little
Oh my God, I
longer.
have to pee
and
so
I appreciate
bad.
your patience.
I should have
and,
taken a
you-
break before
you're,
now.
Taking care of everything here.
Same.
Please take care of yourself tonight, okay? And we'll see you in the morning at 9 a.m.
Okay. All right. Court is adjourned. Wait, we kind of want to see them leave the courtroom, don't we?
Yeah,
we
she
do.
might pretend she's scared
might-
again.
She might fake an episode again, so we don't want to miss that. So let's watch that. Thank you, Terry, for the super sticker. You guys can send super stickers if you want to support the show. I appreciate
Again, Ms. Hurd,
it.
since you're still on the witness stand, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay?
Yeah, sure.
All right, 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Nobody
then?
listens to
All right,
that.
we'll see you at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, never gonna happen.
Never gonna happen. Never gonna happen. Wow.
I know.
That
I love that she's not supposed to talk to her attorneys and like immediately came in and sat with her attorneys and was like,
right. Thank you, Richie. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for the super sticker. You know, okay, so Johnny is going to be making his way out of the courtroom now, and Amber's going to be doing the same. We're just going to kind of keep an eye on the feed, see what's going on. Wow, thoughts, Gadfly. And by the way, people, if you're just joining me, Gadfly here is the author and creator of Objection Hearsay, our very favorite song that we want to win a Grammy. And I got him on this show, and I feel very honored that he's here. What are your thoughts on today?
well, I'm honored to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's just a silly song. I'm glad everyone enjoys it.
Enjoys it. They beg me to play it. They want to play it every break.
Well, I'm glad. But yeah, so far it's been well, okay. So the first part of it with the examination from our own team was fine. It was kind of boring, as it usually is. They're just trying to clarify things that no one really cares
Right.
about, and how much Aquaman made at the box office.
Yeah, like who cares?
Who cares? But man, the cross has been great. I had a lot of faith in Camille, and I'm not disappointed at all.
Right? She rocked it. Oh my gosh. The chat is alive with love for you right now. Love the song. That song rules. And they love having you here. Please come back every day. I'll be doing this every day. You're welcome to be here whenever you want to be.
I'll come back. I've had a lot of fun, actually.
Oh, please come back, because we could do this. I'm going to be here to the bloody end. Okay. Like I'm not leaving until this is over. All right. They've cut the stream, so I'm going to kill it. Thank you, Lisa, for the super sticker. I sure appreciate it. Those of you who are sorry, my camera looks crazy. StreamYard does weird things to my stream when I am sharing stuff. So just ignore my camera. All right. I just think that was fan-frickin-tastic. I thought the cross, I think Amber got wrecked today, especially the part where Camille was showing her, was repeating her testimony. You said you were repeatedly hit in the face with someone wearing rings, and yet this is the photo you show. Yeah, I thought that was devastating.
Me too.
Yes, we'll be here. I will be here tomorrow for sure, and hopefully Gadfly will be here too. Go ahead.
I mean, let's flip it. I think that even if Amber Heard punched Johnny with rings, it would be pretty severe. Rings are painful.
Mm-hmm.
That is not a fun thing. Being hit is very painful anyways, but to have rings and just say like, yeah, I had a small cut on my lip that I could cover up with makeup. First of all, that would be super painful to put on an open wound, to put like thick makeup over that.
And it
That'd be
doesn't
terrible.
work. I have told this audience, and I'm super embarrassed about it. I actually had never told anyone publicly about this before. I have a lip picking issue myself, and I've done it since I was 2 years old. It comes with having ADD. Sometimes that comes with OCD behaviors, and it's like super embarrassing, and I hate talking about it. But I will often pick at it until it bleeds. Now, I have tried many times to cover that up with lipstick. Over years, this is years of experience I'm talking about.
Right.
And my sister even backed me up. She said she told everyone, yes, I do this. I've tried to cover it up with lipstick. If it is actively bleeding, it will not cover up. You can't. It will bleed through. I've even tried stippling powder, which is what they put on dogs' nails when you clip them too short and they start bleeding. You put that stippling powder on. I actually tried putting that on my mouth. This is how bad it is. To stop the bleeding, because sometimes you hit something and it just won't stop. You cannot cover that up with lipstick. Lipstick is not magic. This is garbage.
Yeah, and no, don't be embarrassed. I know a lot of people that do the same thing, so I
don't know
understand.
why it's so embarrassing, but it is. I feel
But-
like a freak.
I've seen, but I saw Amber doing that during.
I have photographs of that. Yeah.
Yeah,
In fact,
during the
I
punch
put it
test
on. I put it on the screenshot for today. Here she is.
Yeah.
Do you see her picking her lip up here on the left and at the game? That's exactly what it looks like, by the way. And I'm not shaming her for doing it, because this is something that I do as well.
No, not at all. But that is obviously, well, I don't want to say obviously, but that's most likely what her butt, like her split lip came from. Was
Well,
her
and it
drinking
wasn't a
habit.
split lip. I saw it. That is what my lip injuries look like when I injure my lip. It scabs over. It's not a split like this. It doesn't go up and down like if you were hit in the face.
Right.
It's actually like a I don't even know if I could show you. I have pictures. I actually took a picture the other day of my lip after I was done mutilating it, and I know it's terrible, but it looked very similar to hers. It's very different. What you're doing is you're peeling skin off, dry skin, and occasionally it gets too deep, and so it basically looks like not a split up and down. It actually goes this way, and she had like a big scab, like right here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but it's lip picking. It's not getting hit in the face.
No, and just to also say my bad habit, I bite my nails a lot, but I definitely bite my nails until they bleed sometimes. I don't know
Right, like
why,
you'll
but I
get
do
like
it.
the hangnail too
Yeah.
when you bite your nails. Yeah, I do that too. But I'm not as bad with the nail biting. I will only do it if there's something bothering me, like if something's hanging and but yeah, people do have these things, and it's called it's called something. I can't remember now what it's called, but there's an actual term for it, and it can include skin picking. It can include pulling your hair out.
Right.
That's another very I don't have that, but I know people who do, who pull their eyebrows out, pull their eyelashes out, pull their hair out. It's very usual.
Right.
It's not uncommon.
Yeah, no, I'm not shaming her for that at all. I think that's a totally normal habit I've seen a lot, so it's not a big deal. But to claim that on her lip is from someone punching her in the face repeatedly as hard as they can with rings on, there's
It
just
doesn't make
like it's
sense.
just not a chance.
It doesn't add up. I mean, now let's also think about this. Why do they sell brass knuckles?
Right.
You sell brass knuckles because it does major damage. Now, wearing rings is actually very similar to having brass knuckles. It's just metal that goes around each finger. And if his rings are sharp at all, like some rings can be, for instance, my wedding ring has a lot of sharpness. It gets snagged on things.
Right.
That is going to cut the skin. And there's just no way that she came out of that without lacerations if he truly beat her in the face with rings. I can't believe the number of people in the chat right now. We have 800 people here.
Oh, wow.
And I can't, and I have to go. We have to go soon because I have to take my daughter over to jujitsu because I train my girls to kick ass so that no one
Nice.
can beat them.
That's right.
So no man can raise a fist to them. They're gonna tie him in knots first. So
Yeah. I'm fully on board. I have full support of that.
yeah, right? Because, women should learn how to defend themselves. And I appreciate that. Thank you so much for being here today, Gadfly. I really appreciate it. And I hope you come back tomorrow.
I hope so too. I plan on it. Thank you very much for having me. It's been
All right.
a very fun time.
Wonderful. Wonderful. All right. I'm going to send you the link tomorrow. And by the way, everybody, I'm Megan Fox. I write at pjmedia.com if you want to go check out what I'm going to write after today's circus. I'm sure I will write something later tonight. Thank you for being here. We sure appreciate you. And I'll see you guys tomorrow morning, 8:30. We're pre-gaming it. 9 a.m. trial starts. Be here.